Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗧𝗵𝗲 on Wattpad. Now let's start. In the middle of 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲, located at the top of the forested hill that overlooks the city of 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲, there's a school that is known around the world as the best school for its hero students' reputation called UA. UA is the #1 ranked high school for heroics and is considered the top hero academy in Japan. 6 UA is renowned for having trained and produced some of the best heroes in Japan, including All Might, Endeavor, and Best Jeanist, all of whom earned their way into the top 10 of Japan's hero ranking. Located at the top of the hill, with a huge gate that has the writing of UA on the top of it in gold. Most of the students were flowing in ready for today's class. UA itself has changed since the war began about 8 months ago. The building still looks the same with 4 different buildings connected together, filled with multiple facilities and training grounds for all of the students. The students' course is separated into 4 categories of Hero Course, Support Course, Management Course, and General Studies Course. The front gate is now being guarded with 4 robots that check on the students' ID before entering and patrolling around the area. The students are still not getting used to the new security system that's being placed in. They felt that it was almost like they went into a prison or something. The hot sun hit them with a blast as they walked across the lawns toward their classroom or dorm. Students lie around on the grass sunbathing, talking, reading the hero news, and eating sweets. Some of them looked up at their friends as they passed. Some called out or else waved, clearly eager to show that they, like the rest of them, had readied themselves for this year's semester. As the students passed around the entrance, there was a loud boom coming from the 𝗔𝗵𝗲 located right behind the school building. There's a small shaking activity right in the building followed by a red light coming from the window. 𝗔𝗵𝗲 consists of a large, empty, and enclosed space. It is entirely made of concrete, which 𝗧𝗵𝗲 is capable of manipulating to suit the personal needs of each of the students. Normally, students tend to use this facility to train for their special move or if there's a rescue class that's not being held in USJ. But right now, it's nothing but a gruesome battle filled with smoke and fire. Most of the space has been covered in canyons made out of concrete and there's clearly a battle going on with cracks appearing from the floor and fires swirling right in the middle. The lights were turned off and the only thing illuminating the facility was just the fire coming from the ground. Almost all of the students are already defeated and there are only a few of them left in the ground. Right in the middle of the smoke, one student walked slowly while trying to find someone in a cloud of smoke. He walked slowly trying to eye the shadow forming on his front. He squinted his eyes and found a shadow forming right in front of him. It wasn't cleared, but it's definitely a person and it's coming close. The student quickly used his quirk to harden his skin and try to tackle the mysterious person down to the ground. He rushed in while yelling out in the middle of the smoke when the shadow managed to evade him, making him falter to the ground with his face first. "What the it's me," the mysterious person whispered, who appeared to be a girl with a ponytail on her back. "Oh sorry, I thought it was," the hardening boy apologized and quickly got up. "Yeah, I know. We haven't heard from the others. Either they got defeated or their communicator is broken. I guess there's only the 2 of us who's left," she whispered while looking around the smoke to find any movement and covering their faces from the smoke polluting their noses. "Damn it, you're telling me that all of us got defeated so easily right from the start," the boy quietly yelled out in frustration. They got on each other's backs trying to find the mysterious assailant, but the smoke combined with the fire made it harder for them to breathe. Although the fire isn't erupting from their side of the area, the heat is still enough for them to breathe. Then right in the middle, a flickering light emerges from the smoke, making them realize that their assailant just revealed himself right during the commotion. "It's him. Definitely." The boy rushes in while hardening his skin trying to tackle the assailant. "Wait, it might be a trap," she warned, but the boy didn't listen as he ran while trying to land a solid right hook when suddenly the flame died out, nowhere to be found. "What the?" The boy shook his head around when suddenly a strong kick swiped into his gut, knocking him to the ground. The girl didn't have time to react when someone came from behind and tried to land a punch to her head. She, however, managed to see the attack and managed to block it at the last second but didn't see a left kick throw her off the balance, and she fell on the floor face up and a hand igniting right in her face just a few centimeters away for her to feel the heat radiating from it, and the other pinned her on the floor. "You're dead," the mysterious assailant said, not lowering his palm to her face. She watched the hand just a few centimeters from her face as she was forced to accept her fate. She raises both of her hands in defeat matter while exhaling her breath in annoyance. "I lost," she admitted. Then the light switch turned on and the flames died out as the man absorbed the flames from his palms, sucking the heat away from the facility. The rest of the students who got defeated went on the side, tending to their injury and groan in pain. The injury itself was nothing but bruised and minor. Nothing is fatal and could cause a permanent injury. Then the man who played the assailant grabbed something from his coat and drank its contents. He gulped the content in one fell swoop before closing it and putting it back in his pocket. "You went out to reveal your position too fast and too easy to detect. Some of you are too eager to rush in just because they spotted me, which is not. But other than that, your guard is getting better." He extended his hand, trying to pick her up from the ground. She took the offer, grabbed his hand, and pulled herself up, watching her classmate groan in pain, with some of them lying on the ground compressing their bruise with a pack of ice. "Get changed. Your next class is starting in 15 minutes. The teacher heads back to the exit door. "Yes, sensei." The students groan while still lying on the floor. The ponytail girl dusted herself from the dirt and smoke on her clothes and body. She placed her wrist on her nose and smelled the thick smell of smoke stitching on her gym clothes. Guess the rest of them also smell like they just came out from a Korean barbecue place. She went out to check on her class situation when she spotted a clipboard in the sitting area near her classmate. She guessed that it belonged to him, so she picked it up and called out to him before he went far. "Sensei, wait," she called him while running in his direction. He turned his head around and saw his students running in his direction carrying the clipboard. "You forgot something." She gave the clipboard back to him and he took it and saw that it belonged to him. "It's a paper to grade the students' performance for today's test. Guess I left it on the chair." "Thanks, Kendo." She thanked her before heading back to the teacher's room. "No problem, Midoriya-sensei." She greeted him back before heading to the gym to check on her class. Izuku continued to jump between buildings one after the other. He's running while leaping from the building almost like a professional stuntman. Parkour or tracers originated in France. It's an athletic sport where people tend to go from one point to another in the fastest possible way. He got separated from his team and tried to lure the enemy away from them, acting as bait. When he got to a safe distance and managed to take out the group that chased him, he tried to find his way back to them before another group managed to. Izuku continued to jump from one building to another where he spotted a fire emergency stair on the bottom and used it to climb down. His feet touched the ground and water splashed from the bottom of his shoes as he continued to find his way back and tried to find where he was right now. There's no sign or any landmark to where he is right now. But there's a tall steel fence just a few meters away from him. With no other option, he went inside trying to recover himself and save his strength. He was standing instead in a dark and overgrown graveyard. The black outline of a small church was visible beyond a large tree to their right. A hill rose above him to his left. Izuku could just make out the outline of a fine old house on the hillside. He laid his back on one of the tombstones and grabbed the cigarette in his pocket and lit it up. There's no one there to judge, and he was sure that the dead wouldn't mind that he took a rest in their resting place. He breathes out the smoke coming from the cigarette while staring at the red sky with a black outline on it. Every day it's the same day for him here. It's either getting attacked by demons, some damned human souls, or fallen angels. There's no time for rest, and there's no time to enjoy life where he's right now, which is ironically hell. Sometimes he wanted to just shut his eyes and get a 5-minute rest, or even 5 seconds to just forget where he was. But if he's being honest, ending up here, it's a lot better than whatever was left for him back when he was alive. Then he dozed off for a few seconds, not realizing that he had. Closing his eyes and enjoying the peace he's got right now. Seeing nothing but empty darkness with no sound or anything to disturb him is a privilege he wanted for so long. But the quiet darkness only lasted less than 10 seconds before being replaced with a screaming sound and a blinding flash of light hitting his eye. Then suddenly Izuku rises from his bed, gasping, awakened from his nightmare. On his cells, a baton tapped on the glass wall, followed by a horn blaring sound. Izuku stretches his legs for a moment before sitting on his bed with a guard waiting on the glass. The guard wears a standard white shirt with a white winter coat and a black snow boot while tapping his baton repeatedly on the glass. Morning, 1789. Appealing day. The guard greets him from the door, smiling at him mockingly. 11 Izuku stood in his cell, stretching himself while looking at his reflection in the mirror. The glass couldn't give him a proper reflection because of the glass itself, but he could see that he's changed for quite a while. While he watches his reflection, the door slides open, letting him out from his cell, and he's being guided by 6 trained armed soldiers ready to shoot at him. When he looks at his appearance, he notices that he's changed from before. His hair had gotten longer than before down to the back of his neck. The scar on his eye remains the same with a couple of bruises on his face. There's a metallic armband on his right wrist placed on him about 4 months ago. It's supposed to prevent the prisoner from ever escaping by sending an electric jolt to the inmate's body. The guards and the warden had the remote for turning it on and off. While he walks in the corridor being led by the guards, Izuku notices a security camera on the wall with a satellite object on it on every corner of the hallway. He recognized it right away. It's a quirk power dampening created by the hero commission to nullify any prisoner quirk, whether it's mutant or not. It's a state-of-the-art device made to suppress the quirk of prisoners. Finally, they arrive at a double steel door with guards on the front door. An officer is standing on the left inside of the wall, acting as a main control room. "Open the door," the guard yelled, and the officer pressed the button opening the steel door. The light above the door glows and it slowly opens, revealing a huge courtyard with nothing but a snowstorm right in the sky. The yard itself is pretty huge, almost the size of a baseball field. It has the standard gym equipment from a pull-up bar, weight lift, and barbells on the ground with snow covering it. Izuku saw the prisoners moving around the yard eyeing him when he was entering. It's an appealing day with -25°C with a chance of snowstorm around for today. "Enjoy yourself, inmate." The guard yanked off his coat and dropped it off the ground while he stepped on it with his boots. Izuku, however, didn't go on to grab the coat but continued to walk out and headed to the yard with nothing but his prison jumper. He stopped before the exit and turned his head towards the guard who took his coat. "It's warmer than where I come from, Stanley." He eyed the guard's name tag before letting himself out towards the blizzard. Izuku stepped forward and entered the yard, headed to his favorite place out there, the gym. He grabbed one of the dumbbells and lifted it using only his left hand like it didn't weigh a thing. Some of the prisoners are sitting while talking among themselves, and others are pointing at him when he's walking in, and the others are staring at him with intensity, hoping that lasers are coming out of their eyes. Most of the guards stood on the watchtower while keeping their eye on him, seeing him doing an exercise in a cold snowstorm with only a prison jumper. Few of the guards are worried that he might get hypothermia, but judging by how he works out, it's not gonna happen anytime soon. One of the guards, who looked like a rookie, went towards Stanley, the guard responsible for Izuku's cell, as he tried to address the situation regarding Izuku's confinement. "Sir, I want to talk about the inmate," the officer said. "Which one? Take your pick." Stanley replied while sipping a coffee. "I think you know, sir." He glanced toward Izuku, who kept lifting the dumbbell. "The one from the restricted area." "What about it?" Stanley asked nonchalantly while walking towards the guard room. "Sir, that man just went outside with nothing but a standard prison jumper, lifting a dumbbell right in the middle of a snowstorm. It's practically freezing out there, and you're just gonna stand there while drinking and not doing a thing. It's against the law, sir. That man could get hypothermia or could be passing out during the exercise or dash." But before he could say another word, Captain Stanley turned his head around, facing the rookie officer with his hand touching the door. "What's your name, officer?" Stanley asked. "Bradley, sir," he replied. "Listen, Officer Bradley, since this is your first week, I'm gonna give you some advice. That inmate over there is responsible for the destruction of 1/3 of Japan and is the leader of the group of terrorists known as Outcast of Hell. He's the one who ended the symbol of peace and terrorized and plunged entire Japan into the mess right now, so as far as I could tell, his well-being isn't my concern. He pointed his finger right where Izuku was before slamming the door opened and entered himself. Izuku returned to his prison cell once he was done with his exercise. He went to the shower room filled with 3 inmates in their shower room. He entered one in the middle and turned the shower on before dropping the towel that wrapped around his waist. His face is hit with the water coming from the shower spray after the workout he's doing outside. The cold water hitting him during the workout is one of the things he liked around here. Most people won't even try to shower for quite a while, mostly around 5 because of the water temperature, but Izuku didn't care and went on in the shower for more than 10 minutes or even longer. He always thought that drowning himself in cold water would surely calm his nerves. As the water flowed on Izuku's shower spray, a few of the inmates walked by in a group of 5 people. They gave a signal to the other inmate to get out of the room right now and they complied, hurrying themselves out. Izuku, who heard the water from the other shower turned on at the same time, knew that something was going on behind him. He turned off his water before wrapping himself in a towel and opened the door to be greeted by 5 African American men standing in the doorway. 3 of them carrying a knife in their grip while blocking the way, while the 2 of them came to greet him up close. 7 Izuku stepped out of the shower and the other 2 surrounded him from the other side, holding their knife ready to stab him. He recognized the leader who stood in the middle. People in here called him the Black Bull because of his big bulky posture, or his real name was Qian Huntley. He was known as an arms dealer back in Baltimore. "This is it? Just the 5 of you joining me for today?" he asked, thinking more people were gonna come. The rest of them chuckled hearing him out, thinking that Izuku could kill them before they did. "1, you must be stupid, white boy. There's 5 of us and 1 of you." One of them chuckled while pointing his knife at him. 5, however, Izuku didn't seem to be amazed by their threat and found it funny. He smirks while looking at the one who's closest to him before giving him a headbutt and knocking him out to the floor. The other 2 who closed by went after Izuku, trying to stab his gut or pull out their organ. But Izuku was much quicker and landed a quick jab at the one in front of him and slammed his knee at the man's face at his right, making his nose break. Then the other 2 on his rear tried to stab him, but Izuku grabbed the arm that held the knife and twisted it, making the knife fall on the floor and break his arm, making him scream in pain. He pushed him to the back, making the other guy fall to the back. Izuku quickly went after the last guy, grabbed his face, and slammed it to the floor, making the ceramic floor crack. In less than 30 seconds, all 5 of the inmates who went after him are lying on the wet floor of the bathroom, groaning in pain. Izuku pulled his hand that held the inmate's face as he passed out from the impact with his head bleeding out. The rest of them are also unable to get up, not because of the pain but because of the fear of being defeated by someone who looks weaker than him. Izuku went out to the sink to clean his hand, which was covered in blood, before heading out to his cell, leaving them on the floor. He walked into the hallway with a few of the inmates who began to clear his way after they just took a peek or heard at the fight that just happened in the shower room. In the warden's office, both Captain Stanley and Warden Dominic monitored the fight that just happened a few moments ago from the television in his room. They stared at the prisoners lying face down on the floor with blood coming from their heads and bodies. The warden turned off the screen and that's when the confrontation began. "Sir, it's the 3rd inmate he sent to the infirmary this month," Stanley said. "Yes, Captain. I received the report coming from the doctor's office last week." Warden Dominic acknowledges his concern while reading the report of the inmate's injury report. Warden Dominic stood while sitting on his desk reading the medical report. His big, beefy figure gives a calming but stern face. He had thick, dark hair and a bushy black mustache while wearing a black jacket underneath a long black sweater. "Then you knew he's a threat in this facility, sir? The first week since he's allowed to walk outside, he sent half of cell block A into the infirmary, all because of a fight in the yard. He took out about 15 people in a fight that day." Stanley reminds the warden about the major incident in the prison yard from before. "You knew as well as I do that he won't just attack people blindly without thinking. Some of the people in this prison feel threatened by his presence." The warden replied, "With all due respect, sir, if you give the kid preferential treatment, it'll undermine your credibility." The warden turned his head and faced his captain, looking at him. "Look, I know you got a soft spot for the kid because he's a minor, but the guy is a violent criminal. He deserves punishment just as much as the rest of these guys." Stanley said, trying to convince the warden about his decision. 2. The warden took off his glasses and placed the paper on his desk before sitting down at his desk. His face had an expression of exhaustion and grimace. "Captain, how long have you been working in this place?" the warden asked, and Captain Stanley looked in surprise with the question. 8 years, sir." "Why do you ask, sir?" he replied. "I've been running this prison for over 20 years. I've had people all over the world coming through this door, from rapists, convicts, serial killers, crime bosses, and even rogue heroes, but a 15-year-old kid from Japan is managed to get under my skin. You want to know why, Captain?" he asked, and Captain Stanley held his silence, waiting for his response. 2. The first day when he arrived at this door is probably the one single moment that I won't ever forget in my life. You were off duty that day, Captain, supervising a transport for a prisoner in Africa. But the moment he stepped foot inside this prison, every single person was terrified by his appearance, including the guards and me. Captain Stanley looked in wonder, as he couldn't believe the warden could easily be scared. He was locked in a cooling chamber, freezing on the inside. He couldn't even move an eyelid, for God's sake, but everyone was so tense that he might come out and kill everyone. They were all praying that the transfer went smoothly. The government put all of its funds into creating a special cell block just to trap one single person, which shows just how terrifying this person is. The warden began to remember the conversation he had with Nizu and the other government about holding Izuku to his facility. One flashback start: the warden is sitting in his office while holding a video meeting with the world leader who participates in creating this soul prison itself. All 195 leaders around the world are joining the global meeting to discuss what happened in Japan 2 days ago, with the world representative acting as an observer and witness. "I assume that all of you are on board with today's meeting?" the representative in a black suit asked. All of the world leaders nodded their heads, acknowledging the meeting, with Nizu acting as the representative from Japan. "Well, everyone, let's start with today's meeting regarding the Izuku Yagi case. First, on the agenda, I'll report the casualty status due to Izuku and the Outcast of Hell group attack. 2 days ago, Izuku Yagi launched an attack on 1/3 of Japan country, targeting most of the infrastructure of Japan, from telecommunication to power supply. Currently, we're doing everything we can to fix the matter, and we requested some of the other countries to lend their help to Japan." Nizu explained the report on Japan's current situation when he's being cut off by someone. 1. Nizu, correct. The screen changed to the President of France. "Yes, is there anything you want to ask, sir?" Nizu asked. "This is 𝗧𝗵𝗲 kid. Is he related to the legendary hero from Japan called Salamander? I heard that he's the boy's legal father," the French president asked. 1. That's correct. As you all saw from the video leaked by Izuku himself. He claimed that he's truly the son of the hero himself and is being neglected and bullied by his peers. Of course, the matter of the crime itself being covered by the HPSC from the Japan branch. Nizu admitted while lowering his head in shame. "I see. The former board of directors of Japanese HPSC did cover the involvement of his bullying, all because of his quirk status, which has led some countries to be prepared for any attack because of his reveal. I just can't help but have my doubts. I apologize." The France president apologized for his assumption that Japan might have an involvement with Izuku. To think that the symbol of peace had his involvement in creating someone like him. It's unbelievable. The Russian president shakes his head in disbelief. "We apologize for that. We have no idea about this matter before it's too late, and our negligence is also part of why did this happen." Nizu once again apologized and lowered his head. "Right now, where is Izuku Yagi's current location? We heard that he's already been defeated, correct? Is he dead?" the Australian president asked. 2. He's being transferred into a cryo chamber to Tartarus prison and has been in stasis over the last 42 hours, monitored by 1/4 of Tartarus prison guard, Nizu replied. "Well, forgive my language, but why are you guys didn't do anything other than lock him up? Why don't you just put him on a guillotine and cut off his head?" the French president suggested, with a few of the leaders agreeing with the suggestion. 2. Izuku Yagi has shown us that he couldn't be killed by any normal method. He had a regeneration ability that makes him impervious to any killing, which makes him immortal at this point. Freezing him was probably one of the only ways to neutralize him. Nizu answered. 4, but still, how long do you planning on keeping him there? If he somehow escapes, what stops him from targeting other nations? If Izuku Yagi somehow stops the production of our oil mining, can I assume that every country at this meeting will collaborate to guarantee our security? The Saudi Arabian leader asked everyone in the meeting, and before Nizu could answer, the other nations started to issue on each of their resource security matter. 7. Hold on, if our energy plant got attacked, there won't be any means to recover. The Chinese president mentioned, if our nation's coal production happens to be stopped, it will have a huge impact on the world economy. The Indonesian president interjects. 1. Shutting down our electronic company would deeply affect our domestic employment rate as well. The Hong Kong government is joining the talk. 2. Our country is close to Japan, which makes us vulnerable to attack. What happened if my country got attacked first and we have no way to defend ourselves? Will Japan and China, who's the closest to us, be sending its heroes and army to assist us during the war? The Korean president asked. 3. Why would we be sending our heroes and cutting off our battle strength where our nation could be attacked as well? The Chinese president cut him off and the other nations' leaders joined in trying to preserve their agenda and secure their security utmost. 1. We have our security to watch too, you know. I think it's easy to say that our nation's losses are the greatest. Ours are even greater. What do you base that on? While we're on the topic itself, shouldn't America be held equally responsible for All Might's crimes since he's a hero in their country for over a few years before moving to Japan? Excuse me. All Might moved from America a few years back? How is it our responsibility all of the sudden? 1. How about we start when you allow him to be a hero in the first place? How is it that the American Hero Commission didn't conduct proper research on him? Yeah, America gave All Might the hero license for him to operate and act as a hero. Why is no one taking his license right now? Don't blame everything on the American part. Japan had their fair share of blame for letting him be the #1 hero in the first place. That's right, where is he anyway? The rest of the meeting had turned into a pointless argument between pinning the blame on Japan and America for allowing All Might to be the #1 hero he was right now or preserving their economy. Nizu grimaced in silence, thinking that the whole meeting had turned to waste since most of the nation couldn't even cooperate to whether to punish All Might first or Izuku. Everyone's silence. The rest of the leaders stopped for a second, hearing the Australian Prime Minister trying to calm the situation. 5. Shouldn't we all be focusing on how to deal with Izuku Yagi's imprisonment? The minister asked as some of the leaders acknowledged his decision. Japan is the nation that's responsible for Izuku Yagi. How do you plan to deal with the situation? The minister looked at Nizu for some answers along with others. Right now, we're asking for all of the world leaders' assistance to move Izuku Yagi prison to a secure prison in Antarctica. We requested your help with this matter, Warden Dominic. The screen changed to Warden Dominic in his formal uniform. 1. Our facility sure is the perfect place to keep him, but even we're not sure whether this Izuku Yagi kid won't be wreaking havoc on my facility. If somehow during the transfer or during his time in the facility had caused problems that might affect the world, will I be granted permission to act according to my judgment? Warden Dominic asked, and by the expression of the world leaders, they don't have any clue to what he implied. What do you say, Warden? The British Prime Minister asked. The Warden closed his eyes for a moment before answering the question. I'm talking about the possibility that Izuku Yagi might influence the other criminal to a prison break. Everyone in the world knows about his reputation, even the criminals in here, and my facility does hold the worst criminals from all over the world. If somehow Izuku might break out of the prison or abet the other prisoner to do the same, do I have permission to do what's necessary to keep my facility safe? The Warden explained, and some of the leaders agreed with his decision. If by any chance Izuku is assisting a prison break or even using this chance to find himself a new ally, then the whole thing is going to turn into a mess right from the start. There's almost close to zero for anyone to lock Izuku into their facility. No sane person anywhere would volunteer to lock someone of Izuku caliber. I think it's safe to say that when the time comes, the decision falls on your shoulder to do what's necessary. Of course, we'll be putting our funds to create a special cell designed to keep him separated from the other inmates. the Russian president said, with most of the leaders nodding their heads agreeing to his decision. And just before the meeting could reach the end, Nizu decided to add one more intel for the Warden. And one more thing, Warden, if by any chance that Izuku is managed to escape or break out, please refrain from using violence as your way of answering. Izuku's power level isn't normal and quirk canceling cuff won't work. The only way to deal with him is with compromise. Flashback, and we build the wing especially for him, designed to keep him away from the rest of the world, and the first 2 months when he's awake, do you remember what he did? Warden Dominic asked. Yeah, I remember. He howls almost like a beast in the middle of the night because the chamber ran out of freon that week and suddenly he's breaking out of there, taking out nearly 30 guards with ease. I remember getting thrown to the wall like a ragged doll. He answered, knowing that he barely gets any sleep that day for handling him and had to spend 3 days in cast on the prison infirmary. 2. Yeah, well, if you knew what happened you won't just stay quiet. He grabbed a cigar and lit it, putting it in his mouth. What do you mean, sir? Captain Stanley raised his eyebrow. The warden offered the cigarette to Stanley and he took it before lighting it and puffing the smoke in the room before telling him the story. On the day before he got frozen, he nearly caused a major explosion in Minato Prefecture in Tokyo. The blast radius itself is massive. I heard that it could wipe out the entire Japan and take part of China with it, completely wiping out from the map. But he got frozen by Japanese heroes, that's what I heard. But I think there's more to the story than meets the eye. He spoke quietly towards Stanley while listening quietly. 3. That's why he went all feral that day. He's waking up completely in prison, taking out one guard at a time, sending a few of them to the hospital. So I went to him, talked to him, and made a deal. He has to stay in this facility till the time is decided and not kill anyone in the process, and we won't be bugging him. But he had to follow the rules of all prisoners here with no exceptions. Warden Dominic explains the agreement he makes with Izuku. What kind of rule is that, sir? It doesn't make any sense. Stanley looked in confused, not understanding what he meant. I know, Captain, but the world we live in right now doesn't make any sense either. He turned his back to face the window, looking at the snowy yard before turning back. 2. I've trapped some of the worst, from serial killers, war criminals, rapists, crime lords, rogue heroes, and even villains from all around the world. But never have I imprisoned a devil. He puffed the smoke from his cigarette, watching the camera of Izuku walking back to his cell. 1. Izuku looked at the ceiling, blinded by the light on top of him. His head is lying on the pillow while thinking of the situation. After the fight with a few of the inmates, he enjoyed that somehow. The rush of excitement and the adrenaline. It's thrilling for him. Did it feel good to beat up those inmates? Of course. Did he feel a tiny regret for it? Not even close. Somehow, he misses those feelings, where he could let loose and join in on a fight. He almost thought that prison might have dulled his battle sense or something, but turns out it didn't. He remembers the first time he felt something like that when he first fell to hell. One flashback start: Izuku falls in midair as the portal where he got sucked in slowly disappears. He falls about 50 meters from the sky and he lands on the garbage bin. His body slammed towards the trash he's currently on while hearing an indistinct chatter on the back. He stared at the sky where he was on, and it was colored with a scarlet red with dark cloud and smokes hovering in the air. The smell of sewage and trash hit his nose as he tried to get up and leave. Izuku grunts as he manages to leave the dumpster and looks at where he is. The grimy fronts of the surrounding houses were not welcoming. Some of them had broken windows, glimmering dully in the light from the street lamps. Paint was peeling from many of the doors, and heaps of rubbish lay outside several sets of front steps. People are walking suspiciously, glancing over left and right. People getting mugged in the middle of the street, a loud chatter in the alley where he came from, and a sound of screaming and yelling echoed throughout the street. Izuku stared at where he was while nervously looking around. Of these people in here, almost half of them have a shady demeanor and are giving the vibes of criminals and villains. He walked in the streets, putting his head down, trying not to attract attention from someone. For all he knows, none of these people could be trusted, and asking for help from this place seems to be out of the question. Then suddenly he could feel an arm tugging around his neck. A young man with dark skin and black hair in dreadlocks with a large red headband. On his torso, he wears a red tank top underneath a thick blue vest. He smiled viciously, showing his teeth at his while pinning his neck around his arm. "Hey there, little fella. You look a little lost," he asked gleefully. "I'm fine," Izuku simply said, trying to brush him off, but he pulled his collar clothes back and faced him against the wall on the street. "Hey man, seems like you're new in this place, so let me run you through the rules here. You've to pay the fine whenever you walk here. If you don't, then you'll be eating breakfast with straws from now on." He threatened him while putting his fist on the wall. However, Izuku didn't feel threatened by his warning at all. Compared to the Bakuga twins or his sister, this guy is nothing but a small chump. "Get lost. You're nothing but all talk," Izuku said before making his way, but the guy didn't like how he was acting and simply pulled his fist and hit him on the back of his head. "I don't think you listened to me very well. Guess your mommy didn't teach you some manners at all." He slammed both of his fists together and cracked his knuckle. "No, she didn't," Izuku whispered and quickly swiped his feet, making him lose balance and fall on the ground with his head hitting the pavement. He quickly ran to the alley before he could catch up, but unfortunately for Izuku, he heard an angered voice coming from his rear chasing him. One flashback, and not wanting to stay any longer in his bed, he chooses to spend his time exercising on his cell. His prison time in the yard is gone for today, and the only place he could go for was only this cell. So he continued his exercise regimen like always. From sets of bent knees sit-up to inverted push-ups. He didn't know whether the cell had a security camera or not, but he didn't care and simply continued on his exercise whether it was under the guard's watch or not. Then he heard a door sliding from his private cells. Izuku glanced and saw the warden coming to visit him. Alone. Without any guards to watch over him. Out of everyone in the prison, Warden Dominic is one of the people that he likes the most, unlike Captain Stanley and a few of the officers. His fair treatment and decision makes him to be one of the person inside this wall that he doesn't loathe at the very least. "Warden, to what do I owe the pleasure?" Izuku greets him as he walks in his direction while sitting on the bed. He walked towards the glass case and stood by, crossing his hand behind his back in a military gesture. "I heard that you had a couple of fights in the last few days." The warden asked about the bathroom incident. It was typical for the warden to visit Izuku once or even twice a week, usually after another prisoner picked a fight with Izuku. The fighting always just seemed to happen. It wasn't so much in the beginning, mostly just defending himself from ill-intentioned prisoners, but then Izuku somehow found himself at the top of the prisoners' pecking order. And of course, being the biggest man in the yard, came with a lot more fights from the new guys thinking that they could be the top dog of this prison. "Well, I haven't broken my agreement with you. They're not dead, you saw the medical report." Izuku answers nonchalantly. "Doesn't mean you can leave them in a half-dead situation." Izuku glances at him before turning his head away from him. "1. You've been here long enough to know that I'm less interested in punishment than I'm in rehabilitation." Warden Dominic walks around the front of his cell, circling the front. Izuku looked towards the warden with a funny expression with a hint of surprise. The warden might be one of the people that Izuku doesn't despise, but that doesn't mean that he won't get angry at him for pressing matters that he doesn't like. "Rehabilitation. Need I remind you who am I and what I've done?" Izuku asked. "I don't need a reminder of who you are, son," Warden Dominic answered in a stern voice. "Well, clearly you do, since I'm the guy you don't want to mess with." Izuku stepped towards the glass, holding his hand at the casing of his cell, but the warden didn't feel threatened by his intimidation. His calm demeanor remains unshaken by Izuku's threat. "I've known you long enough to know you're a man of your word, son. And one thing that I learned is that above all you had honor. And that is something very rare within these walls." The warden turned away and started to walk towards the door, letting himself out, leaving Izuku in his cell with his thoughts. Izuku is left alone in the cell with his thoughts. To be honest, he didn't know what he wanted. He beat those prisoners to the brink of their lives simply because they were irritating him, and yet he's still struggling to fight with his thought. The warden always visits him and gives him some good news or something neutral, which is an okay one for him. He heard that Japan was still recovering from the attack that he and his members had dealt with. The HPSC board director is facing a full investigation of their corruption activity over 30 years. Izuku always snickers and tries to hide his smirks from the warden regarding the news, but he couldn't help it that their corrupt activity had been exposed for the whole media to see and judge. But the warden also informed that his family and friends are being held and undergoing protective custody by the government. Izuku scowled once he heard the news, thinking that after all this time, they still had the privilege of running free and walking among the society. But after hearing the warden mention honor, Izuku somehow shook his head, trying to deny his words, but those words remained under the back of his mind. Not wanting to stay any longer, he headed straight towards his bed and laid his head on the pillow, waiting for the lights of his cell to be turned off. It's 9 in the morning and the snow keeps falling from the air. Izuku is currently in the yard doing exercises, doing pull-ups on the bar. The guards eyed him from the watchtower as he exercised in the winter conditions, while most of the inmates were sitting in the yard and trying to warm themselves or lifting weights to spare some time. He finished doing his pull-up exercise and dropped his feet on the snowy ground when one of the inmates slowly walked towards him with bruises all over his face and a set of black eyes on his right. You're him, aren't you, the burning man?" He points his finger at him while trembling, but Izuku shakes his head. "Wrong guy." He walks past him, but the inmate follows him. But I saw you on TV. That long hair threw me off a little bit, but it's definitely you. I'm a big fan. I'm Haruto, by the way." He extended his hand, waiting for Izuku to shake his, but he didn't. Okay, I'm not that person anymore, all right. Izuku continued to deny his claim while trying to leave, but Haruto kept blocking his way. He glanced over to his back and saw a group of 5 African American people who stared right at their conversation. Izuku recognized that they were from the same gang that attacked him the other day. "Look, I'll join whatever gang you're in. I don't care what I have to do. I just need your protection," he whispers and lowers his head, not wanting the other inmates to know about their conversation. "I'm not in a gang," Izuku replied. Then let me be your sidekick or your lookout or something. Please. Just how am I supposed to survive in here?" he asked with tears shed from his eyes. "I don't know, leave me alone," Izuku said for the last time before walking out from the yard and leaving Haruto by himself in the yard with other inmates as Izuku headed back to the cafeteria. Flashback start. Izuku hides behind the wall of a demolished building. His breath is panting from exhaustion after being chased since he went to hell. He's tired and hungry from not eating since he got here, which is weird since he barely ate when he was still alive. He could hear the sound of a man searching for him a few blocks away from him. The sound was getting closer with every second and he was trapped. No matter which way he's going, he will find him. Seems the man is known as a thug around the part. While he was hiding, he could see the shadow getting closer, and when he was about to walk away, he accidentally stumbled on a case of a beer bottle, knocking it to the ground, and the shadow was running towards him. He was running to the end of the alley where he met a dead end. "Come out, little twerp, I won't hurt you too badly enough," the guy yelled out in the alley trying to find him. Then when he's about to get caught, there's a thud sound coming from the side and a shadow dropping from the rooftop near his side. It was a woman, with black hair and a green military jacket with a white shirt and dark blue jeans. He stumbled to the ground after seeing her falling from the emergency stairs, watching her hair gracefully fall down in her appealing manner. "What are you doing there? Get up," she shouted while running towards the alley with Izuku following from behind. Izuku and the mysterious lady continued to run in the alley. The sound of their footstepping echoes around the alley till they reach the back door of a restaurant. She knocks on the door 3 times before it opens from the inside. Izuku looked in suspicion, not knowing whether to follow her or not. But he came this far, might as well just go ahead and go down the rabbit hole. Izuku entered the door and closed it. But all he saw was nothing but a dark room without any light on it. He tried to find the woman who led him here, but all he could feel was nothing but an arm pressing to his throat against the wall. He choked trying to catch his breath and pushed the mysterious person who was holding him. Then the light is turned and he saw 2 people in the room. One is the woman who leads him here and a guy in the same military jacket as the woman but in a darker color holding a knife to his throat. "Twitch and I will open your throat for you," the man asked in a loud tone, holding a knife to Izuku's throat. Whoa, I'm not a bad guy, I'm innocent," Izuku said, trying to prove himself. "The hell you are, this is hell. There are no innocent in this dump." The man throws Izuku on the floor, slamming his back to the table. He grunts on the floor, holding his stomach from the hit. The man walked towards him and grabbed his shirt collar, and suddenly he was pushed onto the floor with his back on the ground. The man pressed the knife to Izuku's throat, pinning him on the floor. "Please don't do this, I didn't do anything," Izuku pleads, seeing the metallic edge of the knife directly on his eye. "How did you find this place? You've got 3 seconds to answer before I cut out your voice box." The man threatens him. "I followed the woman over there, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't so you could kill me." Izuku nudged his eye towards the woman who was sitting on the counter drinking what seemed to be alcohol. The man released his grip but still pointed his knife at Izuku's face. "What?" he asked in disbelief, but didn't turn his head to the woman. She gave me directions to your place," Izuku answered in a terrified tone while holding a sharp object pointed at him. The guy continued to eye him before quickly striking him with his elbow and knocking him out cold on the floor. Flashback, and Izuku enters the cafeteria with the other inmates staring at him as he walks by. They sit at the table eating and minding their own business, but few of them look at him. He entered the cafeteria while carrying his tray filled with food and walked towards the end of the table with no one sitting by. He spotted Haruto sitting at the table with some of the other inmates stealing his food and eating it right in front of him, but he didn't intervene. At the end of the table, Izuku put his tray on the table and sat down staring at his food when suddenly he heard some inmates fighting each other over spilled milk and causing a small riot at the end near the entrance. Izuku watched the inmates trading fists with the guard, trying to break up the fight before it escalated. He turned his head back staring at his food when suddenly he saw a food tray about to hit his head and he dodged. Then a kick spins in front of him and he manages to block it before it's too late. He watched the inmates that attacked him, and it's not the same group that attacked him yesterday in the shower. There were 4 Americans and a few of them had tattoos all over their arms as they cracked their knuckle and swung a small blade made out of a cutter. 3, and among the crew, he recognized that some of them were from the branch of the crime organization he took out when he was operating as the Burning Man. A few of them glared in Izuku's direction while swinging their fork and making a gesture of slicing their throat as a warning sign. "Heard that you were All Might's son. He's the reason why I'm sitting in a life sentence in this dump," one of the inmates said, swinging his blade right at him. "For, you really want to do this?" Izuku asked them the same thing as he asked before. "You may be some big shot out there, but here, you're nothing but a monkey in a cage." One of the inmates swung his blade and rushed in trying to stab Izuku, but he slapped his hand and dropped the knives on the floor. One of them throws a punch at Izuku, but he catches the fist and pushes him to the back, stumbling with the inmates who previously held a blade. And one of them, who's the biggest, swings his fist at Izuku, but Izuku blocks him and lands a solid hit on his abdomen. He held his stomach trying to withstand the pain when suddenly a foot landed on his chin, breaking a few of his teeth. The one who carries a knife rushed in trying to get a jump on him during the commotion, but Izuku, who saw that coming, grabbed his throat, slammed his back at the table, and repeatedly punched him in the face. His fist meets with the inmate's face and blood is splurring on his knuckle. He didn't know how many times he punched the guy, but all he saw was nothing but red and anger. All he wanted was nothing but to wipe the smirks away from that man and show that he was no one to be messing with. The rush, the adrenaline, it's all coming back to him once again. While he kept beating the inmate, a loud shot came into the air as the guard unloaded his shotgun and fired it into the air. The rest of the inmates were immediately dropped to the floor with the riot squad joined in to calm the situation. Izuku pulled back his fist and left the man to fall onto the floor with blood coming from his mouth. "Break it up. Break it up," the officers warned, carrying a riot shield and a baton. Izuku stood watching the bloodied man lying on the floor, losing consciousness. "You've all had enough fun for today, don't you think?" They quickly reprimand the inmates who joined in the attack along with Izuku himself. Captain Stanley, who joined the riot squad, looked at the inmates and a knife on the floor and already knew who was responsible for the commotion in the morning. "You know the penalty for being in possession of a weapon, Mr. Davis." Stanley looked towards Davis, the big guy who tried to take on Izuku. "Take him to the hole." 2 officers grabbed his wrist and led him to the hallway towards the solitary confinement. He kept shouting that it wasn't his blade, and Izuku set him up. Stanley watched Davis being carried by the guards before looking back in Izuku's direction. He glared right at the green eyes standing in front of him, and he glared back with the same intensity. "You're going to your cell, inmate." Izuku glared at Stanley once he made the decision, and 2 guards escorted him back to his cell along with 4 riot squads to accompany them. Izuku is sitting in solitary confinement after his little stunt with the inmates at the cafeteria. After Izuku had come out from the cafeteria, the guards threw him onto the floor harshly and cuffed him to take him back down to his cell in solitary confinement and the other 2 to the medical bay for treatment. And so Izuku sat, alone in solitary confinement, waiting for some of the guards, waiting to see what they had in store for his disobedience this time. He knew that not a single person in this cell can't be trusted. The prisoners are gunning after him, and the guards are just too lazy to intervene unless they have to or when he takes things too far. Except for the warden, half of the guards here are just fat F who fatten their pocket drinking coffee in the morning while watching the monitor. The solitary cells where Izuku were really dark. The sound of intense pounding was the only thing that accompanied him for today. He knows that the pounding was fists hitting concrete as the prisoners tended to hit the wall of his cell over and over and over again. They tend to do that to train their muscle mass and keep them in shape since there's nothing else they can do in solitary. Most of the people who are locked up here are those who kept contraband in their cells or initiated a fight between other prisoners or caused a ruckus with the guards. Others were probably because the prisoners didn't pay for their monthly pay for bribing the guard for special privileges. As Izuku sat on the floor while staring at the dark solitary room, a few of the inmates in there making a ruckus between each other trying to get on each other's nerves or having an unfinished quarrel in the yard. Hearing them start to yell at each other, Izuku sits on the floor with his right knee bending before starting to whistle in his cell. The sound of Izuku's Kill Bill whistle echoed throughout the whole solitary confinement almost like a death has come to greet each and every one of them. The once loud and erratic cell had turned silent once that whistle sound hit their eardrum, alerting them that he was here with them. No longer the inmate's head is coming out through the small window on their door but instead lowering their head and away from it. Once the ruckus had ended, he heard the sound of the metallic door being opened and saw movement coming from the small window. He glances and sees the guard going to carry Haruto, who appears to be bloodied and beaten up. His face is swollen from bruises and dry blood plastering all over his face. One of the guards who worked under Captain Stanley grabbed his wrist and threw him on the floor. The door of his cell closed just as his body touched the floor. When the solitary room is closed and the guards are leaving, Izuku leans on the wall trying to talk to Haruto over his situation. He guesses that the gang that giving him the looks during the morning is giving him a few beatdowns as a reminder or an amusement. "Are you okay?" Izuku lays his back on the wall trying to talk to him. The sound of Haruto gasping is heard through the hallway, trying to stop himself from crying. "Why do you care? I'm not gonna survive in here," he gasped while trying to stop the tears coming out from his eyes. Izuku leans forward towards the wall trying to hear him saying even clearer than before, "Yeah, you will. You'll be fine. You just left me to die," he continued to sob his tears. "Look, I knew that they didn't want to kill you because I knew that they were coming after me." Izuku tried to explain to him knowing that the guards and the prisoners were targeting him anywhere in the prison yard. Haruto was nothing but a scapegoat for them. "So you just let them beat the CRP out of me." That got Izuku to hold his next word as he realized the mistake he was making. "I have family too. Did you ever think about that? I mean, I shouldn't even be in here. I was wrongfully accused of murder. And that's what the city's like now. There's no justice. All they cared about is catching the bad guy." He sniffles while talking about how he doesn't deserve to be in prison. Izuku looked at the small window trying to catch a small reflection of his face from the metal bar or railing or something, trying to imagine what his expression must be like right now. It kinda reminds him of how he was treated when he was little by his neighborhood and friends over his lack of quirk. He can imagine that Haruto must be the one kid in the prison he always heard about. The weak, defenseless kid that the big guys are targeting, trying to feed their ego to make themselves look strong and be recognized while all they do is simply bullying the weak. "Look, just keep your head down, you'll be fine," Izuku suggested over to Haruto, trying to stop him from crying. His sobbing stopped for a moment and Izuku raised his eyebrow thinking that Haruto was probably done crying or listening to his advice. but that quickly went out the window when he replied, That's your advice. He sobbed with his voice muffled. All this time I thought you had a raw deal, like I did. But it makes sense now why you were here just like me, because you don't care. He weeps over from his cell and continues to cry over the entire day. Izuku sits on the floor, continuing to hear his sobbing tears from the floor after being called out by Haruto's mockery. Truth be told, he tried to avoid the kid because it reminded him of how he was back when he was still quirkless and weak. He should have defended him or something, but ignoring him and leaving him out in the yard where all the guards and the prisoners could beat him out of frustration is simply not right. This place holds the worst of the worst, but somehow, they choose to put Haruto in here over what? Lack of space in prison cells. It doesn't feel right at all. He knew that the warden wouldn't allow something like this to happen. He's too much of an honored man. Either the HPSC is putting him in here for a reason, or they just overlooked the matter and decided to put someone like him in an off-the-books supermax prison. He wanted to shut his eyes and leave this whole thing, but Haruto's sobbing tears continued to ring through his ears almost like an alarm. Listening to him talking from before reminded him of his true mission from before. To fight for the injustice that's happening in this world. Somehow, he abandoned those missions because of the vendetta that he's having with his sister and his family. When he chose to be the Burning Man or the Demon of Mizudafu, he chose to wear that name as a symbol for those who couldn't fight for themselves. As a beacon for those who are too afraid to stand up and fight for the underdog. While others were worried about money or status or fame, they forgot that the first fundamental thing that this era had to fix firsthand was discrimination against each other. Whether it's between the poor and rich or strong and weak or even quirkless and not, it's part of the current problem as it is. But his vengeance had clouded those missions. The reason why he formed the Outcast of Hell group is because he's trying to fight over the unfairness that this world has to offer, and where does that lead him? Trapped in a prison. He knew that his vengeance was as important as the promise he made, but he needed to settle things firsthand. Izuku put his hand over to his face, thinking that he owed it to Claire at the very least. To right his wrongs and finish what he started. 9. It's the next day after his conversation with Haruto, and the guard greets him in the morning like always. They hit the rails of his cell doors with their baton, waking him from his slumber, not that he had one in the first place. The door to his solitary cell is left open and he steps forward and places his hand in front for the guards to uncuff his hand. There are 3 guards who accompany him along with Captain Stanley to monitor his transfer to the yard. He smugly drank his coffee while walking out from his solitary and being led by the guards. He walked towards the hallway and made his way to the yard filled with multiple prisoners who eyed him as he entered. A few of them stopped what they were doing and stared at him, giving him the vibes and the atmosphere that he didn't belong in there. After the fight that he had in the cafeteria, everyone seems to be targeting him, including the guards. He could tell based on the looks that everyone had towards him. Even Stanley didn't try to hide the fact that he wanted a piece of him in the yard. He walked straight to the middle of the yard and tried to find the person he was looking for, and he found him. Davis is sitting in the yard near the gym with a few of his lackeys surrounding him. Izuku, who managed to spot him, quickly makes his way towards him. Kian and his group who were close by decided to greet him while smiling, looking oblivious to the situation. "Kid, you don't look too hot there." Kian smugly walked towards Izuku's direction, but he didn't reply or acknowledge him. "Maybe I can help you, Dash." Then suddenly his throat got punched by Izuku and struck him to the ground. One of his men tried to get up and block his path, but Izuku sent a threatening glare to them and they slowly backed up. The others didn't try to block his path as he made his way towards Davis. "Stand down, you're not a hero," Stanley spoke from behind, but Izuku didn't listen to him at all. He walked towards Davis and he returned his gaze as the two of them in a complete stare down. His green eyes meet with Davis's brown eyes with none of them blinking. The other inmates surround them in a circle formation. Stanley nods toward the rest of the guards, telling them not to intervene since they want to watch how this is going. Izuku hasn't taken his eyes off Davis as he smirks in arrogance, thinking that he won't start a fight with his lackeys and everyone in here wants to see him dead. There are over 80 inmates in the yard. And he won't just recklessly start a war with the entire prison. Haruto stood at the end of the side watching the scene unfolding from his eyes, thinking that a fight was gonna erupt soon, or even a riot. His face was still scarred and battered from the beatdown he got from Davis and his men, so he moved to the sides, not wanting to get involved. What are you going to do, 𝗵𝗃? Davis smugly looked towards Izuku with his face standing right in front of him, extending his hand in the air. Izuku stood in silence as he recognized that some of the inmates were circling them, almost waiting for a chance to beat him or trying to place themselves blocking his path in case he tried to run away. He turned his head and saw the gym equipment on the ground with barbells along with a few rusted dumbbell plates, and grabbed one of the plates and immediately slapped Davis's face with it. Davis's body slumped to the ground, trying to catch himself from the dizziness on his head after being smacked. His knee touched the ground while trying to recover from the concussion. He turned his head towards Izuku, only to find a metal plate to strike his head again. This time he landed on the ground with his back touching the pavement. He grabbed the plate and repeatedly hit his chest multiple times as he started to cough up blood. Then Izuku tossed the metal plate, grabbed his shirt, and punched him in the face over and over before he stopped. His face is beaten and bruised with blood splattered on the white snow, turning to pristine white snow into a bloody red. Then the rest of the inmates went after Izuku, with some of them holding a rusty knife and swinging it in his direction, including Davis's men. Many of the men had tried to take advantage of him because of the beatdown in many ways, but none of them walked away unscathed. It should never be said that Izuku also came out unscathed. They all went after him like a punk teenager trying to have a school fight. Izuku grabbed one of the inmates' fists, threw his fist in the air, and slammed him on the ground almost like a judo stance. The snow pavement didn't create enough cushion to break the fall of his back, so he immediately went out cold. The others tried to swing their knife at him in a trained manner as Izuku tried to avoid every single one of them, about 4 to 5 knives, while the others watched in amusement. Izuku grabbed one of the knives and tossed it down on the ground, grabbed the guy's wrist, and snapped it quickly. He screamed in pain as he fell on the floor while watching Izuku swiftly block and slap the hand that tried to pry onto him. Then one of the inmates, who had a broad shoulder and bulky muscles, charged in Izuku's direction and slammed him on the prison wall. Izuku's body landed on the wall as he charged like a bull toward him. He backflipped from where he was and quickly went behind the huge inmate and kicked his kneecap from behind. He dropped to his knee, trying to relieve his pain after his knee got shattered by Izuku's quick kick, followed by a swift kick to his chin, shattering a few of his teeth. As he watched the man out of commission, he felt a sharp graze sensation on his abdomen, almost like he was being by a gun or a rifle. At first, he assumed that one of the guards came to break up the fight, but only to find that one of the inmates' fingers had turned into a muzzle. Guess I'm getting a bit rusty here. He smirks while blowing the smoke coming from his finger. Smokes came out from the tip of it as he smirked in delight, and managed to shoot the infamous demon. Izuku saw the smoke from the tip, and that's when he realized that the quirk dampening sensor had been cancelled or turned off. His eyes went to the watchtower where Stanley was standing, since he held the remote of the sensor. Izuku grits his teeth, thinking just how low these guys were trying to kill him here. He began to notice that some of the prisoners were starting to begin to get the feeling of their quirk returning. With this, many prisoners' quirk is gonna return, and the whole prison is gonna crumble within minutes. He needs to do something fast. These prisoners won't go down without a fight, and he knows that talking is out of the table. He needs to do something that will kill their lust for battle. Something to break them out of the trance. Suddenly, another bullet passed by through his cheek and saw the inmate with a gun quirk smirking and gesturing his hand in a gun gesture. Seeing the inmate, Izuku began to have an idea where they would be listening to him. It won't be pretty, but the only thing that these people listen to is violence. So Izuku walked straight towards the gunman. You wanted to die that badly. Is that it? He changed his finger back into a muzzle and played with it. The gunman laughed softly, thinking that Izuku already accepting his fate to die. He pointed his finger and fired another bullet at him, but Izuku managed to avoid it. He fired once more and he avoided again. Seeing Izuku coming closer to him, he began to panic and fire off another shot, but he missed. Shots after shot, and still he couldn't manage to land a hit at him. Out of panic, he began to flee and run among the crowd, but Izuku quickly wrapped his arm around the gunman's neck from behind, put both of his hands together, and quickly snapped his neck in front of the prisoners. The snapping sound could be heard from the entire yard as everyone, including Captain Stanley, was absolutely silent. You could have dropped a pin in the dead center of the field and everyone would have heard it. That's how quiet it was. Thousands of eyes continued to watch in surprise as events continued. The gunman's lifeless body fell on the ground with his eyes looking dead. No one would believe that Izuku, the infamous demon of Mizudafu, would snap someone's neck and kill him on the spot. Almost immediately after the event, the rest of the prisoners lost their will to fight and go all silent, watching the gunman's body go limp and lose color. Stanley and the rest of the guard went back to the watchtower, but not before sealing the gate and locked the prisoner in the yard. Whether out of instinct or to defend himself, he knew that staying in the yard for 1 second longer would cost him more than his job. After 5 seconds of deafening silence, Izuku went running and climbing the wall and headed towards the watchtower. The guard went all panicked and immediately issued an alarm, with the prisoners in the yard suddenly cheering over Izuku's action. He climbed those walls without a hitch, almost like a trained parkour. The alarm sound of the prison continued to ring, almost like a fire just to break through. Multiple officers quickly scattered, took their rifles and aimed them in Izuku's direction, waiting for their captain to give them permission to shoot. Stanley yelled out his command as multiple officers began to fire off their weapons, only for Izuku to skip over the wall and avoid the bullet shower coming towards him. He jumped over one wall after another as he continued to climb. In less than 20 seconds, Izuku managed to climb to the top floor of the wall filled with guards aimed at him. On the one side, the guards went to block his path, pulled their batons on the other side, and headed towards Izuku's direction. "Get back, you convict," one of the guards with the label of Alpha on their vest warned Izuku. However, Izuku finds that his threat is empty, with no backing up. He saw that Stanley was up in the back of the office looking at Izuku's situation, being trapped on both sides. He stayed on watchtower duty while cooperating with the rest of the officers to either secure the prisoners in the yard and detain Izuku on the ground. Who knows that with a little bit of luck, maybe Izuku would have been dead or accidentally killed in the attempt of struggle. The phone on the watchtower is ringing, with Stanley knows exactly who's on the other side of the call as he coughs, trying to clear his voice. He picked up the phone and replied to the caller. "Yes, Warden," Stanley replied, putting the phone on his ear. "What the hell is going on out there?" Warden Dominic yelled at the other end of the phone, trying to ask his captain about the situation. "Everything's fine, sir. It's just a minor riot, that's all," he assured him, hoping that he would hear the end of it. "I don't think a minor riot in the yard would involve a riot squad running my hall like a war is about to go down and a loud alarm hitting my office. I've been a warden in the last 20 years, and I know a riot when I see one myself." He pressed the matter with Stanley, could feel himself sweating even though it was very cold outside. "There's a breaking out, sir. A prisoner is trying to escape, but we got the situation under control," Stanley replied, when suddenly the glass of the watchtower was smashed with something being thrown at it. Stanley ducked under the table, trying to cover himself from the million fragments of the glass piercing through his skin. He looked at the broken window as the cold wind managed to get inside, shivering the once warm room. He tried to find out what was crashing into the window all of a sudden when he spotted a black vest lying on the desk where he got a call from the warden with Alpha writing on it. That's when he recognized that it was the Alpha Team Leader Squad. He recognized the vest immediately as he lay unconscious on the table with no sign of him waking up at all. Then suddenly he saw someone jumping in towards the broken window, and he recognized who it was. The green hair and its eyes that matched the color were more than enough for him to know who it was. He looked extremely pissed, and not just like usual, with more anger and rage coming towards him. Stanley grabbed his gun from the holster and pointed it at him, but even with the gun aimed directly at his head, it wasn't giving Izuku much of a threat. The phone where the warden calls him is still on the line with him, trying to call on the situation, but Stanley is too afraid to pick up the phone that's lying in front of Izuku's boot. Then he saw Izuku go towards the phone and grab it. "Drop the phone and get on your knee." Stanley pointed his gun at him, but Izuku didn't seem to be fazed. He went to answer the person at the end of the call, the warden himself. "Hello, Warden, we need to talk." Flashbacks start. Izuku finally wakes up after being struck by the mysterious man. He could hear an argument happening just a few meters from him. The sound of the argument is getting clearer as he starts to fully awaken and see the surroundings. His arms and hands are tied up to the chair he's sitting on. The man is currently having an argument with the woman that leads him to what he presumes to be their hideout. He grunts after feeling something has bitten him, probably a mosquito or a bug. The man who struck him walked straight towards him, grabbed a drink bottle and gulped its contents while walking in a circle around him, while the woman who brought him here simply sat on the bar desk. "Sorry kid, we need to check if there's a possibility that you might be a spy for the other group. But what we don't know is whether you'll be slowing us down here or not." He walks in a circle around him, almost trying to size him up. What do you mean?" Izuku asked, clearly feeling left out and not understanding what was going on in there. "You see kid, we're in hell right now in case you didn't realize it just yet. Now here, it's every man and woman for himself. There's no trust or loyalty in here. It's only survival. Now my friend over there is bringing you here without my consent. We had a few quarrels and I disagree on taking you here with us." He pulled out his knife from the holster on his hip and showed it to him. Izuku went out in panic, trying to come up with an explanation for not getting himself to be killed. He's not an expert on resurrection from hell here, but he could guess that once he died here, then there's no third chance for him left. "You're just going to kill me?" Izuku gasped, seeing the knife directly to his face. "Like I said, it's nothing personal," he said, "but if you're alive, the other gang will find you. And if they find you, they will torture you until you give up our location, and I can't allow for that to happen." Izuku rises from his chair while still tied up. "Hey, don't leave. No, please don't do this, all right? I'm not going to say anything to Dash." He got punched once again and pushed on the ground for him to sit down. "Don't make it more difficult upon yourself. I can do this in a way that you will not feel it at all." He pointed his knife and aimed its tip at his neck, praying and thinking about what could he do to him at this point. Izuku, however, refused to let this person kill him. He already once died, and that isn't something he wanted to experience again. He made a promise to his sister that he would kill her along with her friend, and he wouldn't let himself be killed this easily. Out of desperation, Izuku's arm moves behind the chair and twists around. He once read a book on how to escape from a tied-up chair. He decided to bite the bullet and just go for it, and suddenly a sound of snapping could be heard, followed by a screaming sound coming from him. He groaned on the chair, couldn't believe what just happened. He just dislocated his thumb. The lost feeling of his finger is all the confirmation he needed. He gets up from the chair after freeing himself and pays the man back by striking his face like he did before. However, the man simply laughs after being struck by him. His laughter isn't filled with mockery, but instead with proudness to it. He extends his hand for Izuku to take it, and they both shake hands with Izuku's injured hand. "Jack Wild," he introduced himself. "One, Izuku Yagi." Izuku said his name. "Well, Izuku Yagi, there might be some hope for you after all." Jack grins at him as Izuku's body still shaking from the pain he felt on his finger. One flashback and Izuku lying on his bed while reading a novel provided by the guards to pass some time in the prison. It's been 2 weeks since the discussion with the warden, and things have changed in here. After the whole riot fiasco, Izuku and the warden went out to discuss things that happened. From how some of the guards were taking bribes, initiating an illegal fight between the prisoners, even committing abuse towards them, and letting prisoners run free with their quirk active. Stanley went all silent, not admitting or denying the facts, while hoping that he managed to slither away from the fire that was hitting his rear. Needless to say, almost a dozen officers immediately got fired without pay after a complete full sweep by the warden. Stanley's position, however, still remains as captain, but he got a slap on the wrist and lost the trust of the warden. The federal government sent several other guards to reform the prison. Now there is less yard time, cell checks every half hour, and everyone is kept in line, including Stanley. Now the prison is being run not only by correctional officers but also by the military from Russia and China to ensure that the prisoners are being run properly. Stanley is also being forced to work with the army to maintain the order, and he's not enjoying it one bit. As for the prisoner whose neck Izuku snapped, his death is outside the warden's responsibility, since the regulation indicates that any prisoner death caused by other inmates is outside the responsibility of the prison, including the warden. However, since the case is so special with Izuku's involvement, the government decided to intervene and added the military as their backup. For Izuku, he kept doing his exercise routine almost every day, which seemed the only way for him to pass the time. Haruto's situation seems to have gotten a lot better now that the prisoner and the former guards started to back off. Now with the army monitoring the prisoners, they didn't have much time to cause trouble. So with nothing left to do, Izuku remained in his cell reading a novel. He went towards the guard asking for a book to help pass the time, and they gave him a few sets of novels to autobiography. The guard seemed to not mind since that meant he's gonna spend the time in the cell rather than the yard looking for trouble or bringing one. And the warden approved his request as well. So right now, here's where Izuku right now. He was lying on the bed with one hand resting on his head with the other holding the book on the other, minding his own business. He didn't know why he chose to pick reading as his new hobby. Perhaps it's from his past life where he always likes to hold one. He used to write about analysis of heroes in the past. Not that it matters anymore to him. The door of his cell room slides open, but Izuku doesn't turn his eyes away, focusing on the book in front of him. He heard the steps coming closer and closer towards him. At first, he thought that it was his regular customer. She tends to make her visits about 3 times a week. But the steps of the shoes are different. And that's when he recognized the beating sound of the boots coming closer to his direction. His eyes don't turn from his book, but his attention is facing the guest that's coming. Well, this is a surprise. Izuku finished his page and closed the book, facing the guests on his cell. Principal Nizu. Izuku smirks from his end, watching the principal on the end of the glass case. He's being accompanied by Aizawa and Night Eye, who joined on their sudden meeting. To be honest, he hadn't seen them since the interrogation by the police after his arrest. Most of them had changed from the last time he saw them. Aizawa's eye bag is more visible than before, and there are a few scars on his arm hidden from his black outfit, but he could still spot the scars on the wrist, which he suspected were drawn from the upper arm. Night Eye still looked the same with his suits and tie, but his face looked more weary and tired than usual. But Nizu remains the same with his small suits, which describe his principal aura. All 3 of them grabbed a chair that had been provided by the guard. Judging by the chair coming, Izuku knew that this was going to be a long talk, so he closed his book and placed it on his bed. The Shining. Izuku raised his eyebrow and turned his head at the mammal who identified the book he was holding. It's a famous mystery novel from back in the old days before quirks were being found correct. If memory served me right, it's written by Stephen King, correct? Nizu asked Izuku, who merely smirked at the question. Never knew you liked this old thing. Thought it was already forgotten. Izuku chuckled, holding the book. Well, I always was fascinated by mystery and riddles. It's one of my hobbies. Nizu replied. Izuku looked at the 3 of them and he began to wonder with the pairing of today's visitor. He expected that Tsukachi would be joining for today, but he didn't see the detective with his signature brown coat and hat. The only ones who are here are the principal with his signature suit and a pair of orange shoes, Aizawa with his usual boring sleepy gaze, and Night Eye with his gray suit and red tie with white polka dots. So what can I do for you gentlemen? Surely you didn't come all the way here just to ask for my well-being. Izuku asked, putting both of his hands together and sitting on the bed before placing the book on his bed. All 3 of them stayed in their seats, not sure how to approach the matter. They know the reason for coming all the way here to meet Izuku face to face, but once they see him and come here, all of those reasons starts to evaporate into thin air. Nizu, who sits in the middle, began to lead the conversation. Izuku, we would like to ask you several questions if that's okay. Nizu leaned forward from his chair, giving him all the attention he seeks. Izuku raised his eyebrow after hearing the word coming out from the mammal. Question. If that's the case, why don't you bring Tsukachi here? Surely he's fitter for the job other than Night Eye here. He glances towards the green, tall, lanky hero who dresses like an office employee. The rest of them felt stiff and exchanged darkly significant looks. It's true that what Izuku had just said is that Tsukachi's quirk is the most fitted for this job. With its lie detector quirk, he could easily tell whether Izuku was telling the truth or not, but they couldn't tell that he was busy tending to a larger issue. Nizu began to nervously shift in his seat. An action not many people would think that the principal of UA was capable of. He had gone over this entire conversation in his head at least a dozen times. But for some reason, Now that he was actually sitting face to face with the boy, it was difficult for him to say what he wanted to. To be fair, Nizu had never been in a situation like this. Seeing that the principal is still feeling uncomfortable, Aizawa decided to take the lead on the matter. Tsukachi is busy at the moment handling a different assignment. Besides, I know that you won't even try to lie to all of us at this point, correct? Aizawa replied with Izuku smirking at him. True. By all means, go ahead. Izuku gestures his hand, giving them the sign to start with the interrogation right away. Both Aizawa and Night-Eye also start to fix their posture the same as Nizu. Night-Eye pulled a recorder from his suitcase and pressed it to record the entire conversation as part of the evidence. Alright, let's begin, shall we? How about we start by you answering us about what you know about this picture? Night-Eye grabbed a document full of pictures from his briefcase and placed it in the box compartment on his cell. Izuku stepped forward and went to the other side of the box to grab the document. He picked it up and saw pictures of 3 mutated individuals, with a few of them transforming into some sort of monster or mutated people. Few of them had their face scarred and mutilated. Izuku scribbled the pictures one after another before facing them. Mutants? Freaks? I don't know. What am I looking for? Izuku glances at Night-Eye. We found some of these people in a hero agency outside of Yamaguchi. One of them is a pro-hero who just started his debut along with 2 of his sidekicks. A few of them had scarring on their faces and one of the sidekicks got mutated into something horrendous. Night-Eye explained. Looks like they're already dead. When was this picture taken? Izuku asked. 2 days ago. The 3 of them died at the agency. The cleaning lady found them like that, he replied. Right after Night-Eye finishes talking, Izuku lazily throws the document on his bed, looking at them while staring at Night-Eye with a bored eye. Well, why do you ask me for it? In case all 3 of you are blind, I've been in a holding cell for over 4 months. And before you check on your primary suspect, don't you think this has to do with one of your government secrets? I heard toxic waste could change people in over a day. Izuku ridicules Night-Eye's suspicions of him. We know that you haven't left your cell, but we were hoping you could help us with this little investigation, Aizawa said for the first time he's been here. Izuku turned his head towards him before starting to chuckle. How stupid do you think I am? I'm not gonna help you heroes clean up your mess and let you all take the credit for it. Izuku turned his head away before heading to his bed. Look, I'm happy about the visit, even though it's 4 months late. But I'm not coming back to Japan. I spend 75 years planning my revenge. Plotting about how should I end their lives and where that gets me. Locked up in some sort of futuristic fridge while frozen for 2 months. Izuku stands near his bed looking at them. All 3 of them looked towards him and could see the angered look in his eyes. To think that this is how the monster that terrorized the city ended up to be. Giving up on his crusade just like that while waiting for the chance to open the door and let him out. It's almost like they're meeting with a starving lion ready to be set into the wild. Regaining his composure, Aizawa decided to lead the matter. Alright, we'll investigate the matter on our own. Aizawa said, let's start with the first one. Where's the Codex Gigas? The book you stole in Sweden. It's safe, he simply said, but Aizawa didn't feel satisfied with the answer. Izuku, we need you to surrender the book to us. That kind of power shouldn't fall to someone's hand in the first place. Aizawa replied. But it's okay for you people to have it. The book itself is a taboo for mankind. No one should have that kind of power in the first place. In fact, the book itself shouldn't exist in the first place. Izuku said back, shooting a glare at the scruffy man. Those words were more than enough to make Aizawa freeze up like a block of ice. He knew that the book itself was something that was too much for one person or group to be having their hands on. The only people who knew about the book itself were the people in the room when the Sweden people called during the chaos. It's not like we're gonna lock the book and keep it for safekeeping. Even we admitted that the book itself is dangerous. Which is why we planned to destroy it in the first place. Aizawa rubbed the back of his head. Izuku softened his eyes but did not take them off. 3. I admire your resolution, but the book stays with me. End of discussion. Izuku said, ending the discussion. Look, I understand that you tried to butter me up with all these questions, but we both know that's not why you came here, right? He put his back against the wall while crossing both of his arms and looking at them, especially in Nizu's direction. You wanted to know about the other side of the world, correct? All three of them looked tense as Izuku glared at three of them. It seems that their true intention of coming here is easily discovered by Izuku with ease. None of them are trying to deny it, but seeing how Izuku could figure it out amazes them, especially Nizu. The other side? Night-Eye playfully asked, trying to act oblivious. Oh heaven. That's what you wanted to know, right? The other side of the world we lived in. Izuku said, knowing that he hit the bullseye. The three adults in the rook hold their silent, waiting for a few seconds, and Nizu starts to give his answers impatiently. We came to know more details about it. The new continent of the uncharted world. Nizu almost finds himself in a hurry. Izuku, you're the only living person in this world who's been dead and returned to life. Right now, you possess the knowledge of both worlds, which could be beneficial for us and everyone in this world. Nizu looked at Izuku, waiting for his answer. He won't admit it, but the chance to explore something new like this brings some challenges to the principal. He's a hybrid mammal that's blessed with a high-spec quirk. Prove that he is an anomaly in this world. But something like hell and heaven, the celestial world that's out of their reach, he needs to know. As the smartest creature in Japan, he would surely be tempted to learn about it. Ever since Izuku shows him that he's truly coming back from the dead and the living proof of the impossible is possible, he can't hide the excitement inside of him. The chance to learn something that is outside of his norm, something religious and from the biblical time. No one would be tempted to do it, especially Nizu. Maybe he could uncover the mystery of the life and death itself. Careful, Nizu. You don't want to open a Pandora box that you can't close. Izuku cut him off and warned him. He crossed his hand in his chest before lowering his head slightly while smirking, looking at them from his dark green bangs. Yes, I know. My team and I learned all of it. The entirety of hell and heaven. I've seen it with my own two eyes. Nizu's pupil went in wide once those words left through his mouth. If Nedzu's fur wasn't already white, Izuku was sure he'd have turned it, judging by the expression on his face. The celestial entity and the history of it. Even the secret of the world we lived in. All three of them widened their eyes as they couldn't believe what they were hearing right now. Nizu grabbed his paw tightly as he was waiting for the suspense of it. All of the answers regarding the unknown world are going to be revealed right at this moment. Both Aizawa and Night-Eye swallowed their saliva, waiting for the answer that's coming from him. But no one is more excited to know more than Nizu himself as he shakes his paw in excitement, waiting for the moment to come. But Nizu, you shouldn't be too hasty just yet. Izuku said that all three of them stopped holding their breath. Whatever excitement was coming from Nizu suddenly evaporated into thin air, leaving him stunned in disbelief, feeling like he just got excited and someone came and burst the bubble. Just keep moving forward and walk on your path of life as of right now. Even if I tell you all about it, there's nothing you can do right now. My team and I probably learned too much more than what needs to be known back in hell. Just take a moment and see the world with your own eyes. But if you still insist on learning about it, I could tell you about it, Izuku said while looking at them, waiting for their response. For all three of them glanced at each other, wondering whether to go or not. They were convinced that they might get the answer they were looking for, but once they heard about the warning coming from Izuku, they began to question themselves. Does learning the secret of the world really matter? Can they understand it and gain a perspective on it? They don't know whether they had the courage to open Pandora's box right in front of him. Something like this would surely be tempting for them to grasp, especially for Nizu. He could finally solve the mystery of death, predicting the outcome of life and death, the concept of life. All of the answer is sitting behind a wall of glass right in front of him. One word. Just a simple yes would get all the answers he needed to hear. But somehow, he was too afraid to hear the answer to it. What if the answer were too much for him to handle? The stress and the pressure of figuring out the answer would destroy him mentally. But is the pain worth the risk? No, you don't need to speak about it. Guess I went a bit impatient. Nizu admitted, dropping the matter. Izuku smirked with his hand still crossing his chest as he finally relaxed while looking at the white mammal. One day you might understand about it. There are things that should leave to be unknown for our sake. You could say that we're the unlucky ones. but let me give you a hint about it. The Codex Gigas we found in Sweden, I saw it twice myself before the attack 4 months ago. Izuku closed his eyes after giving them the hint they needed. Both Nizu and Aizawa widened their eyes in disbelief. He saw the Codex Gigas twice in his life. But from the Sweden library report, the book had never been left out from their safe in a long time, and they doubt that Izuku could book himself a flight to Sweden just to see the book itself on display before stealing it. They're trying to piece together the timeline in their brain of where could Izuku see the book. Is it before he died or after? One Night-Eye, however, remained in his seat in silence, trying to process the sudden information that was coming to him. He could feel like the hair on his head could turn white at any second. Then suddenly, Izuku called him out. Night-Eye, do you have a news report from 4 months ago? Izuku asked. Night-Eye woke up from his trance after being asked Izuku a question. News report. Any platform from any country is fine. Although I preferred the ones in Japan. Night-Eye looked confused with his request, but then he opened his phone and scrolled it to find the news he was looking for. He had some idea of what he's looking for, so it should make it easier for him. Is this the one you're looking for? Night-Eye placed the phone on the glass as Izuku saw the headline of the news. It was from 4 months ago. Just a day after the war is ending. He didn't need to read the entire news itself because the headline was more than enough to answer his question. Outcast of Hell is defeated. Heroes triumph. Izuku clenched his jaw while curling his lip as he finished reading the news. Another lie told by the government, if I had to guess. Night-Eye and Aizawa looked toward Izuku with a shocked expression. Both of them looked uneasy after that sudden comment being proclaimed. Night-Eye asked, trying to play it off, but Izuku could see the lie coming from them. Izuku placed both of his hands together while eyeing the bespectacled man. I know that the media made a blunder with the stories. You didn't capture or defeat any of them. Hell, you probably had such a hard time that they simply surrendered on the spot, right? Izuku playfully asked, and that's all it took to break whatever confidence was left in Night-Eye's face. How did you dash? I know what I saw. You made a change of the news headline to show your strength, right? That the heroes are still reliable and have their worth. If the news that the outcast of hell surrenders themselves, you heroes would surely lose your dignity even further than right now. Hell, your nation is probably already a laughing stock of the entire world for being crushed by 6 individuals. At that moment, they knew that Izuku's statement was correct. If the media learned about the forgery of the news report, the reporter would have a field day exposing the heroes of what they are. Their credibility would be falling down even more than it already has. The government had already issued a false report on their arrest to show that Japan hadn't fallen just yet and decided to alter the news report. They didn't like it at all, knowing that a cover-up of this size would surely gonna explode right in their face once it's been figured out. But if they didn't do it, then there wouldn't be a nation left. Or worse, Japan's border could be closed by the whole world, leaving it isolated. 5. We had to, in order to maintain the stability of the order itself. The hero's credibility took a massive hit when you announced All Might's crime for his negligence, and since he's a hero who's known by the whole world, we have no other option left on the table. If the news that even we failed to capture 6 people, then the heroes would be forced to retire one after another. Aizawa admitted knowing that he wasn't on board with the plan but had to. Not all heroes are corrupt and bad, Izuku. Some of them truly had the commitment and the mindset to be one. You saw during the war that not all heroes are doing this just to get fame or glory. Some of them put their lives on the line because they have the heart and the will to be one. To protect the innocent and defend their home. That's what a hero really is. Izuku stared right toward Aizawa after hearing him making the speech. He knows that not all the heroes are corrupted, just like a few of them. Some of them truly do want to save people. He heard from one of the guards that the top 10 heroes in Japan were battling with the Hellburner during the war just to lead the creature away from the civilians. He had to admit that it took some commitment and guts, considering just how dangerous it was to be dealing with the creature. True, I'll admit that not all heroes are corrupt and greedy. But that still proves my point. Heroism isn't a profession any longer, it's merely a business for everyone to fatten their pocket. All you need is a lace and leather around your body and a cool quirk, and you can be a hero, isn't that right? Izuku asked. It's not just the uniform that makes the heroes. The determination, the will, the drive, the spirit, all of those things are what made the heroes who they are. I'll admit that some heroes have forgotten those principles and morals, but that doesn't mean that it's already gone. 𝗕𝗍𝗍 said, trying to sway the matter in their hands. Yes, it's true. But the foundation itself had disappeared or been replaced with greed, ego, and pride. All of those things are the foundation we're living right now. If the heroes had a strong quirk, they got recognition from the public and media. If not, then they're nothing but fodder for the stronger ones. Izuku said back, proving his point. The rest of them couldn't deny it, but it's true. Most of the current heroes have lost their standard massively. Being a hero isn't as difficult as before, it's become easier with almost zero standards or criteria. Most hero schools are letting anyone in without conducting a background check on each of the students. Except for UA, Shiketsu, and Ketsubushu in Japan, most schools didn't bother to check whether their students had any criminal record or bullying on their school record or any tampering with the document. 3. That's why most heroes are starting to quit or give up after the war. Around 30% of the heroes are announcing their retirement or quitting just a few days after the war is over. Even to this day, heroes keep dropping around like flies. They couldn't handle the pressure or the stress of the responsibility of being a hero by putting their life on the line. They all thought that being one was a quick way to earn money and have an easy life with fame and glory. But once they did the job and faced the task at hand, most of them couldn't rise to the occasion. Almost all of the heroes who started their debut in the last 2 years had to retire or try to keep an appearance when all of it was nothing but a facade. The war is simply nothing but a process of elimination on who's gonna survive. The strong and the weak are being picked one after another, and those who couldn't survive will get left behind. Seeing the look of confusion on all 3 of their faces, Izuku decided to drop another fact at their hand, trying to give them something to process in the near future. Let me ask you all something. What happens when a trapped monster is set free after losing its food source? Can you control them or keep them in line? Both Aizawa and 𝗕𝗍𝗍 looked in confusion at the question, while Nizu remained in his seat trying to understand what he was talking about. Between the heroes and villains faction, who is the one who currently rules the nation? We know that for the heroes, it will automatically fall under Endeavor's responsibility to keep the nation as the new symbol. Or perhaps one of the top 10 heroes will be the new symbol. Or maybe one of the rookies will step up and rise from the ashes. But what about the villains? Who runs the shows from behind the curtain? Could it be the Shigaraki and the League? Or perhaps a group of villains from another country decided to sneak in and rule the underground? Or maybe there's a newcomer who's gonna triumph. And let's not forget the vigilantes, they have some pretty crazy ones too. 1. Who's gonna side with whom? Who'll betray whom? Izuku said out loud, All Might climbed the summit as the symbol of peace with his arch-nemesis All for One as the symbol of evil. Both of them had stepped down from their throne this year. It's been 4 months since the war ended and there are more villains entering this facility and many others. The old villains grew more restless than before and a new group of villains had started to fluctuate more than in the last 4 months. You know what that means, don't you? There's only one throne in each faction. You understand what I'm saying, right? All those villains right now are about to have a struggle for supremacy. The biggest war since All for One reigns over 100 years ago. And it's happening right in your nation as we speak. 3. Izuku shouts out his premonition towards the current Japanese situation as both Nizu and 𝗕𝗍𝗍 could somehow imagine it. It's true that most of the villains in Japan had been more active and there appear to be more villains coming out, from those who they haven't heard about. Some of them are wreaking havoc around the city and starting to get more braver than before. With their current number and manpower, they don't have enough heroes to cover all around the area. With the absence of All Might as the symbol of peace, Japan's crime rate has risen exponentially in the last 4 months, from minor theft to grand destruction. If this keeps up, then there won't be any nations left from Japan. What makes the difference is that Izuku used to be the boogeyman who kept the villain under control. Most of the villain gang had heard of the brutality and viciousness he delivered to those who disobeyed him. At first, they don't take his crime very seriously. But after he defeated 𝗵𝗃 in Kamino and managed to kill him on live television, that's all the warning flag for the villain needs to lay low. In the absence of him, the villains started to come out from their hideout and began to make their move. Some new villains are already giving the heroes a hard time, such as 𝗕𝗏 or Douglas or Nyx. Even the old villains from the previous regiment have begun to make their comeback these days. When Izuku detects that the conversation is reaching its end, he walks back to his bed only to be stopped by Nizu's words. "Then why don't you help us?" Izuku stops on his track and turns his head back at Nizu. "You said that the hero standard has dropped. So help us raise its standard once again. You of all people should know full well the true meaning of heroes, so why don't you help from the system? Reform the society you despise into something you could be proud of in the future. Help us to make sure that what happened to you won't be a repeated 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗍𝗘 in the next era." Nizu offered the chances right at him. Izuku eyed him for a moment before he started to chuckle softly. But that chuckle slowly turned into full-blown laughter which echoed right in the cell. "What? Oh, I'll get it. You're an astute man, Principal Nizu." Izuku stared at the mammal as both of their eyes met with each other. "What do you mean?" Aizawa asked, not understanding what was going on. "Nizu here wanted me to be your horse race champion since the heroes are already hanging on its thread, isn't that right?" Izuku asked, with all the two adults in the room looking at the principal. Then all of a sudden everything came to a halt at the room. A dead silence washed over the entire common area after hearing that. One so potent that you could hear a pin drop on the other side of the room. In his confusion, Izuku looked to his guest, focusing his eyes on Nizu specifically, only to see them all wearing a series of shocked expressions. But what really got him was the obvious bit of confidence in Nizu's expression. "It's not my full intention to do so, but if I had to explain it, then yes it is," Nizu admitted it. "Nizu, what's going on?" Night Eye asked loudly towards the mammal, clearly feeling left out, and not just him, but Aizawa followed in his direction, rising from his chair and looking at his boss. "What I'm trying to say is that Nizu wants me to be a hero, and if I had to guess, I had to stay in UA as well," Izuku said, knowing full well the intention of the principal. All the adults looked toward the mammal, waiting for his response. None of them see this coming at all. They thought that the reason for them to come here today was just to have a conversation and discuss the matter at hand. Not to strike out a deal, let alone make Izuku a hero. "You must be out of tiny mind, Nizu. I'm not cut out to be a hero." Izuku spat while raising his eyebrow in disbelief. The very thought of him somehow ever becoming a hero is beyond ludicrous. He abandoned the concept of heroism for a very long time, knowing that being a hero isn't a duty but a profession for most people these days. Not to mention seeing his sister and her friends being the prime example of nowadays heroes is enough for Izuku to know. But to think that Nizu is offering him an opportunity for him to be one is something that he won't expect at all. The old him would be jumping around while bawling his eyelid in tears, but right now he's as stoic as a statue, not showing any signs of emotion at all with the offer. "Is this the best offer you could provide me? Offering me to be a hero? You know, for a guy who is blessed with a high-spec quirk, you sure making a dumb decision right now." Izuku replied through the cell glass. Izuku, surely you won't spend the rest of your life living inside a 3x3-inch square of concrete and nitrogen gas?" Nizu asked, looking straight at the green-haired kid, hoping that he would see reasons. Izuku shrugged his shoulder. "I don't see why not. Even if I did show any interest in joining, you got nothing that I want. I'm not working for free," he argued about the situation. "Of course not. Our deal is simple. You help us reform society, and we let you visit the rest of your teammates once every month." Nizu spoke, and Izuku looked toward the principal, trying to read whether he was lying or not, but the mammal had a pretty good poker face. "And how do I reform society, if I may ask?" Izuku looked towards all three of them, waiting for their genius plan to start cooking, as he couldn't believe that the public would support the idea in the first place. Nizu grabbed Night Eye's suitcase and pulled out a brown envelope with a red label on the front cover. Night Eye and Aizawa's eyes widened, knowing the document and its content. Both of them couldn't believe what Principal Nizu was thinking right now. But then again, Nizu isn't exactly a simple man that can be easily figured out by regular people. He tossed it into the compartment for Izuku to take. Izuku went to the other side, grabbed it, and found a document with a title named Project 𝗬𝗓𝗏 on a red label. The sealed envelope quickly got ripped by Izuku and read the content of it. It's a new task force created by the world government. It's called 𝗬𝗓𝗏, World Disaster Response Force. A response task force filled with individuals with a unique ability to counter the threat that occurs in one nation or even the world. I'm myself the representative of the Japanese government, and I've decided to choose you to represent Japan. For Izuku didn't say anything, but his eyes widened with the sudden information being thrown at him. He has to admit that he didn't see this one coming at all. At first, he thought that he was being offered a hero license and a spot to be won in Japan. But never in his wildest dream that he be offered a position to represent the entire Japan hero faction. Why are you giving me this offer? Why not Endeavor, since he's the new #1 hero, I presume? Izuku raised his eyebrow, trying to find out the real reason for his employment. The representative of 𝗬𝗓𝗏 can't be the nation's #1 hero at all. It's one of the rules that's important, no matter how strong or influential that hero might be. We need a response team that can easily be mobilized at any time, and having the #1 hero in a nation would affect the nation's security. That's why Endeavor doesn't fit with the criteria. He explains to it. 1. Oh, so you want me to join the world's Little Avenger initiative. But what about Hawks? Or best genist? Or Mirko? What makes me different from others? He tried to sway himself from the offer, not wanting to take part in it. 1. You're the first person that I'm offering this. I haven't shown this offer to anyone else, and I was hoping that you would take it. You indeed meet all the qualifications to be one in the first place. Nizu clapped his paws, turning to Izuku, waiting for his answer. However, Izuku is still not convinced by Nizu's sweet words at all. He knows that the mammal in front of him is way more sneaky than he gave credit for. There has to be some catch with this deal. What's the catch here? There's no way that you'll be giving away the seat at the High Council without something in return. Izuku asked while eyeing the principal, waiting for him to come clean and put all his cards on the table. Izawa and Night Eye glanced at Nizu, and he nodded, sitting forward and clearing his throat. 1. While you're in Japan away from the mission, you'll be helping us from backstage instead of standing in the spotlight like a limelight hero. You'll be partnered with Eraserhead to accompany you for your mission while he's acting as your supervisor. Nizu answered about his plan. 1. Right now, the rest of your teammates are locked in a prison somewhere in the world. Unlike you, they all possessed a quirk that could cancel thanks to our new equipment. Of course, if you comply with our request, visitation is allowed for you within your rights. Who knows, maybe even parole is possible in the future. He finished explaining the deal to Izuku and looked at him. The adults waited as Izuku sat there thinking over the proposal. He still didn't get on how he had ended up here, sitting in his prison cells discussing an opportunity for him to be a hero. Ones that he knows might not gonna come for a second time. You once told me that what you're trying to accomplish is to reform the society from its injustice and unfairness. Somehow along the way, you went stray with the path and focused mainly on your revenge against your parents and those who wronged you. I'm offering you the chance to rectify those mistakes, to lead you towards your original goal. 3. Izuku stays in silence, closing his eyes, trying to think about this deal. He knows that the only thing that keeps him in this place is the Warden's words. If he wanted to, he could escape any time he wanted. But Nizu had leverage, and that was his team. They were imprisoned somewhere on the planet in a secure government supermax prison or black site prison. He might be strong, but he doesn't have the information to find his missing teammates. And this offering of his seems to come with a certain rule changer. One that he can make use of to the fullest. Since his main goal was to change the system of heroism in the first place, being the representative of Japan would surely create a great amount of impact on it. After careful thinking, he opened his eyes finally with an answer. Izuku lying on the bedside of his cell staring at the wall. He was already awake for a long without barely any sleep during the day. He didn't exercise or do his morning routine like every day since he got here. Just sitting on the bed while staring at the ceiling. Not even the book he got from the prison is enough to kill the boredom he felt. He glances over to the door of the outside of his cell, waiting for someone to enter. The sound of the light on the ceiling and the cooling gas hovering over his cell is the only thing that breaks the silence here. The meeting between Nizu and the others ended 2 days ago, and all he's been doing is nothing but staring at the door waiting for the guard or someone to come entering once more. He hasn't been able to forget about the meeting, telling him about the deal for him to become a hero. He couldn't even believe what he said that day. Flashbacks start. So what do you say, Izuku? Will you take this offer? Nizu asked over to Izuku, waiting for his confirmation. Izuku merely looked at the floor for a moment while tapping his foot, thinking and contemplating his situation, and after careful consideration, he replied to their question. Before I take this offer, there's something I want from you first, Izuku replied, which brought some sparks towards all three of them but still held a shadow of doubts regarding the changes. First of all, I'm looking for this girl in the picture. Izuku shows a picture he kept under his shirt and puts it in the compartment box. Aizawa took the picture on the other side and saw a black-haired girl who was in his 20s wearing a white striped shirt. I need every last information you could get on the girl in this picture. Last known address, phone number, where he lives, her social security number, down to his favorite cereal if you had to. Anything you could find on this girl. Put her in protection. Do that and we got a deal. Izuku said, waiting for their answers. 1. Who's the girl? Night asked. That's not your concern. She's not a target if that's your concern. Do we have a deal? He asked once more. For both Aizawa and Night Eye turned their gaze one after another, looking at each other. Finding one person seems to be easy enough than they expected, and in exchange for Izuku to help them is a small price to pay. Very well. You got yourself a deal. Aizawa replied. Flashback, and he still couldn't believe that he actually agreed to this whole plan. Acting as the hero's shadow while reforming society from behind doesn't suit well to him well. But if it's a ticket for him to get away from this place, then he would take it. He wonders who's gonna know about this whole operation besides those three who came to visit. They said that they would come tomorrow to pick him up, but it's been 2 days since the meeting and there's no sign of them picking him up. Nizu said that he'll prepare transport for them, but so far there hasn't been any news regarding their arrival. Even the guard didn't speak much about it, or rather kept their silence. Then what seems to be an eternity, the door of his cell room is opened and there are a dozen guards coming with their weapons. There are 2 guards who bring a handcuff chain to cuff his legs and arm. Captain Stanley came from the door holding his shotgun and pointed at his shoulder while itching to use it. And the warden came with his usual winter coat, unarmed. The warden walked together with the guards as they trained their weapons toward Izuku. And what seems to be forever, the cell to his door is opened and the cold gas coming from the inside of his cell is releasing cold air. Izuku exhaled his breath and slowly walked towards the door of his cell. He puts 1 foot outside of the door and another till his entire body is out and forms a thin smile on his face. The hell you're smiling at? 1789. One of the guards asked, watching him. However, Izuku didn't reply and raised both of his hands in line with his shoulder. The captain gives a sign to the guard to place the cuff around his hands and feet, but the warden stops him. That won't be necessary, Captain. Warden Dominic replied, raising his right hand in the air. It's standard procedure. Captain Stanley said back. This isn't a standard situation, Captain, he added. Izuku smirked toward Captain Stanley and Warden Dominic and began to make his way to the door while being accompanied by the rest of the armed guards, leaving the captain and Warden Dominic to follow from behind. I don't think it would have held him anyway, the warden said while walking from behind with Captain Stanley following with an annoyed expression. The walk toward the hall is very tense. Each step that it took echoed throughout the empty hall, with everyone could hear it. Even the prisoner who stayed in their cell a few meters away could hear the stepping sound of his feet along with the whistling sound of his lips. The guards are feeling as tense as the prisoners. They couldn't hide the sweat coming from their forehead and the nervousness around their ear. Even Captain Stanley, who stood in front leading the transfer, won't admit it, but he's very nervous about the extraction. They were hoping that today's transfer went out smoothly, as their first transfer was 4 months ago. It's ironic that the people who walked him out for today is the same one who put him in the cell before. After 2 minutes of walking that seemed to last about 2 hours ended with Izuku stood idly waiting at the huge double steel door with guards on the front door right in front of him. Captain Stanley walked towards the counter at the side of the door while picking up a transparent bag with zippers with Izuku's prisoner number on it. He opened the bag, carried it towards them, and placed it at the table in the middle, pulling out one item in the bag after another. One dark green shirt, one pair of black jeans, one pair of socks, black, one pair of boots, one empty flisk, one American revolver, model type Python 357. The captain pulled off each of the named items and placed it on the table counter. And finally, one black trench coat. He pulled the coat from the bag and the aura around the room turned tense after Stanley pulled the coat from the bag. All of the guards starts to grow tense, seeing the suit of the man responsible for the destruction of Japan. It's almost like Stanley just pulled a fresh corpse out of the box. Get changed, you have 2 minutes, and don't even try to make a run for it. He passed the item to Izuku's hands. Won't dream of it, Stanley. He makes his way to a small dressing room near the counter and closes it to change. The guards waited on the outside and it took about 2 minutes before the curtain of the dress was opened and Izuku walked out from there. There, he's returning to his old clothing with his signature dark black coat and dressed in all black from top to bottom. The guards looked tense and held their weapons tighter than before after seeing Izuku fully dressed resembling his old persona before entering the prison. The 2 guards who kept him close led him towards the steel door where the exit was. Open the door. Captain Stanley yelled and the officer who was standing by pressed the button opening the steel door. The steel door moved slowly as the gears slowly rotated and opened the door for them to enter. The cold breeze and snow hit them in the face and the smell of fresh air entered through Izuku's nose, enjoying the feeling of walking outside of the door once more. Near the exit, there's a helipad with a helicopter on it with Aizawa and Night Eye are waiting there. Both of them are wearing black and gray winter coats with snow boots. You'll know what I'll miss most about you? Izuku asked Warden Dominic, who was standing on his side. The warden gazes upon him waiting for his answer. Your incredible smile. He smiled while looking at the front view, but the warden showed a hint of a thin line of his smile. Well, it's official, you're free, son. The warden extended his hand for a handshake and Izuku took it. He walked towards the helipad while raising his right hand to say goodbye. Thanks, Warden. You too, Stanley, he said while smiling coyly at the captain. Go to hell. Captain Stanley replied bitterly. For Izuku turned his head to the back while stopping himself in the middle. Careful I don't get there first. Unless I become the king of that prison too. He turned his head away for the last time, leaving Stanley alone in front of the entrance. 3. He walked towards the helipad with both Aizawa and Night Eye waiting near the helicopter. Izuku stood in between them while looking at each other, not minding the sound of the chopper engine running. They are here to pick Izuku up, bring him back to Japan, and act as the mediator in case anything goes wrong. You ready to go back? Aizawa asked, and Izuku didn't give him any answer as he just stepped inside the helicopter and took his seat. Aizawa exhaled in exhaustion before joining in with Night Eye, closed the helicopter door and tapped it, signaling the pilot that they were ready to fly away. Soon, the chopper blade starts to rotate and ready itself to take off from the ground. Izuku watched as the prison where they kept him slowly went smaller. Little by little, and left him from the window. After 1 hour of flight to the nearest airstrip followed by a flight in 10 hours, Izuku arrived at a private airstrip in what seems to be in Japan. Once they arrived, a black sedan car picked them up at the hangar, drove to Mizudafu, and headed to UA. Aizawa went to the driver's seat and drove the car with Night Eye and Izuku sitting in the back. Along the way, Izuku saw from the car window the state of what was once his hometown. Most of the buildings and stores had a closed sign placed on their window. It shows a bustling city scene with a cab driving down the street. The cab emits smoke from its tailpipe as it travels along the busy road. In the background, there is a chain-link fence separating the cityscape from the adjacent forest. Inside a building adjacent to the fence, there is a fire burning inside a metal pot. A few of the residents stand near the metal pot trying to warm themselves from the cold weather. Next to the building, there is a sign on the brick wall with the text, Yagi Fault, on it, while a poster for the store, Autumn Sale, is visible further to the right. People shouting indistinctly across the streets with some people pointing at the car for passing by. The window is tainted dark as Izuku watched from it. Izuku watched as the normally crowded road with cars and passers-by walking on the side of the road was nowhere to be found at all. No more the street being full of pro heroes and their sidekicks patrolling around the area. Or a banner with an electronic advertisement of the latest hero news on the side. The street had gone empty and barely filled with any pedestrians anywhere. Where are we going? Izuku continued to look out the window while asking Aizawa who was in the front of the car. Nizu would like to have a word with you first. Aizawa replied. Then 15 minutes later, they were arriving at UA Academy. The school itself didn't change much except for the robot that's guarding the front entrance and a few security guards present. The front gate that's known as the UA barrier still stood proudly with its metallic layers of steel decorating the entrance. Once the gate was opened, they continued to drive and headed towards the back. The car parked at the back entrance and all three of them came out from the building. Izuku stepped his feet outside the car and saw the front entrance of the school. It's almost weird seeing the state of the city he was coming from and the peaceful area here. It's almost like two completely different cities. Aizawa and Night Eye began to make their way towards the back entrance, but Izuku simply laid his back to the car while crossing both of his arms on his chest and looking at the gate with bored eyes, trying to enjoy the moment of being out after a long time. What's wrong, Izuku? Night Eye asked. No offense, but is it wise for a wanted man such as myself to be walking around in the school with hundreds of students able to spot me? He asked while giving them a funny look. The school is on holiday. So the only ones in here are probably Nizu and a few of the staff. Aizawa replied, making his way inside. Great. Looking forward for a bunch of pro heroes to spot my nose the minute I walked in. He sarcastically said while following suits from behind. They walked toward the empty hallway as all three of them headed toward Nizu's office. The hall is empty without any students anywhere. There's not a single student coming from the entrance or the classroom. Normally, he suspected that this year around there would be few students in the hall for remedial class or had a side project, but none at all. Aizawa knocked on the door and he heard Nizu say to come in from the other side and they entered. Izuku walked inside. He had never been inside Nizu's office once before. It was a very appealing room, lined with many trophies and awards from his intellect. Right in the center, he sits on the office chair with his mahogany desk and is accompanied by his favorite tea. Izuku, so nice to see you outside the bars, Nizu said cheerfully. Izuku didn't reply to his greeting as he entered and took a seat on the sofa on the right side of the room. Aizawa and Night Eye sit right in front of him with Nizu following suit. He joins both of his hand together and meet the principal in the eye. Can I offer you something to drink? Coffee perhaps? Nizu asked while picking up the teapot on his desk. Whiskey, malt. He simply replied and both Night Eye and Aizawa looked at each other in surprise, almost couldn't believe what they were hearing. Izuku, you're underage, Aizawa warned him. 3, last I check, you bringing me here is already breaking more than half of the law. Are you really that worried about adding underage drinking to your record? Izuku raised his eyebrow. Nizu chuckled, quietly walked towards his desk and pulled the drawer. He grabbed a bottle and 2 glasses on the table. He poured out 2 glasses of brown red alcohol and handed one of them to Izuku. I don't have whiskey, unfortunately. How about some rum instead? Nizu offered the glass and Izuku shrugged his shoulder and took it. He grabbed the glass and drank its contents in one gulp before putting it back on the table. A knock is heard from the outside and Nizu lets the person enter. Then, someone entered the room. It's a man with a black medium undercut. He was dressed in a white dress shirt and a striped tie over a 2-button suit with a professional demeanor. He carries a small briefcase in his right hand, almost looking like a lawyer or businessman. Principal Nizu, sorry I'm late. I got held up in the traffic. He apologized and made his way to his seat and spotted someone was already there. Izuku Yagi, I presumed. I'm Ito Masamori from the National Security Council. He introduced himself and extended his hand to Izuku, but he didn't take it and merely stared at him with a bored expression. 7, very well. You didn't like the introduction, so let's start with business, shall we? He opened the briefcase, pulled a document, and placed it on the desk. Izuku went and grabbed it and saw a bunch of documents and applications for his employment to be a member of whatifdeku while Aizawa helped to brief him along the way. Ito Masamori here is acting as the head member of the whatifdeku. Any information or news related to it will be directed to him at all times. Think of him as the one who's responsible for you. He's also the one who enlisted you to join the 𝗕𝗏𝗿 in the first place. Izuku glanced at him while he gave a small smile while handling the document for his administrative. Alright, so we have some documents that need to be signed off along with the NDA agreement. We also had to get yourself a new ID, disguise dash, hold on. How can I know that I can trust you here? 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲 stopped his work as he looked at Izuku. Just because Nizu and Aizawa here vouched for you, doesn't mean that I should do. For all I know, you could be working with the 𝗕𝗶𝗃𝗁 as some double agent to use me. I'm not trusting a 𝗕𝗏𝗻 word coming out of your mouth till you prove yourself to me. Then all of a sudden the air around the room had started to thicken with Izuku's suspicion. It's true to what Izuku just said, just because both Aizawa and Nizu trust him doesn't mean that he should do the same thing as they did. 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲 looked at Izuku trying to somehow read what was on his mind before placing his hand in his suit pocket and pulling out an ID. But not just an ID, it's a hero license for a pro hero in Japan. Surprised him was that the name on the ID didn't belong to 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲 or Izuku, but his father Hisashi Midoriya. The license card itself already looked old. The writing on it is beginning to fade, but the picture on it is still clear as day. His father resembles him as of right now, his untidy messy green hair stuck up at the back like Izuku's, and he too has the diamond freckles like he has. Izuku looked at his father and saw the resemblance between him. He's already seen his father before back when he was still in hell, but this is the first time he saw actual proof of his father's identity. Recognize the ID. It belongs to your father. National security had been keeping that since he was found dead years ago. He looked at the card closely while staring at it since he got his hands on it. Izuku placed the card back on the table while staring right at 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲 looking for an answer on how he got his hand on his father's hero license. How did you get this? We found it at the crash site where your father is located. National security went out there to investigate, and the only thing we can salvage is that license. Think it should be with you. 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲 said as Izuku nodded, saying his thanks while placing the license on his coat pocket. After that, 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲 starts to explain to Izuku what kind of mission or task that's gonna give to him, from infiltration on a remote location to infiltrating a villain hideout or even stopping a global threat. But what separates the WDRF from others is that the nation representative has to work together to stop a crisis that the normal heroes aren't capable enough. And after 4 long hours of explanation, they finally reached the closing of this meeting. Alright, we're heading out tomorrow for the debriefing. I have to finalize a few things before we go. He handed a document over to Izuku and a pen for him to sign while he read the document in full detail, in case they tried to trick him or double-cross him. It took more than 10 minutes for him to read the document before signing it and a lot of questioning by Izuku regarding the agreement. Turns out, this agreement states that forms of communication regarding any mission can't be disclosed to the public, any breach of information will be the responsibility of the national representative and punishment is required for the offender. Treachery of any form regardless of the situation would give the nation the right to disavow the representative and any action committed by the person would be outside of the nation's responsibility. 3. After carefully reading the document, Izuku grabbed the pen and signed his signature agreeing to it. 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲 grabbed the document, placed it in a folder and sealed it before putting it in the suitcase. Alright, now that's everything. I've got a few rules that I need to talk to you about. Now remember, no games and no stunts during the mission. Knowing your history with the authority, I've received a message that I need to stress this matter to you. Otherwise, I promise you're gonna see a whole different side of me, so don't screw with me. 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲 pressed the matter towards Izuku, who looked at him with a stoic expression. Likewise, he replied back at 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲. Then he handed a set of envelopes filled with a pair of burner phones, fake IDs, a wallet filled with cash, and a house key. Fake IDs. He examined the ID and checked the name on it, written as 𝗕𝗵𝗲, and placed it on the table. 1. It's a good start, but there are some things you can't fake. And there are some things you can't hide. Izuku placed his finger around his face, gesturing about his identity. Know what I mean? 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲 looked at Izuku to understand what he was talking about. Surely, they don't expect Izuku to be walking around the street for the whole world to recognize him at some mini-market or anything. Don't worry, I got a friend of mine in Osaka that can help. She's the best plastic surgery the town has to offer. Masamori assured him about his identity. Thanks, but your best isn't the best for me. Izuku then asked for a phone for him to contact someone, and Night Eye volunteered. He handed Izuku his phone and dialed a number. He placed the phone onto his ear waiting for the end of the call to answer, and he got a response. Izuku, they heard someone talk over the phone. Naomi, it's been a long time. More likely, dear, what brings you to call me all of the sudden? Remember the favor you owed me? I would like to cash in on that right now. How quickly can you get to UA? 2 hours after the call was made, the security drone guarding the main entrance gave Nizu a notice that someone was waiting. He pressed the button letting the guest enter after Izuku gave his confirmation. 5 minutes later, someone entered through Nizu's door. While being escorted by Aizawa. She's a middle-aged woman with neck-length dark red-brown hair and brown eyes. Her ears and nose are decorated with pierced rings all over her. Night Eye looked distraught as the woman entered the building, almost like some kind of delinquent you would find in a bad part of a town. She reeks of cigarette smoke and nicotine all over her body and her clothes. She scanned everyone in the room, including Izuku, who was sitting on the sofa, her face turned surprised. Izuku, dear. How's it going? Heard you got imprisoned or something. She waved towards him as he returned her greeting. Well, I got an early release. Anyways, I need your expertise on this one. Izuku gestures to his face and she smiles, knowing what he means. You helped me once. This makes us even, by the way. She removes her gloves and makes his way towards his seat. Night Eye moves to the side of the sofa but does not address the situation on his hands. I'm sorry, but what are you planning on doing? Night Eye placed his hand towards her way, blocking her path. She scratched her cheek while showing a confused face. What else? I'm here to reconstruct his face. Then all of the adult looked in surprise at the sudden exclamation. Aizawa looked at Izuku as if he'd just grown a set of new heads while Night Eye stood still in shock. Masamori and Nizu, however, remain in their seat with only a widened eyes. Izuku nods at her, giving her the signal as she moves closer towards him, scooting over from where Night Eye blocked her path. You've done this before? Aizawa asked, feeling a bit skeptical with the idea itself. Couple of times actually. Not to worry, it's perfectly safe. Although, it's a bit painful. She replied, taking her seat across the table before giving Izuku his final warning. You sure you don't want a sedative? We're gonna go into the night. Izuku shakes his head, rejecting her offer. She told the rest of the adults that if they don't want to watch or step outside, then it's fine. She placed her hand over his face while her hand was glowing in a yellow color. Her quirk had started to take effect as she began to reconstruct his face. Bone structure is slowly being disfigured inside of him, his skull is slowly bending and changing its shape, and his skin is starting to twist and turn like a pretzel. He screamed in agony, trying to withstand the pain on his face. The rest of them had to close their eyes or turn away. Aizawa, who they thought would last until the end, had to excuse himself while covering his mouth, almost about to vomit. They slowly watched the process as Izuku's entire facial structure had gone overnight changes. Flashback start. You know, this does not change anything between you and me. If I find out that you compromise my safety, I will kill you without any hesitation. Jack warned him, pointing his blade at Izuku. Izuku pushed to pass the blade away from him as he stated, You've had your second chance, you need me just as much as I need you. Jack softly chuckles as he sheds his blades back to his holster. The girl remains in her place while sipping a drink from the bar, not looking at Izuku. He looked towards the girl as if he hadn't given his thanks for saving him back in the alley. So what now? Izuku asked. Jack carries a military crate from the back and places it on the table, turning you into something that won't get us killed. He opens the crate and find it full of weapons: 2 medium-sized sword, a dozen pistol, a few assault rifle, a high-powered rifle, and a couple of pairs of bulletproof vest. Boxes of bullets scatter on the crate and a military helmet with straps. Choose a weapon. He gestured his hand for him to take his pick. We're starting now. Izuku asked in disbelief. Jack cocks his head, gesturing him to pick one. He looked at the option in his disposal and he's as lost as a sheep at this point. Most of the arsenal in the crate is all military, and it's not something you would find in your local area. From a handgun to a sniper rifle, there's all kinds of variety of weapons in there. He picks up a handgun and tries to aim it, grabbing the feeling of it, but finds that it's not his style to wield one. Then he spotted a dual blade that was stained with dried blood. The tip of the blade is bent almost like a mattock. Izuku looks at the blade, feeling an ominous aura coming from it, almost like it's calling him. He went to grab the handle but was stopped by the girl, who gave him a threatening look. "That's mine," she said quietly before walking out to the door and slammed it. Flashback end. Dawn has just passed, and the sky is painted in orange color. Heavy cloud cover obscures the sun and creates a shadow across the landscape. Izuku had just walked from the back entrance while staring at the sky. After going on an overnight surgery, Naomi decided to go back and leave after the process had been completed. His entire face had changed from how he used to be. No longer his round face is bespotted by anyone and replaced with a sharp face. His messy green hair is replaced by dark silver hair and blue eyes. His diamond pattern freckles had also disappeared from it, leaving him none of it. Izuku squeezes his palm, trying to grasp the new him. He felt like a new man right now. New face, new identity, new life. Almost like somehow he could get his life together after a long time. While he's still focusing on his new self, Aizawa went out to his side, trying to make a light conversation while waiting for Masamori to come pick them up. "How do you feel?" Aizawa asked, who was still trying to get to know Izuku's new look. "Lighter, somehow," Izuku said, feeling like someone just peeled off his entire skin and replaced it with a new one. "Look, this whole deal it was my idea in the first place to recruit you," Aizawa spoke. "So why me? Why do you think I deserve the shot?" Izuku went to ask. "Thought you deserve it," he simply replied. "To be a hero. To get a second chance." One silence fell over the balcony as both Aizawa and Izuku took a moment to absorb the awkwardness around the area. No one really knew exactly what to say in this situation. None of them would ever suspect that they would be standing on the driveway with Izuku accompanied by the pro-hero Eraserhead, or Aizawa by the infamous demon of Mizudafu. Back before they two meet, Aizawa considers Izuku as his nephew and acts as an uncle figure in his life. But now, he doesn't know where he stands on the relationship for now. Should he address him as a regular student or a colleague? Those two options seems to be weighing on Aizawa's mind right now. And when things couldn't be more complicated, something happened. "I'm seeing Ms. Joke," Aizawa accidentally blabbed, with Izuku raising his eyebrow in confusion. Aizawa looked in horror and shock over what just happened while thinking about what he just blabbed about. And what am I supposed to do with that information?" Izuku asked, trying to cut off the awkwardness around them. Then on what seems to be forever, a black sedan just passed by with Masamori in the driver's seat honking the car and Night Eye sitting beside him, telling them to get inside. Aizawa and Izuku walked towards the car, with Izuku took the back seat along with Aizawa as they remained in silence during the driveway, not talking or looking at each other, except admiring the scenery. Both Masamori and Night Eye glanced left and right, keeping very quiet. Izuku and Aizawa were staring out their respective window as they drove across from the bridge and looked anywhere but at each other. The two adults had a good feeling that something happened just before they picked them up at the driveway, but they couldn't say what, nor did they want to. Soon, they arrived on an abandoned pier just outside the city. There's a freight boat behind the dock along with a few freight containers behind the building. Seagulls squealed on the air as it flew down above the horizon. Masamori parked the car near the front of the rundown abandoned warehouse, rolling the door. Izuku and the rest are stepping out of the car as Masamori carries a small black suitcase while explaining the situation to Izuku. As far as the general public is concerned, Yuri being detained in a supermax facility somewhere in the world. So to avoid any messy explanations and stay off the public radar, you need to keep your heads down and your ears open. Masamori went over to explain things to him while grabbing a key from his suit pocket and opening the door. Inside the warehouse, it's filled with basic necessity for him. A small one bed with pillow and blanket on the end and one single bathroom. The warehouse should have been originally 20 tatami mats. However, It felt much narrower due to being squeezed in space by the shelves lined up against the wall and the mountains of dust piled up in front of it. Despite it still being daytime, a stack of storage racks on the east side near a window was blocking the sun. There's also a garage with a black sedan in the warehouse for his means of transportation, along with boxes full of working equipment, almost like an industrial tool without the sharp objects. In the middle of the room, which he assumed to be his working space, was a working desk with 6 chairs on it and a whiteboard stand. On the back, there's a kitchen set with 1 stove and kitchen supplies on the shelf. You'll be provided cell phones, clothing, and toiletries. All the basic necessities to get you up and running. 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲 went to the middle of the warehouse and gave the tour to him. Izuku's eyes followed the structure of the building as he examined what seemed to be his living quarters. At the same time, his imagination leaped up as he formulated the various expressions and wording used to describe his situation. "You're kidding, right? I can't be living in this dump." He extended his hand in disbelief. "What? You can't get a reservation at 4 Seasons." 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲 locks eyes with Izuku as he stares back. "We can't just place you in some resident's house in Nizu. Doesn't work like that." Izuku scoffed knowingly that what he said was true. He can't just walk in the middle of a city filled with 1,000 eyes to watch him 24/7. Sure, he already has his disguise and no one could ever spot him, but living in a place like this isn't ideal at all. If he had to be honest, his prison cell is 10 times better than this dump. There's one more thing. Izuku clenched his jaw, waiting on what's gonna coming out of his mouth. 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲 opened the suitcase and showed a set of ankle monitors. As it turns out, someone who's responsible for the destruction of a single nation is considered a bit of a flight risk. We need to know where you are and what you're doing at all times. These are GPS ankle monitors. Now, step up, take one and put it on. He shows the case, waiting for Izuku to took it. "I ain't wearing that." Izuku shook his head, crossing his hand on his chest. 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲's expression went to annoyance after hearing Izuku reject his order. "Let's make this clear. I'm your ally. But more importantly, I'm your boss, which means if this fails, it's my butt on the line as much, if not more, than yours. So from this point on, if I ask you to do something, you do it. If I ask you to say something, you say it. And if I ask you to put on a monitor, you put on a monitor." A standoff between 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Izuku is happening inside the warehouse. Both Izuku and 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲 lock eyes with each other, not wanting to back down at all. After what seemed to be a long time, Izuku reluctantly went in his direction, grabbed the ankle monitor, and went to place it. "It's made out of tungsten. Designed specifically for you only. So don't get any funny ideas." 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲 told him about the device as Izuku scowled in annoyance. He placed the monitor on his right leg and covered it with his pants so no one could take a look at it. Izuku went on a tour around the building, trying to find any other surprises in his living quarters. There are a few boxes full of fishing equipment, some tools for the car, and a few ropes from the dock. "Guess I gotta work with what I got here." 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲 smiled in satisfaction after hearing him say that while clearing the suitcase, closing it, and getting ready for him to leave before Izuku left him with a message. "Look, I don't know what's your deal trying to make me be your running horse or something, but I want you to understand something." Izuku turns his head over to 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲's direction with a threatening look. "If I found out that you played me, you screw with me even for a minute, I'll make sure that you wish that you weren't born into this world." 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲 shows a soft smile under his lips, acknowledging Izuku's threat, and nods in understanding. He went to the door, saying his goodbye to Izuku while prepping to clean the whole place since it reeks of dust and cobwebs. Just before Izawa about to leave, he decided to leave one important piece of news. "Plus, look, I almost forgot. Nizu has your first assignment before you enroll for a mission." Izuku raised his eyebrow in response. "What is it?" he asked while clearing out some boxes from the shelf. "He wants you to teach in UA 6 for the next few seconds. The warehouse was in complete silence by Izawa's declaration, with only the sound of seagulls against the kitchen window being the only ambient sound throughout the house, along with cursing words coming out from Izuku's mouth. It took Izuku several days to get used to his strange new freedom. Never before had he been able to get up whenever he wanted or eat whatever he fancied. He could even go wherever he pleased as long as it was in the dock area, and as this long cobbled street was packed with the freight ships that go around the world. It's not much, but he seemed satisfied enough. Izuku ate breakfast each morning in the warehouse, where he liked watching the seagulls flying over the area and hearing the honking horn of the freight ships signaling their departure. He spent the long sunny days exploring the warehouse and inhaling the ocean air through his nose, enjoying the newfound freedom. He still couldn't forget the news of him being the new teacher at UA. Not only does it sound ridiculous and unusual, but to think that he had to teach a bunch of students how to be a hero itself is enough to turn his stomach inside out. The upside of the deal itself is that he gets to enjoy his new freedom right now, but if the job requires him to teach, then he would already back out from the beginning. One Nizu already recognized his intelligence enough to know that he should be in college. Not only he's well intelligent right from the beginning, but ever since he's returned from hell, he's become smarter than before, making him to be on par with Nizu if he had to guess. Luckily, the 𝗵𝗃 gave him a visit after Aizawa had told him about his sudden employment and gave him almost 2 weeks to prepare, and he'll be starting to teach heroics for the second year, replacing their teacher. Now he knows who's gonna be his students, and he couldn't be more surprised than anyone else on who else is gonna be there. Flashback start. You've gotta be kidding me, Nizu. He stood from where he sat in the warehouse looking at Nizu with wide eyes. He slammed the desk in frustration after hearing the words coming out from him while holding the urge to skin him alive. I'm sorry, Izuku, but it turns out the HPSC is pulling out their final card before they went to prison. He placed a list of paper on the desk with the names of the second-year students for this year, and to his surprise finds the names of the Class 1A student among them. 2. And you just gonna sit here putting your finger on your butt, not doing anything about it. He spat in a rage, almost forgetting who's he talking to. The decision is out of my hands. They managed to convince the authorities that their accomplishment of defeating you 4 months ago was enough to earn their spot at UA. Half of the government officials rejected the decision, and the tiebreaker of the decision is decided by the Ministry of Finance, and he voted yes. He remarked sadly of the decision. For Izuku grits his teeth after hearing the decision, almost like he's trying to contain the red-hot rage that's about to explode from within. After everything he's done to destroy their life, somehow, they got a new set of lifelines. He looked at Nizu and found that somehow he felt uneasy, almost like he was still withholding another set of information. Nizu, is there something else I've to know? Izuku pressed the matter while staring directly at his eye, almost ready to smite him. Nizu shifts uncomfortably while playing with his paws before breaking another set of news. One that would make Izuku's blood boil then right now. As of today, the HPSC also informed that Tashinori Yagi is being reinstated as UA's heroic teacher for the second year. 15 What? Izuku shouts barrenly and belittles him a little, almost making Nizu fall from where he sits. His loud shout echoes around the empty warehouse, almost like a loud roar. One flashback and Izuku couldn't believe what he'd heard a few days ago. Not only did his sister and her friend manage to stay in UA, but his failed father had also managed to crawl his way back. He looked in wonder at how many shoe bottom he had to lick just to sway their decision and accept his job. 2. Apparently, he had been forced to make a contract with Nizu during the first semester that stated that he would be teaching heroics class for 3 years in UA for her daughter. He knows that the main reason for his employment is to teach her daughter how to control one for all and nothing else, which is hypocritical for him. With nothing left, Nizu is forced to accept his employment with a heavy heart. But he can tell that he'll be waiting and watching closely for a minor thing that could make him fired. And thankfully, he won't have to strolling around besides him, since he's been tasked to teach heroics for Class B. Sadly, Tashinori is so focused on teaching her daughter and her class so much that he abandons Class 1B under Vlad's responsibility. He left all the responsibility under Vlad to teach 2 separate subjects for a single class, which exhausted him for the entire semester. 7. So he spent the rest of the day reviewing the notes and files from the sports festival and their internship, watching their performance from the laptop and security camera during the festival, and remembering their names and quirks for the class. Not only that, he also went to see each of the students' personal files to know each of their personality and grade in the last semester. He has to admit that Class B students are different compared with Class A, having more battle-type quirks and power, while Class B is more flexible and have a wide variety of quirk. If he had to talk about power alone, Class A is dominating the field, but Class B is more proficient with technique and specialists. He plays with his laptop, switching his tab from the student file, and checks on the news that's going on from his time in prison. From some bank thief in Chiba, a new tourism program, brand new high-speed rail line to Yokohama, 𝗵𝗃 General is having a canned food drive, a few stocks rising especially on Silicon Valley and Azora Motor, and rising on new villains in the area. One Izuku read on his laptop before putting his hand in his pocket and conjuring a cell phone similar to what Masamori gave him and dialing a number. Luckily, he checked the whole place in case there was a bug or camera, and thankfully it's not, but he couldn't take the risk. Izuku waited over the phone having a conversation with someone at the end of the call. "Hey, it's me. Did you read the news?" Izuku said over the phone while reading an article from the laptop. "Did you put it in?" The voice coming from the phone is a bit faint because it's blocked by Izuku's echoed voice in the empty warehouse. "Good, keep a close eye on it and do what you have to do. I trust you with it." Izuku closed the phone before the line got disconnected. One after what seems to be near midnight, Izuku closed his laptop, ending his research on his student, while waiting for tomorrow to come for his first day at work. Izuku finally arrived at UA at the front gate with the two security drones standing at the front gate checking and scanning for the student ID of anyone who entered. As time went on, the rest of the students began filing in one by one. There were a few interesting characters from what he could tell, from a guy whose head looked like a tiger head and the other who had scales for skin. But no one seemed to look as excited as he imagined. He looked over the rest of the students who appeared to be in the first year, and some of them looked as nervous as entering the gate. Perhaps it's because the two security robots looked like they were about to pin them down if their identity didn't match, or maybe the atmosphere that's hanging around the air. Ever since the news showed that UA is harboring not only one but 22 students who are responsible for his death, UA's reputation has gone downhill. Sure, they were under straight order coming from the previous HPSC president, but that doesn't make it better for them. Few of the parents are reluctant to have their kids enroll here, thinking that their children might be in danger. Izuku watched the gate as he couldn't describe how he was feeling right now. He's finally here in UA. It's been his dream ever since he was young, to enter UA Hero course. His old self would be jumping around with his head over the cloud, for able to come here, to achieve his dream. But now, he had no idea what to feel right now. Now that he has gone this far, his old dream seems to be pointless at this point. No longer did he admire the shiny golden letter of UA on the front gate, or its pristine building, or the cool entrance exam he heard around, or feel any pride in seeing the school with his own two eyes. His eyes are vacant, looking at the building, not knowing what to do or feel. He breathes out, exhaling his air while putting his hand in the pocket before entering the building. Just before his feet were about to take his step, he heard a few murmurs coming from behind him. At first, he thought a few of the students were talking behind his back about his appearance, since he was wearing a different outfit from how he was before. Nizu had warned him about not dressing in his usual outfit since it could attract unwanted attention. So he replaced his appearance with a dark green V-neck shirt with a high-collared black leather jacket over it. He also wears burgundy jeans with a silver chain drooping down over them, black leather chaps with 3 bands encircling his right calf, and black shoes with black buckles. But when he turned his head to the back, he saw where those whispers were directed to. He scowls, finding the source of those murmurs. A girl dressed in UA standard clothes is walking on the gate, holding her bag with both of her hands. She had her hair in her signature ponytail while having an elegant demeanor. Izuku grips his fist in anger, trying to hold on to the anger within, trying to stop himself from lashing out just by seeing her walking in. The other students are whispering to each other while eyeing her along the way, while pointing the phone, trying to take a picture, recognizing her from the news as Momo Yaoyorozu walked towards the entrance, lowering her head down. For seeing her outside the prison somehow brings him joy, knowing that she doesn't have the fake mask she wore during the time she came to visit him. Ever since he locked up on Icicle, she's been constantly visiting him 2 times every week. The first day she came to meet him, Izuku didn't even spare her a glance, pretending that she was not there, sitting through the glass case while lying on the bed. But after a while, her visits start to get on his nerves, not enjoy that he's being eyed almost like a circus freak. One day he decided to call out to her asking why she went on to visit, and she replied that she wanted to see him. However, Izuku knows that her visit is nothing more but a facade that she's displayed to get some sympathy points. And the worst part, Izuku couldn't reject her visit, not even he wanted to. One visit turns to two, and they each get more frequent than before. Izuku wanted to tell her to leave, but he couldn't even do that if he wanted to. She kept coming at him, telling him a few stories and making small talk. 8 hours. She sat for over 8 hours just to go on talking and looking at him. 2. He just had to hope that she wouldn't be near him during the school or anywhere than he had to. It's bad enough to hear that they still earn a spot in the school, and now he had to stay at the same school with them is more than maddening. She passed at the front gate with Izuku along the way, not noticing the male in front of her was her best friend and him not acknowledge her walking. Izuku scowls in annoyance as he makes his way toward the building and tries to navigate himself to the class while trying to forget about his encounter with her. Flashback start. Izuku is standing in an alley behind their hideout with few parking cars on the lot with Jack as his instructor teaching him how to shoot a gun. There's a beer bottle placed on the top of a rusty barrel acting as a target practice for him. The girl is sitting on a car hood drinking a beer while looking at Izuku trying to take aim at the gun. He's been looking around the crate of the arsenal and finds a lot of guns and a number of varieties, but he seems to find that a gun is the most comfortable among the other weapons. So when he decided to take the revolver gun from the crate, Jack decided to take him out for target practice. A loud bang echoed on the streets as Jack aimed the gun and shattered the beer bottle into pieces. Izuku closed his ears from the loud bang hitting his eardrum. Easy, point and shoot. He handed the gun back to Izuku, pointing at the remaining bottle. He's holding the pistol and finds it's quite heavy for its size, and hold the grip with both of his hands shaking and trying to take aim at the bottle. He pulled the trigger and the bullet missed far from the bottle, with the recoil shaking him to the back, and fell onto the floor. The gun fell on the ground as he picked it up and tried to take aim once again but failed. And he tried again but failed once again. Jack holds his palm onto his face, thinking that it might be a bad idea for him to be holding a gun in the first place. Perhaps a pistol isn't his style after all. After all, not everyone is proficient enough with holding a gun. Some of them preferred a knife or hand-to-hand combat. Echoed of the shots fired continued to ring the alley, with each bullet missing the target and ricochet around. The bullet chambers continued to drop on the ground with each shot, Izuku's not hitting a single target at all. He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking of what did he do wrong. He positioned himself once again before trying to take aim once again, only to find a hand holding the barrel. At first, he thought that Jack was trying to save himself from the embarrassment, but to his surprise, it's not Jack who's holding the barrel. A lady grabbed the barrel of the gun before pulling it out from Izuku's hand, took the gun, aimed it with both of her hands, and shot the bottle. She fired off once again, hitting all the bottles in less than 5 seconds. Izuku looked in amazement, seeing all of the bottles shattered and hit perfectly at it. She pulled the chamber and filled it with another set of bullets before throwing it at Izuku's hand. He catches the pistol while she stood behind him, holding his hand and arm, trying to fix his posture. Hands here, stand up straight, chin forward. She grabbed his arm and finger and pointed the gun at the line sight of Izuku's aim. Izuku could feel that somehow he could fire off the shots better than before. He took a closer look at the wooden plank on the top of the car and pointed it at the middle before pulling the trigger. The gun released smoke from the muzzle as Izuku closely looked at the wooden plank and found the bullet hitting the plank. It's not right in the middle of it, but he finally managed to hit a target. He let out a small laugh of accomplishment of hitting the first target. He turned his head back and found the girl showing a thin smile from behind and heading back to the hideout. Jack walks towards him while looking at the wooden plank. Nice shots, he nodded, looking impressed. Izuku looked at the pistol in his grip, not believing what he just did. He made the shot. Finally, he made the shot. He walked towards the doorway, trying to call the girl to give her his thanks for showing him how to fire off a gun. Hey, I just want to say thanks, for the advice and for the save. Izuku looked towards her while she remained silent. So I didn't get the chance to know your name. He rubbed the back of his head, looking at her before she closed the door. She held the door for a while before entering. Claire Ortega. For she enters through the back door, with Izuku trying to remember her name. Claire Ortega. While in the midst of his thought, Jack walks towards him and heads to the door. At least this confirms one thing to me. He averted his head towards him. You're gonna be a lousy student for us, and pray that you won't have to teach one day too. Izuku scowls at his insult and adds with a chuckle before putting the revolver back into his hip holster and entering the hideout once again. Flashback, and he walked towards the entrance and tapped her teacher ID to the security robot and they allowed him to enter. Aizawa had given him directions to his phone on where to go. Getting to you was the easy part of the day, but trying to navigate the vast labyrinth of hallways and classrooms of the campus was a challenge in itself. As the time before homeroom ticked lower and lower, the greenette found himself sprinting through the hallways trying to find his class. He had to admit that for the smartest mammal, Nizu sure has an idiotic setup for a school layout. Luckily, he remembered on Class B location back when he infiltrated UA to place those fake bombs during the school festival. 2B, where the hell is it? As he finished the end of his comment, he finally found the door in question. To say it was big would be an understatement. This thing was nearly 3 or 4 times his size. He actually had to throw his head back to see the top of it. He hesitantly reached his hand towards the door handle. But before he could slide the door open, someone tapped on his shoulder calling him. He turned around and saw a bulky white spiky-haired man with fangs in his mouth. He was dressed in a red skin-tight suit with a U-shaped collar on it. He managed to catch up to him as he was about to make his way to the class himself. Good to see you. So you found the class. Vlad greets him while carrying a set of books for the new semester. Vlad, I presumed. Izuku extended his hand as he shook his hand and tried to clear the air that was between him. Listen, about the last month's fiasco, you know, the bomb whole thing is nothing personal, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head, remembering the incident itself, all just to lure the female Todoroki out of the premises. Vlad nodded in understanding, tapping his shoulder, giving him a hearty laugh, accepting his apology. Before they entered, Vlad had told Izuku that he'd be doing the introduction first to his students while he waited behind the door. He nodded while waiting behind the hall, crossing his hand as Vlad entered the class first. Murmurs could be heard from outside while Izuku waited in the hallway as he awaited Vlad's signal for him to enter the class. Once he heard his name being called, he slowly made his way towards the door and slid it open. The sudden outside stimulus caused more than a few heads to turn his way as he entered the classroom. The students who were arguing had also been amongst those who turned to see the new teacher enter the classroom. All of them watched as Izuku made his way to the podium near Vlad, but he kept up his stern gaze all the same. A few of the girls in the class start to talk with each other, seeing their new teacher is still young. Everyone, meet your heroics teacher, 𝗵𝗲, Vlad said as he began to move to the side and let Izuku take the podium. Hello everyone, my name is 𝗵𝗲 and I'll be your heroic teacher for this year. Nice to meet you, Izuku stated after the introduction before returning to his position behind Vlad. Then they joined in with the applause, which was tumultuous at the class table in particular. Most of the class didn't know how to feel about the new teacher since they were already comfortable enough with their homeroom teacher, but they couldn't pretend to not know that the double job that their teacher had to take already burned him out. Alright, since introductions aren't necessary at this point, I think it's best that we get to know each other first. Izuku glances at Vlad, giving him the look to trust him on this. Vlad acknowledged his look and excused himself from the class, leaving him alone with the class. Once Vlad leaves the class, everyone starts to wonder what their activity for today is as the second year. Will they be having a sparring with each other? Rescue simulation? Quirk assessment like last semester? Hand-to-hand combat session? So many things running through their head right now on what the class is gonna be. A few of them are also worried that his style of teaching would be too much for the class to handle since they have adapted from Vlad's teaching, while others think that he might be too young to teach them at all. Then a knock is heard from the class door as Izuku makes its way to meet on the other side of the door. He slid it open and saw a clone of ectoplasm carrying 2 plastic bags full of drinks. 𝗵𝗲, sir, next time pick up your own order, would you? Ectoplasm handed over the bag with a slightly annoyed look on his face before going back to the class. Izuku picked up the bag, placed it on the teacher's podium, and pulled out the content filled with a variety of drinks from a simple milk tea to fruit soda from a local stall. The rest of the class watches as he pulls out the drinks one after another without an end. And after he's finished, he looks at the students. Mind helping me a bit? Grab a drink for each one of you. Izuku handed a can of soda and tossed it to the student in the back with a bandana, and he caught it. Well, we're gonna start on our orientation for today's class. Everyone step forward and grab a drink. Izuku gestured for the class to move forward and took one as the drinks started to pile up on the podium. A few curious looks were exchanged as the class put away their books. Soon, the class went forward and grabbed a drink on the counter, and they found a whole variety of drinks they could find. An Americano, milk tea, lemonade, fruit punch, butterbeer, and even a frappuccino. They went to grab the drink with a few of them wrestling to get their favorite beverage and returned to their seat. Two they were a bit reluctant to drink, but seeing their teacher just went and grabbed his own can of Coke and chugged the can. Few of the students followed suit while slurping their drinks waiting for their teacher to make a comment. And after everyone got a drink, one of them decided to ask the question on everyone's mind. Sensei, what's going on here? Why aren't we starting the class? The orange-haired hair girl raised her hand in confusion, not understanding why her teacher was giving them a free beverage. Izuku slurps on his cola before putting it back on the podium and stares at his students. We're starting the class right now. But we're not studying for today. The class exchanges a few looks, with a few of them happy that they're not having a class for today, but some others weren't convinced just yet. But we have 3 hours for today. What are we gonna do then? The student with silver spiky hair asked. We're gonna sit here and we're gonna get to know each other better. Suddenly the class looked surprised, almost like someone just announced that one of their classmates was working nighttime as a prostitute in some shady part of town. Sorry, what? He asked once again, thinking that his ears were clogged. Look, we're gonna stay like this for the rest of the year for who knows how long. I'm the teacher and you're the student, but you don't know a single thing about me since I'm new here. If we're gonna have a student-teacher relationship for quite a while, I need you to trust me just like I trust you the same. Izuku stated with the class looking at him with increased respect. Izuku grabbed a file of each student's personal record and information over the semester and showed it to them. Right here is a file of every single one of you. It contains academic grades, quirks, the latest internship, and personal information down to your favorite hero when you were still in a diaper. Now I know all about you, but you don't know me at all except my name. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna spend the rest of the next 2 hours and 47 minutes for you to ask anything you want about me. No restriction to your question at all, so long it's within reason. If you want to know personal information, then by all means, I'm gonna answer them honestly. The rest of them muttered at each other, not really looking up at all. Izuku stood on the podium with both of his hands on it, waiting for someone to ask him anything. Then one of them raised their hand in the back. Yes, Hananuki, correct. Izuku looked at the gray-haired kid in the back with a face that almost resembled a skeleton. Hananuki raised his eyebrow after his teacher knew about his name. Why are you here teaching us heroics? Izuku smirks before answering, hoping he got something more challenging at his first question. Nizu has brought me out of my sabbatical leave. He asked me to teach you heroics for this year and hopefully the next, depending on the circumstance. But why now? I meant, why only after our second year did you decide to show up? Because Nizu had to outsource his teacher from the outside. From what I've heard, someone from the teacher administration didn't do their job properly and you guys got left and cast aside. That's why Vlad covered for the whole semester, and here I am, filling in his shoes. One Hananuki nodded, finding his question already being answered, although the class felt a bit of a downcast with his answer of their class getting cast aside because they were from the B class and not A. After Hananuki's question had been answered, another set of hands rose in the air. Yes, Kuwaro. He pointed his finger at the full black-skinned student just 2 seats away from Hananuki. Where are you from? Izuku raised his eyebrow with another normal question. Nizudafu. But I'm traveling from one place to another, he replied. 1. So you're homeless? Minoma quipped from behind, with a few of the class giving him a look of disbelief. 1. However, Izuku doesn't feel affected by the sudden blatant reply. No, I'm not Minoma. Although I lived in a private apartment in the center of Tokyo with a city view while sipping a whiskey, enjoying the sunset almost twice a week. The rest of the class is taken aback by the sudden information, including Minoma himself, not knowing whether their new teacher is telling the truth or not. That was a joke. Then the class sighed in relief because the atmosphere had become much relaxed on than before. Few of the class have started raising their hand, almost looking forward to the orientation that Izuku had implemented for today. Where do you live? Kinoko asked, pulling out her notepad and a pen. In 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲. I got a place near the city. Izuku replied, gaining some quizzical look since he just joked about living in a private condominium in Tokyo, although he was not lying since the warehouse he's currently staying in is still on the part of 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲. Who's your favorite hero? 𝗬𝗧𝗏 looked in wonder. I don't have one. Izuku shrugs his shoulder, gaining some looks from the students so as to not believe that he doesn't have one. Really? Why is that? Shishido wondered out loud, raising a hand to his furry chin as he leaned forward. I believe I understand what you're saying, sir. But it's kinda uncommon for people these days to not have a favorite hero. Well, that position once belonged to a certain top 10 hero, but he's just proven to be a fake. Izuku shrugs his shoulder. When's your birthday? Kinoko asked, once again writing on her notepad. July 15, he replied. Are you a pro hero? I never heard of you before during any news or article before. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 asked, rubbing his chin, trying to remember his debut from any news platform. No, I'm not. I'm more of a vagabond type. He nodded, not lying about it. Then a dark moss green girl sitting near the window decided to spice the question session while smirking, showing her toothy grin. How old are you? Izuku showed a thin smile to reply with her grin. Try to take a guess. Setsuna, along with the others close to her seat, began to guess while looking at their teacher's appearance and facial features. Everyone looked around at one another before nodding their heads and shouting out their guess. 25, Shota shouted. 27. Kaibara followed. 30, Rin added. 21. Pony joined. 45. Tsuburaba shouts. Really? Kendo glared at him while he gave an apologetic look. Getting colder here. We're not playing bingo here. Izuku smirks, crossing his hand on his chest. The rest of the class looks towards him, trying to figure out the magic number of his age. He doesn't look old enough to be around 30 years old. Based on his facial features, he looks young and not at old age unless he faked his appearance. That's when one student in the front decided to take a guess based on his hunch. 18. Tetsu shouted and gained a raised eyebrow from Izuku towards the steel quirk boy, which the rest of the class took notice. Wait, 17. Kendo took a wild guess and gained a finger-shooting gesture from Izuku, clicking his tongue. 1, what? She shouted along with a few others in the room, almost couldn't believe that their teacher was still around their age. Even Kodai, the class stoic girl, raised her eyes wide by the shocking information. With that, Izuku leaned back against the podium and waited for the class to react, wanting to give them a little time to come to grips with that. Which may take a while, admittedly. From the looks of things, they all looked either confused or bemused by what Izuku confessed, glancing between each other as though they didn't really get it. 17. Our teacher is the same age as all of us, Setsuna said with her mouth agape hanging from her jaw. The rest of them is trying to process their head on the sudden news when Tsuburaba raises his hand, trying to ask the question that had obsessed him for the moment he enters. Do you have a girlfriend? A few of the girls, especially Setsuna and Kinoko, took a double take on what he just said, but some of them weren't gonna announce to the class that they also wanted to know the truth. With how young he really is and by his looks alone, the boys guessed that he must have had a bit of experience in dating. Izuku took a moment before answering the question. His eyes shut for a moment with a contemplating look on his face and opened to answer the question. It's complicated. The class took notice of the pause he was giving before answering the question on hand. Few of them want to push the matter even, but someone beat them to it. What is your quirk, sir? Kaibara asked, gaining some interesting looks from others. For a split second, Izuku considered telling them a lie, since his power is known to be very destructive. Not to mention that almost half of the population in Japan is going to be looking for any quirk similar to him, and the last he needs is to be a suspect on the first day. Well, sorry to disappoint, but I don't have it, Izuku stated as some of the class looked in surprise. A few of the class did a double take on what he just said and made sure that they heard the same thing. Wait, So your 𝗓𝗵𝗍𝗲 looked in surprised, almost in disbelief with a hint of disgust. 3 Quirkless. Yeah, I am. Izuku replied, gaining some looks, and the rest of the class looked a bit dejected by the fun atmosphere he once built before, almost like a balloon that's been out of air. The cheers around the class have evaporated right in thin air as the class went to look at him with doubtful looks and silence as he entered the room. Izuku looked at each of them and knew that the moment he said the word quirkless, everything came to a halt right at the moment. But Izuku didn't give a single care at all. His job is to teach the class, not to be their buddy or favorite teacher. Alright, your teacher is basically the same age as the student, so I don't want you to call me sir or my first or last name. It's sensei to all of you. Izuku told them as he began to eye them one by one. Plus, don't call me 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧 sir or 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧 or sir or even rin. It's sensei or 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧 sensei. Do we understand each other? The class nodded at Izuku as he showed a thin smile from his mouth. Alright, so let's get started, shall we? Izuku lay down on his bed while staring at the ceiling of the warehouse, trying to cure the headache that's hitting his head like a mallet. The first week of teaching had been quite hectic for him, to say politely. He never considered this, but being a teacher isn't as easy as he imagined. There's a great amount of work and paperwork to be done now that the students have already entered the second year. Hundreds of paperwork stacked on his desk in UA is worth almost a month's workload. List of pro heroes willing to offer an internship to his class. A 5-inch thick syllabus worth of this year just for his class. He groans, thinking that the work is almost like a tsunami, with never-ending job after job hitting him like a tidal wave. At first, he might think that he could pull this off, but turns out he was wrong. After all, he didn't have a great role example for a teacher, knowing that his previous one is worth a SHT. All he did was praise his students like they were being sent by the gods and sit on his lazy chair for 3 years straight playing online gambling. The alarm on his desk rang at 7, showing that he only had about 2 hours left before the first class started. So he decided to just push through and go out to the showers while getting ready for his first class of heroics. The first class for the week started with standard subjects such as English, PE, civics, and even math, which confused him because the hero student had to learn something as basic as math in the first place. The third PRD had finally ended, to Izuku's delight, since he was tired of waiting at the teacher's lounge all day. The real challenge came in the form of the infamous hero course that the U was most known for. To say that the first-year students hit the ground running would be an understatement. Not only was the class longer, but they were continuously given piles of hero-related information every day, and for the last few days, he felt like their hands were about to fall off from having to take so many notes. The big kicker, however, was the practical training sessions that the students had already managed to take part in. Izuku sits on the teacher's desk, especially his desk in the teacher's room, playing with his matches. He flicks the match and lights up the flame over and over for the last 30 minutes, trying to pass the boredom that's hit him. While he didn't like to be waiting in the room before his class had begun, he was even more irritated when the entire teacher was eyeing him like some kind of animal on display. He guesses that Nizu had informed his staff that he decided to keep the infamous himself in the school and made sure that the staff remained normal. He had all these stares and looks being drilled to him almost like he's made out of solid gold. There's Mike and ectoplasm, who are sitting on his far left and turned their heads from the paper to look at his desk. Midnight, who's pretending to read on the art history books. Vlad and 13 glances over to him, with the latter trying to be subtle because of the space helmet on her head. When he glances over to them, a few of them start to pretend typing the keyboard or grading the papers of today's test, but he knows full well that he's the main attraction in the room. And finally, after a painful and agonizing 30 minutes of his life, he decided to address the elephant in the room. Take a picture, it'll last longer. The rest of the staff flinched for a second after Izuku had said out loud on his comment. A few of them shared a look over to each, wondering who should be the one that addressed the situation. Normally they just gonna wait for Aizawa to wake up and talk about the issue, but since he's still in the class, Midnight decided to volunteer. So it's really you? Midnight addressed at Izuku direction, awkwardly waiting for his response. However, Izuku didn't take his eyes away from the lighter and continued to flick it. I've no idea, what are you talking about? Izuku feigns on his ignorance, pretending not to know what he's talking about. You know, you being you. Mike decided to join in on her suspicion. Izuku flicks his lighter away. If you meant that I'm the new heroics teacher for Class 2B, then you're right. He continued, being oblivious to what they suspected him to be. Some of the staff looked at each other, hoping that he would budge and just come straight forward with them, but he decided to remain clueless on their suspicions. He couldn't help it, since his employment was being kept secret from the public. He didn't know whether Nizu had told anyone other than Aizawa and Vlad, since the latter was the Class B homeroom teacher. So he couldn't risk revealing his identity out in the open. And just when the room had already reached its peak of awkwardness, it was about to go downhill even more. The door of the teacher lounge is opened from the outside, and all of the teachers' face had gone from anxious to sour in a matter of seconds. Someone entered the room unannounced, but other than its sudden arrival that put the damper in the room, is the identity of the person that enters. A very skinny man enters the room with sharp, angular features and long limbs. His neck long and his eyebrows absent almost resembles a dried-up mummified science project. He wears his smile like a badge of honor to show to the rest of the staff. Tashinori Yagi had just entered the room carrying a stack of papers in his hand, finishing his class or signing an autograph for his adoring fans. He continued to smile like an idiot, pretending that everything was fine and merry while looking at the staff, dampening the mood once he entered. 6. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see all of you here, he said out loud for everyone to hear, but the rest of them didn't acknowledge his entry, almost like he was a ghost. Nomiuri, I've found that some of the students have some trouble with the new curriculum. Perhaps I could offer some assistance. He tried to make small talk to his colleague, but Midnight continued to grade the paper, ignoring the man in front of him. Izuku sat silently and leaned against the chair. He tried his damnedest to ignore the one person in the world that he wished to kill personally other than Izumi. Seeing him just glancing over from one desk after another like an idiot monkey, clapping his hand begging for attention by its end. He wasn't going to say anything, but Yagi turned just then and gave his signature smile. Izuku snorted. Again he avoided the man. 2. I'm sorry, but you can't be here. We are training heroes and civilians aren't allowed here. Tashinori walked over to him, trying to reprimand him. 2. He raises an eyebrow and stays in silence, waiting for his next move. He didn't even spare a glance towards him and continued to flick his lighter. You're not a hero, so please leave. It could be distracting having someone the students don't know here. The blonde said, and smoking is prohibited in here. 6. The rest of the staff exchange a fearful look to each other, seeing the blonde trying to annoy the new teacher, or as they suspected, the person that wanted the symbol of peace to be dead the most in the entire Japan. Few of them are worried that the new teacher would accidentally commit arson inside the building, or perhaps set someone on fire, or even throw him off from the window. Izuku rolled his eyes at the former hero as he gasped, almost like someone just spits directly to his face. You're a very rude young man, Yagi said, upset by the disrespect shown to him. 3. Not wanting to stay here any longer, Izuku decided to get up, headed to the door, and make his way to his class. Tashinori continued to lecture him that a civilian shouldn't stay in a teacher lounge, especially filled with UA teachers, but Izuku merely said his goodbye by flipping him off and giving him a middle finger gesture to the skeleton man before leaving the room. 2. The bell rang for the next day. Vlad put his things away and the rest of the class followed suit. As Class 1B got their stuff out, Glad almost forgot and went out, calling his class for the announcement. Alright, so listen up, you'll be starting your heroics class with Hamura-sensei this afternoon, so I want you to be on your best behavior, Vlad announced to his class, gaining a few dejected looks by some of his class. Blinking, Vlad turned to his class, already feeling a smidge of suspicion. None of them held the same enthusiastic aura, just like 5 minutes before he left the class with them the last time he entered. He did find the atmosphere is a bit on a slump, almost depressing, unlike last time. What's wrong? You all acting like someone just killed your pet, he asked his students, and that's all it took to break the dam. Sensei, you can't let us learn from him. He couldn't teach us anything. Kamakiri shouts from his desk, lodging his complaint. One Vlad looked at the Mohawk boy on the back, looking in surprise and a bit of shock over his shouting. He knows that Kamakiri is one of the loudmouths in the class. rivaled by 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and 𝗵𝘃𝗲 from Class A, but he never thought of seeing him yelling directly towards him at all. 𝗵𝗃𝗃-sensei. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 shouted, making the teacher jump somewhat and whirl around at his student. You can't seriously be letting us study with him. 𝗵𝗃𝗲, now hold on. You can't just disrespect our teacher like that. Kendo told him off. But Kendo, you heard what he said before. He's dash, don't you dare finish that word 𝗵𝗃𝗲, I meant it. Kendo warned him, giving him a look. Kendo, you've got to look at the facts here. You really expect him to be teaching us? How is he gonna do that? Giving pointer to all of us. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 is correct, I meant don't get me wrong. I like 𝗵𝗲𝗃-sensei, but you can't teach something you don't have. That doesn't mean that we can disrespect him like that. He's our teacher. That happens to be the same age as us. Come on. I think that we should give him a chance. Who knows, we may be able to learn from him. Maybe he faked his application somehow. Or perhaps threatened the principal to accept him. You can't fake an application to become a teacher here. Or are you saying that our principal just got punked by someone at our age? So you admitted that he's around our age and doesn't have the quality. It's the fact. He told us that he's the same age as us. Maybe 1 year older than us. Yeah guys, it's not manly at all to throw some accusation like that. But you have to face the facts here. As the class continued arguing and divided into two groups, Kendo tried to hold her hands out to prevent this from escalating. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and Kamakiri, who's the ringleader, glared at Tetsu and Pony while they got angrier as the argument went on. Class divided on what seems to be Kendo and 𝗵𝗃𝗲 faction, and some of the level-headed student of him is attempted to play the middleman. Vlad stared at the podium, drowning out their argument as everything that had happened these last few minutes rushed through his head. He almost felt like he was in some sort of family drama fight. What's going on here? Vlad asked, slamming his hand on the podium, hoping to find the bottom of this immediately. The loud crash behind them finally brought the class out of their arguments, all of them letting out tiny shrieks of surprise and jumping high into the air, whirling around at the sound. Each of them, for some reason, expected to see something else, maybe a villain who snuck in or some kind of animal. But they were all surprised to see Vlad staring at the class, anger in his eyes and a hint of frustration. We learned that 𝗵𝗲𝗃𝗲-sensei is quirkless, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 said loudly for the class to hear. Vlad King seemed taken aback, looking back and forth between his students. There seemed to be a part of him that wanted to continue accusing 𝗵𝗃𝗲 of what he just told him happened. But the information of Izuku being quirkless leaking out to the class on the first week is enough for him to get an aneurysm. He let out a long sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose with his fingers, and then finally asked, "How did you find this information?" He told us straight up, saying that he doesn't have a quirk since he was born. Kamakiri replied loudly. Vlad sighed again, closing his eyes briefly, and then reopened them and excused himself for a moment and made his way to the door before closing it down and heading back to the teacher's room to speak to Izuku about what he had learned today. He was more than a bit disappointed in his class, thinking that some of them were a bit skeptical about him teaching the class despite the lack of quirk. He would have to talk to Nizu about it more tomorrow. He shut the doors thinking that he's gonna have to break it down for the new teacher before it leaked out or even hit his ear. But when he turned his head, he saw Izuku standing in the hallway, crossing his hands on his chest while laying against the wall. Vlad jumped in surprise seeing him standing like that with his eyes closed, trying to process the news that he probably heard behind the wall. He exhaled his breath once again before addressing the situation. "So, how much did you hear?" Vlad asked. "Just barely enough," he replied with his eyes remains closed. He looked frustrated over what he just heard from the students in the class. He could still hear the murmur and half-shouting coming from the class as they continued to have a talk about it. When he wants to talk about the matter at hand, Izuku gestures to him to follow him and Vlad follows from behind. They continued to walk in the hallway as they made their way to the teacher's lounge. Inside, there's Midnight and Aizawa sitting on their desk grading the test paper and Snipe who's on his computer. The three of them in the room noticed that the two of them weren't teaching in their class right now. "Where's Tashinori?" Izuku calmly asked, looking at Aizawa for his reply. "He's out walking on his usual run. Probably trying to get some attention like always." Right after Aizawa had finished talking, Vlad pulled him over and started yanking on his clothes, raising him in the air. Why are you doing that? He raised his voice louder than his usual one, trying to understand what is he doing. Vlad, what are you doing? Aizawa looked at his colleague, trying to raise Izuku some questions. I thought that you wanted to redeem yourself, and now they thought that you just trying to buy them some good grace, he said to his colleague. Aizawa raises his eyebrow, who's still looking oblivious, and so do the rest of the staff themselves. What are you saying? Aizawa looked confused even more than before. I'm saying that his quirk status just got busted. After that revelation, Aizawa and the rest watch as they look at Izuku for some explanation on why did he that. They look towards him about the statement he made on the first day of his class. Aizu, I meant 𝗵𝗲, why did you tell the class about your quirk status? Aizawa asked the new teacher, hoping that he could explain himself. Izuku remains in silence, even currently being held by Vlad against the wall. His eyes remain the same as he looked towards them. Because I said that I'm gonna answer to them truthfully and I kept my word. He simply replied, however, that seems to be pissing Vlad even more than before. And you couldn't simply make up about something else. About your ability. Vlad questions Izuku. Because I want to test them at the same time, Izuku replied, and that seemed to get the best of Vlad since he dropped him to the floor, waiting more for his explanation. He dusted himself before replying to his question that's currently on their mind. I wanted them to see that just because their teacher is quirkless and at the same age as them, their treatment is gonna be different from before. But why are you doing that? Midnight asked. Because society itself is already screwed from the beginning. He looked at Midnight, giving him his answer. 200 years since the first quirk has spawned, and they still couldn't live with the fact that the quirkless is the same as them. People view me as someone with a disability or a defective product. The world is trapped under this cycle of dehumanization that's thinking that the weak quirk and quirkless is treated as a fragile product that you could cast aside like some old junk. Well, newsflash, 200 years ago, before quirk started to dawn, people lived their lives the same as the rest of the quirkless inhabitants in the world. So what does that make you all? Izuku looked around at them and found they had no answer to his statement. Midnight was looking not at him, but at the desk in front of her out of shame, and Izuku, following his gaze at the front, saw that Vlad's hands were clenched in front of him, his knuckles white, his eyes wide and horrified, silently acknowledge on what he just said. If the rest of the school and the world wanted to shun me, that's fine. I'm here to show them that we're not just some defective product. He makes his way towards the class, leaving the teacher's room along with the rest of them as he tries to make the first step of his change in the school and the world. Flashback start. Izuku's body hits the soft mattress below while groaning in pain. His back feels really hurt and sore from the impact that Jack gave him. He stood on the mattress while looking down at Izuku, who was lying his back on the mattress. It's been 3 weeks since Izuku met both Jack and Claire. Life at the Hell was as different as possible from life on Mizudafu. In his old hometown, people scowled and gave him some side glances over everything he did. On Hell, everyone pretty much got stared at and stared at each other. Izuku was shocked the first time he looked in the mirror over the bathroom to see just how much he changed in the last 3 weeks. His hair is a bit longer than it was before. The scars around his arms are no longer visible, but they got replaced by more purple bruises and bandages because of the rough environment he had to endure in Hell. But most of them come from the training he got from Jack. Ever since he started to join their group, Jack started to train him in a few martial arts. He could tell immediately that he doesn't have any proper training at all, or even any training at all, and that's an easy guess from his skinny figure that resembles a malnourished kid. Dead kid, Jack replied while pinning him against the mattress with a knife on the throat. Izuku tried once more as he tried to land a punch at Jack, but he easily blocked it and threw him once more on the floor. Cracking and thudding sounds could be heard across the room, followed by a groaning voice. Dead, Jack said once again. Next, Izuku decided to throw a kick on his abdomen, but he easily caught it and spun his body in midair before getting slammed on the wall with his body pushed like a practice dummy. Izuku winced in pain, remembering her session with his sister of getting his body slammed with the same force as his throw before. How in the hell did a wimpy kid such as yourself get stuck in here? Jack asked in disbelief, looking at his figure. I know an 11-year-old girl having more fight than you. Playing gender now, really? and immediately he got slapped on the head while groaning in pain. He rubbed his head trying to relieve the pain. His head got slapped, and at the same time he worried about not being able to learn basic hand-to-hand combat, not that he ever had one in the first place. That privilege falls on his sister's lap to be the next symbol of peace. The number of private lessons on quirk training and heroics tutor, all of those are being given to her sister, but she's too much of a brat to understand any of those at all. He took notice that her sister really didn't have much training in those lessons. Guess she's just preferred to goof around, or maybe her father didn't think that some basic hand-to-hand combat is really necessary for future heroes. He remained on the ground thinking of her sister's privilege that he didn't see a whopping coming to his head once more. Damn it, what the? He rubbed the back of his head once again. Listen, I need you to start pulling your weight here. 'Cause I can't go out there and watch your back at the same time. I need you to start taking this seriously. Jack warned him while getting prepared for the training to start again. Izuku scowls towards his insult and heads to charge straight at him, but suddenly he met with a straight kick towards his abdomen, almost like a pole hitting him. Vomit went immediately straight to his mouth, but he closed it at the last moment before making its way out. He holds his stomach, gasping for air while coughing on the ground. What was that? Izuku holds his stomach, wincing in pain. It's called 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗍, or the spinning back kick. Jack extends his hand, waiting for Izuku to take it. He grabbed the hand, pulled his weight on, and stood while continuing to rub his stomach. How are you so good with a knife anyway? Did you take a self-defense class or something? Are you a professional snatcher? He looked towards Jack, who placed the knife back to his back holster. He took a moment before answering his question while contemplating with himself. ROK Special Force, he told Izuku while clearing up the place. You don't look like an Asian to me, Izuku replied. He placed the knife back in his pocket before replying, I'm not. Run away when I was 16 and stayed in Korea ever since. He spoke when suddenly the door opened and Claire was coming out from the door. Jack, we have a problem. Word on the street said that the BLD maniac are starting to make their move now. And right in seconds, Jack went immediately to the armory room to get gear up. Izuku stood in the room trying to understand what was going on in there while watching the both of them running and acting all crazy. What are you waiting for? A red carpet rolled down for you. Get a gear and move, damn it. Jack tossed a bag filled with gears at Izuku as he caught it. Flashback end. Class B classroom has never been known for its peace and quiet over the last year. The class itself is considered to be dull compared to Class A, which is more proactive among the hero class because of the USJ incident and the sports festival. But after the whole incident at Kamino, their class is considered to be normal compared to Class A. But none of them had ever thought that it would be filled with murmurs and loud voices inside, almost like someone just put a whole chimpanzee family with the gorillas trying to fight over their demps and territory, and that's what's happening in there right now. The class is currently divided between two groups, one that opposes their new teacher's teaching and the other who doesn't. Some of them felt that their new teacher couldn't and didn't have the quality or knowledge to teach them any sort of heroics at all. Guys, I'm telling you right now, we can't let someone like him teach us, Minoma growled under his teeth, looking at his classmate from the other side with Kamakiri, Tsuburaba, Kaibara, and Kuwaro joining on their side. 2. We need a proper teacher that could teach us, not some stranger who looks buff and headed to a gym 3 times a week to teach us any heroics. We need Vlad-sensei back. Tsuburaba said, joining on Minoma's suggestion. Didn't you guys feel bad over Vlad-sensei in the last couple of months? He's been going back and forth just to teach 2 different classes. That's why he got Hamura-sensei to teach us. Hananuki went on, trying to remind him of their sensei's previous overwork schedule. I feel bad, believe me. But we can't rely on quirkless people to teach us any heroics at all. How is he gonna teach us anyway? Kuwaro interject. 2. We haven't even joined the class yet, and yet you all think that's a bad idea from the start, Tokage told him. It's because we already knew he couldn't teach before we even began. We're wasting our time with him. Kamakiri said, and don't think I didn't see you glancing over at him every 5 minutes like some high school girl having a crush. A few of the girls, mainly Tokage and Kinoko, averted their gaze, knowing that Kamakiri just mentioning them. Why don't we make a petition out of it? To replace Hamura-sensei with other teachers perhaps. Maybe 𝗧𝗵𝗧 from Class A could help us out. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 suggested the idea, which quickly got shut down. Oh, saying that he's quirkless wasn't enough for you. Now you want to give him the boot as well. 𝗬𝗧 looked towards 𝗵𝗃𝗲, thinking that his idea was nothing but a kind way of saying that their teacher should get fired. I'm not saying that we should get him fired. All I'm saying is that he should be transferred, that's all. Maybe he could teach for the Gen Ed class. And you thought Principal Nizu would just comply with your request without question just like that? What's next? Him to work alongside with lunch rush. 1. Alright, what about the age gap? Which is none. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 shouted the last word, trying to make his point, and a few of the class silently agreed on it, but they didn't want to say it out loud. They couldn't exactly feel doubt over their new teacher who was the same age as them. It's ludicrous to think that someone at their age would teach them any heroics class at all. Some of them were hoping that it's gonna be one of the retired pros, or maybe who's currently active before they met him, but they couldn't shake off their doubt as well. It's almost like we're not having a class, but a tutor instead. Look, I admit that I'm a bit skeptical as well with our new teacher age situation. But all I'm saying is that we should at least join the class and see it first. Shiozaki replied. We don't need to join the class to know just how ridiculous it is. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 blurted out, you know what, I'm gonna go to Principal Nizu and ask about his opinion. Maybe he faked his age before applying here. And what exactly do you think that will accomplish, 𝗵𝗃𝗲? Shisuda said to him before he even made the first step toward the door. If we just talk to him, then I don't know. But hey 𝗵𝗃𝗲, I'm gonna stop you right there. Kendo interrupted, walking forward and shoving 𝗵𝗃𝗲 off, making him 𝗕𝗶𝗯𝗹𝗶cie his gaze to her in shock and outrage since he saw her get angered easily. 𝗵𝗃𝗧 is our teacher, and just because he announced that he's quirkless, somehow you all felt disgusted by his presence already. Why is that? Did you feel grossed out by him? You guys can't possibly be serious. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 whipped his gaze around, hoping to see a sympathetic look on anyone's face but not finding one. Look, I like 𝗵𝗃𝗧, okay? Believe me, he seems like a cool guy, but I just don't think he's the right person to teach us, that's all. Kaibara holds his hand, trying to somehow defuse the tension between them. He's quirkless, for God's sake. He can't teach us anything. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 shouted with desperation in his tone, which quickly silenced the entire class. Few of them couldn't believe what he just said out loud in front of the class. 2. They knew that 𝗵𝗃𝗲 always had a grudge over the fact that Class B was treated nothing like Class A. From the USJ incident to the sports festival where the entire Class A dominated the field, none of them would think that his rivalry with the next class would ever go this far. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 exhaled his breath, panting like a madman, looking towards his class, eyeing each of them, trying to prove his point about his teacher. He doesn't think that their new teacher is the right person to teach him at all, and that's what he's trying to prove to his class, hoping they could stop the mistake before it's already been made. Kendo, who stands nearby to 𝗵𝗃𝗲, is ready to reprimand him for his choice of words, but she is quickly defeated when the door of the class is opened, revealing 𝗵𝗃𝗧 with an unamused look. The rest of the class saw his unreadable expression and somehow realized that 𝗵𝗃𝗲 has just screwed the entire class over his comment of how their new sensei is a quirkless who couldn't defend himself in battle. They only knew him for a few days, but it was the first time where they could see his pissed expression. The whole second year and even maybe the third year would agree that Aizawa-sensei is probably the scariest teacher they could have encountered during 3 years at UA. But if they all saw 𝗵𝗃𝗧 expression, they would have to rethink their decision. All it takes is just one glare to send shivers down their spine. 𝗵𝗃𝗧. Kendo looked towards her new teacher, trying to somehow diffuse the situation, but he raised his hand, holding her to stop talking. So I heard that you've got some disagreement over my employment here, 𝗵𝗃𝗲. He looked towards the blonde-haired kid right next to the door. He fidgets near him, trying to maintain his composure and ego. 5. Yeah, I don't think that someone like you could teach us anything at all, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 replied while trying to keep his bravery in check before leaving him. Some of the students looked at how 𝗵𝗃𝗲 managed to dig his grave even deeper than he already had, or perhaps their graves. 2. Izuku remains quiet, staring right at 𝗵𝗃𝗲 for a moment. He could tell that some of the class was having doubts about his teaching style, or if he was even qualified on how to do it. Right in seconds, he could tell that Tsuburaba, Kurwaro, Kaibara, and Kamakiri were agreeing on what 𝗵𝗃𝗲 said. Alright, let's test that theory, shall we? Soon the class looked at their teacher and stood near the door on what he just said. Gamma gym, 10 minutes. And grab your gear. Too soon Izuku leaves the door and heads towards the gym with the rest of the class doing a double take on what just happened. They arrived there several minutes later, only needing to listen to the sound of murmur around the gym. Izawa and Vlad were exchanging looks with each other, with the latter crossing his hand on his chest. To the side, Recovery Girl was also watching with her expressions unreadable. The whole class arrives at the gym wearing their own hero costume and their support gear. Few of them are excited that they finally get to start their first heroics class for the second year, but not all of them share the same excitement as they are. Others from the Monoma group think that the class itself isn't gonna benefit them much since their teacher doesn't have a quirk to teach them to begin with. Vlad-sensei and Aizawa-sensei too. What's going on? Kendo looked towards the two homeroom teachers, wondering why they were there. Hamura-sensei called and said that he wanted to show us something, Vlad replied, looking at his class president. Maybe he needs you here to give him a few pointers, sir, in case he may have some problem during the class. Monoma smugly replied, showing his tuxedo hero suits off. Vlad looked towards Monoma and he knew that the boy egos was already inflated enough as it was, but he never would expected to take it out with a teacher, let alone a new one. He looked towards him and found the similarity with Bakugo. But before he could reprimand him, someone beat him to it. Big talk, Monoma, ready to put your money where your mouth is. Someone came through the door and Izuku walked in wearing his normal outfit like he wore during the class. Only the difference is that he added a fingerless glove to it. He came by accompanied by Principal Nizu himself on the side, who wore a smile while walking side by side. Principal, what are you doing here? Aizawa looked at the mammal, wondering why he came here out of the blue. Oh, I was just passing by where I heard that Hamura-sensei is about to begin its first lesson. Obviously, I'm here to watch, he replied while climbing to Aizawa's shoulder while using his scarf as a rope. The teacher minus Izuku walked towards the side, acting as a spectator, except Recovery Girl, who was called by Aizawa in case things decided to go south. Including Nizu himself, none of them had any idea what Izuku was gonna teach them during the class itself. He didn't call Cementos to help him create a foothold or walls to barricade the students for their quirk training. Izuku undoes his jacket and drops it on the floor, wearing only his shirt while facing his class for their first training. Alright, listen up. Today's class is all about reaction and timing. But before that, I want to talk to you about combat itself. Izuku said loudly. The students looked at each other, faces completely confused, especially Monoma. But sir, we already learned fighting with our quirk over the last few months. Why do we have to discuss the fundamentals of combat itself? Setsuna raised her hand immediately. Yeah, I meant we already learned how to fight during our first year, Kamakiri added, thinking that his teacher didn't know what he was doing. No. You guys haven't learned about combat properly. Izuku stated, gaining some looks from the students, including the teacher standing sideways on what he was talking about. I watched your work in combat skills over the first year, and some of you have found your styles and learned how to fight, but none of you learned on how to learn proper combat training. So we're gonna correct that mistake right now. So what should we do? Tetsu asked. Today we will be doing quirkless sparring, Izuku said. And right away everyone gave him a look at what he suggested. Monoma and his group find the idea itself is beyond weird and funny. The class went silent for 3 seconds before Monoma decided to blurt out. I knew that our teacher didn't know what he was doing. Monoma smugly laughed off, gaining some look by the others. And why is that, if I may ask? Izuku raised his eyebrow. Because we should be learning how to use our quirk better. We're already in the second year and we're wasting time learning how to do quirkless combat. This is why someone at your age shouldn't teach, let alone someone who didn't have a quirk to begin with. Monoma replied in a condescending tone. The class mouths agape on Monoma's comment that insults the new teacher. Not only is he doing that in front of the teacher, but he's doing it in front of their homeroom teacher. And to make it worse, Principal Nizu is standing a few feet away from them. Vlad is about to call off on his rude commentary when Izuku decides to challenge him. Then let's prove it. Monoma looked at him after being issued with his challenge. Class B versus myself. Quirk versus Quirkless. Let's see who's better. Izuku looked towards 𝗵𝗲𝗲, glancing at him a look. 1. You may go however you want. One at a time or in a group, quirk or not, go ahead. There are no rules. Your objective is either knock me down or force me to surrender or strap me with this capture band. He shows the same capture cuff they used on the previous test during the first year. 𝗵𝗲𝗲 looked at Izuku's suggestion, thinking that what he just did was nothing more but challenging the rest of the class, especially him. Those who on the 𝗵𝗲𝗲 group felt like they were being underestimated by their teacher. 1. You think you could take us all on? There's 20 of us and one of you, sir. Kinoko counted on the class participants and found that it was an unfair situation in Izuku's shoes. 3. Heroes dealt with unknown factors on their job. Whether it's fair or not, it's our job to make sure we did our job correctly. But I don't like to play without a price to pay. What do you mean? Shoda looked towards him. If I win, you all have to write 20 pages of the importance of quirkless combat. If I lose, I'll tend my resignation to Nizu. Whether he's accepting it or not, it's up to him. 𝗵𝗲𝗲's eyes went wide over the suggestion being thrown at him, including some of them as well. Izuku stretches his arms, waiting for them to take on his challenge. So what's it gonna be? Izuku waited as the teens sat there thinking over the proposal. He could see that doubt and fear had plastered all over their face right now. Not because of the challenge being an issue, but because the price of losing itself is the heaviest for him. Some of the students like Kendo and Hananuki, who the calm and level-headed in the class, began to think that this risk was one-sided for them. They have the advantage of number and quirk, to begin with, not to mention that some of them have trained very hard over the last semester. While some of them like 𝗵𝗲𝗲 and Kamakiri looked towards the challenge itself. While they don't tend to look down on their teacher at all, they don't exactly feel confident that their teacher couldn't take on so many people at once, especially since each of them is armed with quirk and training. All right, we accept. 𝗵𝗲𝗲 raised his hand, showing his smug towards Izuku direction. 3. Wait, what? Half of the class shouts. 𝗵𝗲𝗲, don't you realize what's at stake here? 𝗬𝗧𝗍 interjects. Come on, it's just 20 pages of work, for God's sake. 2. And what about when Hamura-sensei loses 𝗧? He'll have to quit because of your stupidity here. Vlad, who's the class homeroom teacher, went immediately to reject the agreement right away, knowing that 𝗵𝗲𝗲 and the others were acting purely on instinct and rage, and unfortunately, their instinct has just cost their teacher position. But Izuku quickly rejected the idea itself. I never back down from a challenge, and I'm not starting right now. And do you expect that I'm gonna lose to a bunch of students? I have my pride too, you know. 3. So the class took position on the other side of the gym, and some of them began to use their quirks right away. A few of them took position on the field, looking towards their teacher and waiting on Vlad to act as a referee in this battle to start the match. Izuku stood in the middle, pulling a RBB knife covered in red paint on the tip, and pointed it at them. He quickly took a stance resembling a military position and turned the blade tip down, blade forward, looking at them with a serious expression. All right, I want a good clean match. No hits below the belt and no excessive use of force. Do you all understand? The class and Izuku gave a quick nod to the Fong white-haired man. All right, begin. Nizu watches from the sidelines as Class B is about to begin, with Izuku demonstrating the effectiveness of quirkless combat. He had to admit that he never actually put a lot of thought into teaching the class about basic hand-to-hand combat, since they already possessed quirk, to begin with. Not that it's not important, but because he thought the student itself should grasp these things before the school or perhaps during their extracurricular activity. So when Nizu heard that Izuku went on to take the class on some sparring, he couldn't help but be there and see for himself how it began. And luckily he managed to bump into him before the class could be started. Flashback start. You want me to what? Izuku raised his eyebrow after hearing Nizu's suggestion. Holding back against the students and giving them a chance, Nizu told him while looking up at him, since he's only the size of a medium to large size plush toy. 3. Nizu and Izuku are currently standing in front of the door to Gamma Gym, discussing the matter at hand with his teaching, especially when he caught a wind that he's about to manhandle the entire class for today. And how do you know about the class? Did Vlad or Aizawa tell you? Izuku looked towards the principal, waiting on who's the snitch. There's rarely a thing that's happening in this school that is outside of my knowledge. Nizu shows his smile looking at him. Izuku grits his teeth in annoyance whenever he sees that smile. It's almost like Nizu himself is mocking him. The look that he gave him is almost condescending and a sense of mockery over his lack of knowledge. He had no idea whether the teacher had snitched on them or that he had eyes and ears everywhere in the school complex. I tend to give the class a first-hand knowledge of the importance of quirkless combat. Now where did I go wrong with that? About how you approach the method perhaps. Izuku's expression remained the same, but Nizu could spot his jaw clenching underneath his mouth, knowing what he meant. Nizu's eyes haven't left the back holster of his belt, carrying a military-style knife on there. He had a rough guess on how the class was gonna be, and he wanted to avoid it at all cost. Right now, Nizu knows that Izuku is still blinded by rage because of the comment made by Vlad's student, but he needs to cool his head off before committing a serious crime. This is my class, Nizu. I teach them however I see fit to it. Izuku informed in a calm voice, holding the rage inside of him. I'm aware of that. But there are certain things that must be kept in order here. This is still my school after all. Nizu informed with the same calmness, just like Izuku. Izuku lowered his head and looked towards the principal even clearer than before, squatting down to meet his eyes at him. And what are you gonna do about it? Are you gonna cling on to my leg like some baby koala? You held me here under duress, if I may add. Nizu couldn't find any comeback to the last comment made by him. It's true that Izuku didn't have any say in this, and Nizu dragged him out of his prison to work as a teacher is something that hasn't been made known by the officials. I understand. But you said you wanted to make some changes. Starts by doing a small step first before hopping to bigger things. He handed Izuku a pair of RBB knives with red paint on them. Izuku went and grabbed it before looking at the blade itself. Other than it lacks dullness, it's not made out of steel or carbon at all. Purely out of RBB. He swings the knife like a toy before inspecting it and placing it on his holster, replacing his knife with Nizu's. Nizu caught the knife that was being thrown by Izuku and inspected it, only to find the knife was made out of dull carbon steel. It's not made purely out of sharp edges like a normal knife was. He looked past Izuku and saw he swung his right hand, waving it in the air. He walked towards the gate with Nizu following from behind and heading towards the gym. Flashback, and as soon as Vlad starts the match, Kamakiri is the first to make the move by creating two sharp blades around his arms and swinging them towards Izuku's direction. He remains in his position even when the distance between them is only a meter away. You're dead. Kamakiri yelled out, showing his razor blade towards him. A few of the teachers looked in worried and suspense, seeing the blade is only about an inch before grazing his face. They couldn't tell on the flow of this fight was gonna be, but they knew that it's gonna be something they didn't want to take their eyes off. When Kamakiri is about to swing his blade, Izuku kicks his jaw below, breaking his stance immediately with his hand facing upward in the air. The last thing Kamakiri sees before passing out is a foot hitting his chest at a strong force. Kamakiri landed on the floor, gasping for some oxygen before dropping on the floor. Few of them couldn't believe what they had just seen, including Monoma's group. From what they could tell, Kamakiri is one of the Class B main fighting forces. He's been training himself on how to utilize his quirk to the best of his ability, and now seeing him lying down on the floor passing out is a sight for sore eyes. Next, after Izuku knocks Kamakiri out, a spray of glue spurts out of Bando's head almost like a stream, followed by a shoot of scales raining like a bullet storm. Izuku leaps in the air, avoids the attack, and goes straight towards the group at a fast pace. Everyone form a barricade, Setsuna yelled out, seeing their teacher just go on advancing while avoiding a series of attacks being thrown at him. At a blinding speed unable to be followed by their eyes, Izuku moved at blitz second, almost like in a marathon. He went towards the closest to him and saw Bando releasing a gush of glue in a wild manner before forcing Izuku to fall back and avoid the glue. About 200 meters away from Izuku's starting point, he was suddenly hit from below in multiple areas. He quickly recovered just in time to see pieces of 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏's body circling back around towards him. From what he could immediately identify, there were only 15 pieces that he could see, which meant that the rest of her was not too far behind. He dropped back onto the ground to give himself some stable footing. But almost immediately after his toe touched the asphalt, the second wave of her assault hit him from behind. Izuku jumped in midair, forcing the attack to meet with Izuku was supposed to face Quirwaro and Kinoko and knock them out cold. Setsuna quickly retracted the pieces of her body and saw two of her classmates being hit by her attack. But it's not just that, somehow their teacher knows that she's gonna amped up her speed of attack trying to land a hit by combining her quirk with Shota to land a devastating blow, only for her strategy to backfire. Careful, he's tougher than we expected, Setsuna warned the class, but Monoma, who stood in the back, went to ignore her warning instead. Two Tetsu decided to charge forward and to meet their teacher's attack by turning his entire body into steel and came straight ahead, almost like a bull seeing red. Izuku watches as his quirk property is similar to a certain red-haired kid he knew. There's no way that he could turn his steel into 100% without any weak spot at all. All he had to do was find one and he could stop him. He swung his fist towards him, but Izuku managed to avoid it at the last second and landed a kick towards his abdomen, but it had no effect towards him. The steel boy grins, seeing his teacher really went toe-to-toe with him. The only ones he knows that could withstand his steeled fist attack are Shisuda or Kendo from his class, but this is the first time he saw someone else fight him on an equal term. Izuku continued to kick him and saw the others had joined in on the fight, consisting of a front team attack such as Kaibara, Shisuda, Rin, and Kendo. Shisuda used his quirk to turn himself into a beast and went forward trying to act as a tank for the class while they landed a blow to him. Rin and Pony were right behind, readying with his scales and Pony's horn. Izuku looked forward and saw Shisuda come charging, who Izuku saw, acting as their tank while a few of them tried to land a hit. But Izuku saw that strategy from a mile away, powered up his fist and landed a hit at his solar plexus, only to find that it barely had any effect and tried to avoid a series of hits coming toward him. He blocked the attack with his arms and did a backflip to avoid Pony's horn attack. But when he decided to fall back, he felt the ground beneath him starting to sink in, almost like he was just landing on mud. Right away, he knows that this is the work of Hananuki quirk. As his body began to slowly sink into the ground, 𝗕𝗏𝗁 decided that now was the time to make her move and wrapped a few of her pieces around her teacher's eyes to cut off his vision. She released her quirk around his eyes, allowing him to see again. The light temporarily blinded him before his vision refocused in front of him. And sure enough, Hananuki was standing on the other end of the road. To be honest, I don't think you'll be this strong, sensei, but we haven't been playing around, you know. Hananuki taunted him before jumping into the newly created mud. I'll let him sink a bit further before putting the capture tape around him. As he descended further and further into the ground, Izuku looked toward the class and internally found himself impressed with their tactic. He was now almost neck-deep in the mud and he knew that he had been outplayed. Out of sheer desperation, he reached his still exposed right arm to the sky before his head dipped below the surface. Hell yeah, we actually got him. 𝗕𝗏𝗁 let out a cheer. One Hananuki was making his approach to secure their teacher with the capture tape, but what happened next surprised both the students and the teachers watching. Out of nowhere, a metal string with a hook at the end shot out of the mud from Izuku's hand and latched onto a railing about 50 meters away. Hananuki watched as their teacher's previously submerged body jetted out of the ground at ridiculous speeds. The only thing he noticed as he zipped past him was that his expression had gotten serious. Izuku was able to get his bearings just in time for the newly formed equipment of the bracelet grappling hook to disappear right before landing on the ground at the opposite end of the street. He remembered just before his encounter with Nizu that a peculiar pink-haired girl came running and recognized him as the new teacher of the second year. Suddenly, she handed a support item of a bracelet with a hook on the tip, saying that she needed his help to test the gear before launching it to the other class. Feeling nothing to lose, Izuku just nodded and took the equipment for a test drive. He immediately looked down at his body, only to see the students looked with their gawked at one another, trying to ascertain what had just happened. Like I said, heroes dealt with unknown factors on their job. Izuku hangs on the rooftop with one of his arms still hooking up at the roof. Reiko decided to go ahead and use her quirk to move some objects that had been shrunk out by Yui's quirk. An industrial barrel flew right towards him, trying to hit him, but Izuku released the handle and descended in midair. Then he saw another barrel come flying towards him, but Izuku used those barrels as a hopping stone, leaping in between and descending into the ground, and went to kick both Manga and Shota out cold. They could tell that their friend just got knocked out from manga's head turned from 2-0. Then Izuku went and took down those who were near him from a ways, Bondo, Tsuburaba, Rin, and Yui. Between knocking them out and slicing their body part using the painted RBB blade he got from Nizu, covering their neck and chest area with red paint almost like a slashing gesture. And just in less than 3 minutes, Izuku managed to take out almost half of Class B without even trying. A few of them watched in caution as they saw their teacher moving fast and quickly, almost like a ghost. The only ones that are left are Kendo, Ibara, Kaibara, Pony, Tetsutetsu, Shishida, Minoma, Reiko, Setsuna, and Hananuki. That's half of the class that got knocked out. Hananuki states, "He must have been cheating. I meant that support gear shouldn't be allowed." Minoma points his finger to Izuku's wrist, which used to have the wrist grappling handed by 𝗵𝗃. Izuku raised his eyebrow, trying to find the logic of his student's explanation. Half of your classmate is wearing support gear around their body and you complaining about a pair of hook and metal strings strapped on my wrist. Kendo, who was the class president, looked towards the remaining of her classmates and found that her teacher was taking out those who could turn the tide around on this battle. He took out Aways, Bondo, Kurwaro, and Tsuburaba, who specialize in capturing and immobilizing someone. Kinoko, Yui, and Shoda, who's the support of the class. A heavy hitter including Kamakuri and Fukudashi for their combat specialist and AoE attack, and Rin for their defense, which rivals Tetsutetsu itself. She had to admit that he might have planned this from the start or already calculated how this battle was going to end, but she had to admit that it was still an impressive move and tactic. Izuku looked towards the rest of the class and tried to find the next target for him to immobilize quickly. He spotted someone among the group and made its way almost like a predator hunting its prey in the middle of the night in the jungle. The skull-gray-haired kid in the back suddenly falters for a second, seeing his teacher come running towards him looking all crazy while grinning almost like a wolf. Fear went to strike him in the core, but before he could retreat, Izuku quickly closed their distance and went to strike him, only to find himself retreating to the back and avoiding the giant fist that was about to make contact with his side face. Kendo came right in front of the class, looking right at her teacher in the eye. Her eyes are glints with seriousness and determination written all over her. Izuku looked towards her expression and found that for the first time today, he might found someone who could run for his money. Everyone, form a barricade behind. Tetsutetsu, Kaibara, and Shishida act as defense and tanks. Hananuki and Ibara will try to capture him as soon as you guys see the chances. Pony, Minoma, and Reiko use your quirks to launch a long-range attack while hiding behind the defense team. Set, you're gonna be our eyes and ears in the sky, seeing the situation from above and acting as our insurance in case we fail. Kendo commands them while holding her position, taking a stance in the front center. Hold on, why should we dash? Minoma was about to protest over the sudden instruction when Setsuna held his head while smacking his head, hoping to silence him for good. One Kendo let out a sigh before getting into a fighting stance, her hands raised and her feet parted. Izuku did the same and placed the knife behind his belt on the holster. And without waiting for him to give the go-ahead, she leaped forward at once, raising her leg in a bicycle kick and bringing it down HRD on Izuku's head. He blocked it with his good arm, throwing her off balance, and aimed his own kick at her head as she stumbled. She luckily ducked underneath it and brought her other arm over to punch Izuku directly in the side, only to find Izuku knee blocks the attack. He shot out his left leg and spun back up to a standing position behind her and attempted to force his right hand under her arm. She managed to swim through the attempted hold by dropping her torso down while simultaneously reaching for his extended hand in hopes of being able to throw him. However, her teacher was able to use that momentum to his advantage by flowing with the move and landing on both feet before quickly getting back into his stance and facing her. Not bad. Kendo smirked before adopting her stance once again, feeling a sudden rush of exhilaration. Karate, I presumed. Izuku took a guess, looking over her fighting pattern and style from the fight. Yeah, what about you, sir? She looked at him, trying to guess his fighting style, which was similar to hers but having a different stance and fighting move. Taekwondo, he replied, swiping his leg, trying to kick her head from the side only to find her to block the attack. As Izuku threw another kick, She grabbed his leg and for the first time that day, he quickly judo flipped over her shoulder, his back hitting the ground hard and making him lose his breath. Kendo was quick to throw a leg around him, straddling him on the cold and sturdy ground. Few of her classmates find the fight to be impressive since for the first time, someone managed to land a hit on their teacher. Izuku smirks, swinging his shoulder and trying to exhilarate himself from the pain. Realizing that this wasn't going to be as easy as he thought, he decided to turn things up a bit. Izuku zoomed in, jumped into the air, and landed on the ground in a handstand. He then spins around rapidly to deliver a kick in Kendo's direction, forcing her to put up a guard against the series of attacks against her. She blocks the attack, but it's proving to be difficult since the attack is more difficult to predict than before. The kicks start to act rapidly and are more difficult to predict as hitting everything within a range. Kendo tried to look for a small window for her to land her series of attacks, but unfortunately, she didn't find any at all. Then out of her notice, a strong kick was delivered towards her side abdomen, forcing her to fall back. She rolled down on the floor trying to pick herself up before it was too late, but unfortunately, a spinning back kick from Izuku is making its contact with her abdomen and she dropped to the floor. Out of respect as a fellow fighter, I'll end this with one attack. That's the last thing she heard before passing out on the floor. 2. The pained groans of the students of Class 2B echoed throughout the entire gymnasium. To put it simply, it wasn't even a contest. Most of them didn't even have time to process what was happening before feeling a powerful force strike them in the abdomen or neck or a slash of RBB blade from Izuku's attack. Everyone was laid out on the ground, clutching their stomachs, and covered with red paint all over their body and neck. All of the teachers couldn't believe what they just witnessed right before their eyes. The entire Class B has been wiped out by Izuku alone in the fight in less than 7 minutes. Most of the students here aren't exactly weak at all, but they are still a force to be reckoned with. None of them are able to land a hit on Izuku at all except Kendo, who managed to judo flip him but only once. After licking their wounds in defeat, Izuku clapped his hand to call out the students to gather in the middle. They slowly went towards the middle with Vlad accompanying him on the side and Nizu sitting on the white-haired spiky man slurping his tea. So I take it you understand the importance of this battle. Izuku raised his eyebrow looking at his student who's still holding their bruise from the exercise. Since few of you are still recuperating from the fight, let me explain the importance of this fight. First and most important is that you can't always rely on your quirk at all times. When you all go pro, you'll encounter different kinds of villains, each with their own strength and cunning to beat their opponent. You'll never know how one power will work against another. Take Midnight Quirk for example. It's a powerful quirk that releases a somnambulist gas from her body. But if she's paired up with the Shiketsu Kid that blows the entire arena with its wind quirk, then she's as good as gone. That's why she had her WHP as her support item. Not only it's for restraining her opponent, but it's acting as her second arsenal. A few of them were reluctant to nod, but they had to admit that they were outclassed on this fight. None of them managed to get a single hit on their teacher in this fight. Despite the advantage of numbers and quirk, none of them are able to live up to their own high standard of expectation. Second of all, none of you are trying to collaborate with each other to take me down. While few of you are able to work together and coordinate with your other classmates, some of you are attacking blindly without a set of plans at all. There's no coordination, no teamwork, no communication. With some of you charging your way like a bull seeing red. He glances over to Kamakiri, who only clicks his tongue in reply, knowing that he's the one he's talking about. Tokage over there was trying to warn you to form a barricade, but none of you even listened to her suggestion since you thought it was going to be an easy fight. But after I took out half of your class, you began to hear the suggestion, although it's a bit too late. Izuku averted his gaze to Monoma and the others, who went to attack blindly without working together. He knows that if this is a real fight with a hostage situation on the line, none of them won't survive in less than a month with that kind of attitude and work ethic. Third, almost every one of you didn't have any basic experience with hand-to-hand combat. Other than Kendo, who learned martial arts, Jiroda, who has experience in boxing, Kaibara, and Tetsu, who is able to throw a punch, none of you had any basic skill in combat. I'm not expecting all of you to learn martial arts at a high level like kendo, but at the very least you need to have a second or third skill to compensate for your quirk when you aren't able to fight with it. And the most important of them all is that you underestimate your opponent. You thought that the match was going to be over in less than 10 seconds, but it's not. Underestimating your opponent will be your biggest downfall in your hero career one day, and you need to treat every situation as the same as everything else. Constant vigilance. 5. You need to understand that being a hero isn't always about the quirks. It's more than that. Villains these days aren't gonna pull their punches or think about morale or honor. There's gonna be a time where you'll be facing an odds so unfair that you're gonna end up in a hurdle. You need to realize that it's your job to overcome that unfairness and beat against all odds. Or as the school motto says, plus ultra. Everyone looked toward Izuku, and almost all of them were starting to realize the importance of what he was saying. They aren't exactly trying to deny it, since what he says is the truth. What seems to be an irrelevant session turns out to be something that benefits them for the foreseeable future. Now the class looking at Izuku with increased respect from before, although he could still spot a few of them, including 𝗵𝗃𝗲, looking all sour. 1. Whatever, you only caught me off guard. I still think that it's a bit pointless for us to learn this thing. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 quipped from behind, putting both of his hands in his trousers pocket. For Ibra and Shota, who stood in front of 𝗵𝗃𝗲, turned their head, trying to understand what is he thinking for saying things like that. Some of the class are looking in, wondering whether 𝗵𝗃𝗲 just got a concussion from the beating he's just received. 𝗵𝗃𝗲, start taking things seriously. You already got yourself detention for disrespecting the teacher enough for one day. Vlad said sternly towards the blonde-haired kid who was dropping all of his smugness. 𝗵𝗃𝗲, your quirk is called copy correct. Interesting quirk if I have to admit it. Instantly copying someone's quirk only by the touch of someone. But your lack of practice is your biggest downfall in this test. Izuku replied, looking at him on the back. What do you mean by that? You used poltergeist, size, and solid air correct. You recklessly throw things in midair while turning their size to its maximum from Kodai's quirk limit to create a more destructive effect when you throw it, but what you fail to see is your lack of precision to the quirk control. Poltergeist and size are powerful quirks when working side by side, but only by constant training and understanding of the quirk nature itself will it be effective against the villain. Or even on the field. You need to understand that every quirk has its negative impact, and you can't just throw things off without thinking of the consequence. Izuku stated, and that managed to silence 𝗵𝗃𝗲 from his next word. He won't admit it out loud to the class and especially to Izuku, but his action is a tad too extreme from before. Using Reiko's quirk to float a few pieces of debris in midair, throw it at his teacher, and increase its size instantly is a stupid plan now that he has done the exercise. Not only it's causing a series of destruction in the area, but it's potentially creating a friendly fire between each of his classmates. If it weren't for Izuku, who had to destroy the floating debris with his leg, then his classmate would be seriously injured or have broken a wrist at most. 1. Now, as per agreement, I want 20 pages on the importance of quirkless combat by the end of this week submitted on my desk. Head to the shower, change to your uniform, and get ready for your next class. Izuku turned and started to walk away from the gym, leaving the class for their announcement by Vlad and Nizu. Izuku walks away from the class and heads to the exit, knowing that his message is received loud and clear. He knows that the class has the potential to go beyond, but they need to understand that the real world is an unknown variable. They need to be prepared against everything thrown at them in the future if they ever have the chance to be strong enough to survive, just like he does. Flashback start. Izuku is standing on the top of an abandoned office building, examining the window of the building next door with his binoculars. He checked the building and spotted 4 men wearing a sleeveless leather jacket having a discussion over the table. Jack is standing right next to him, holding a sniper rifle over his shoulder and preparing to take a shot over the gang known as the 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗍. From what he heard, the 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗍 is the gang known around the area for its viciousness and brutality toward its victims. Had a hobby of dismembering their victim's body part and leaving it hanging around their territory. He was a bit reluctant to think that he could contribute to the mission since it was about some territory turf and he still hadn't learned some basic fighting just yet. 1. We'll take our position here. Jack fixed his rifle for the last time before aiming at the window. So who's your target? Izuku looked at the window from his binoculars. I don't have a target. You do, he replied with his eyes still remaining on the scope. What? Izuku turned his head in disbelief. Claire will enter through the back door of the building and try to take them out from the inside of the building while I'm providing some cover from up here. Your job is to take out their messenger before he reports to their branch operative. Jack explained to him about his mission. And none of you were bothered to tell me about it firsthand. Jack pulled his head away from the scope and looked towards Izuku, their eyes locked to each other. Jack pulled something out of his pocket and handed it to Izuku. It was a picture of a man he recognized. Because it's the man who chased him when he first arrived in hell. His name is 𝗵𝗃𝗲, known as the BLD maniac operative and a street hustler in his spare time. And now he's looking for you. What? Why is he looking for me? Because you run away from him. You might be new around here, but 𝗵𝗃𝗲 isn't known for its kindness in letting go of his prey. Especially if you're now a part of our group. Jack handed Izuku a revolver to him from the bag. Now I don't have an extra holster. You stick this in your pocket. Keep it out of sight. Izuku took the gun and examined it while Jack returned his head back to the scope and took aim at the window. Soon they heard a crashing sound coming from the building across them and heard a clashing sound from the inside. Jack went to take aim at his rifle, pulled the trigger, shot one of the men in the window, and slumped down on the wall. He cocks the rifle once more before taking an aim at the window. The sound of yells and screams echoed across the street, followed by a crashing thud sound. He had no idea what was happening in the building, but he could tell from spending some time around hell that it's something gruesome was happening in that building. Soon, he saw someone exit the building while running all frantic. Izuku looked from the rooftop and recognized that it was the man from the picture. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 came running across the street without looking back at where he came from. What are you doing? Jack continued to fire his shots at the window. Izuku then came running while jumping from the rooftop and exited through the emergency stairway. He came running down trying to catch him up before he made it to alert their group. When Izuku came running down to the first floor, he saw 𝗵𝗃𝗲 with his cell phone trying to make a call. Izuku went running and charged at him while tackling him on the ground. Both of them dropped on the floor and 𝗵𝗃𝗲's cell phone was tossed onto the floor. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 went to deliver a punch to Izuku's gut trying to get him off from him, but Izuku didn't let go at all and continued to hold on. But a strong punch delivered to his cheek and Izuku stumbles on his face and let go of his grip. He kicked Izuku's legs and dropped him on the ground with his back meet the pavement. He looked over to Izuku before smirking and pulled a gun from his hip holster and aimed it at Izuku. Well, if it isn't the coward who runs away. This time, there won't be anyone to come and save you. He points his gun at his face while looking at him. One Izuku tried to swipe his feet, but with a lack of strength, all it did was poke his feet almost like a little kid squirms. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 looked towards him and pressed his feet over to his chest, while Izuku gasped for air from the sudden pain. He points his gun towards Izuku as he looks towards the muzzle with his eyes. The look of fear flashed in his eyes as he met with the tip of the bullet on the muzzle. Seeing his anguished look, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 pulls his gun away from his gun sight. There's no point in killing you. Just a waste of bullets. He placed the gun back in his holster and walked away before leaving Izuku with one last message. Sometimes in hell, there are a couple of coward rats that dropped here. Boring people for real. Go and die a pitiful death, will you? Flashback end. Kendo sighed as she opened the door with her key, rubbing a hand through her sweaty hair. The rest of the class behind her let out various grumbles of dissatisfaction, the sweat clinging to them in the hot summer air as they trooped in. Their training had gone on for about 2 hours, so each one was tired, sore, and ready for today to be done. Not to mention, the heroic class has been taking a toll on their mind for today. Well, that was quite depressing, Kendo noted as she flipped the SW, observing the empty room. Tell me about it. Getting our butts kicked like that isn't exactly a fun experience for me. 𝗬𝗍𝗧 muttered with red paint splashing all over his face, and Hananuki and Ibra walked behind him. Well, it couldn't get any worse. At least we don't have to hear about Monoma rambling for today. Hananuki mentioned that Vlad-sensei is currently lecturing the boy for his disrespect to the new teacher. Anyway, I'm heading to my room. Way too tired to handle this Kamakiri replied, heading to his room while grumbling over the pain in his chest. Kendo sighed, watching one by one heading towards her room and climbing on the elevator or the stairs while a few of them were slouching on the living room watching television. She looked over to her class and noticed that some of them, like Kamakiri and 𝗬𝗏𝗏, were a bit bitter over their defeat against the new teacher. They know that they still couldn't accept that they got their butt kicked by the new teacher, who happens to be quirkless. She walked over to the stairs and headed to her room when she noticed someone walking past by the area. It's over late at night and a flashing light is lighting its way around the part of her dorm. She placed her head over the window and spotted 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃 walking by. Relief passed through her head, thinking that her teacher was probably doing a patrol around the area for any students who roamed around at night. With that said, Kendo turned around and walked away to her dorm, trying to clean herself up and get a good night's rest, while she was at it trying to start working on their homework handed by 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃. A week has passed since the match between Class B and their new teacher. Almost half of the class feels bitter about the situation, thinking that after all of that training they have done and what they have been through, it practically vanished when they got their asses beaten by their teacher, who happens to not have a quirk. For a day after that, 𝗵𝗏𝗏 came to wake up the entire Class B in the morning, telling them that they needed to have an emergency meeting straight away. The rest of them gathered in the living room wearing sleepy faces and still in their pajamas gathered in the living room. One came into the living room and gathered the class to discuss about 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃's situation on how to get him back after their humiliating defeat at his hands. Needless to say, 𝗵𝗏𝗏 won't be waking up till noon, courtesy of Kendo chopping and 𝗬𝗧𝗏 welding him up against the wall. The rest of them decided to head back to bed, trying to get a few hours of rest before the class started. 2 in the morning. Kendo is awake from her bed by the sound of her phone alarm. She's doing some stretches before changing her pajamas to her school gym uniform. Once she arrived in the living room, she saw 𝗬𝗧𝗏 and Setsuna bending over to tie her shoes, getting ready for their morning run as well. "Hey, guys," Kendo greeted them, walking over to put on her training shoes. "𝗬𝗧𝗏, are you joining us today?" "Yeah," he nodded, giving her a warm smile. "I had seen you and Setsuna running whenever I woke up looking in my window, and I decided to join you today. I hope you do not mind." "Not at all," Setsuna assured him, smiling. "It's always nice to run with new people." "In that case, let's get going," Kendo told the two, opening the door and following Setsuna out the door to start running on their path. As they sprinted around the main building towards ground beta, Kendo took some time to look around at everyone moving about their day, hanging out on the warm Tuesday morning. She saw a couple of general study students returning from the main gate carrying a suitcase, remembering that her best friend had said something about the whole students moving into the dorm built by Yue. She also saw Shinso hanging on the treetop while a few of his classmates shook their head while standing at the side. She saw Snipe and Present Mike doing a patrol. She saw smoke coming from the support group house courtesy of 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃. Suddenly something came running past her and 𝗬𝗧𝗏, who was following at the same pace as her. What the? 𝗬𝗧𝗏 watched in surprise. A mysterious black hood came running over and just passed Setsuna. They watched as the person was running at an incredible pace, almost rivaling a professional athlete. At first, they might think that it's Ida from the next class door, but they don't see an engine thruster coming from the back of its leg, making them wonder who that person could be. As they went to stop near the front gate entrance to catch their breath, the mysterious person was standing there gulping a plastic bottle filled with water. Near the gate, 𝗧𝗏𝗏 is standing there looking at the person with an amazed look on his creepy face. "𝗧𝗏𝗏-sensei, what are you doing here?" Setsuna came to greet him while wiping the sweat coming from her forehead. "I've just finished doing some patrol. Thought I came by to rest and went to the lounge when I spotted this young man running the whole school." He nudges over to the man standing just 200 meters away from him. "Whole school?" 𝗬𝗧𝗏 raises his eyebrow. "Yep, been doing non-stop since 4 in the morning. He's gone over 7 laps at this point." 𝗧𝗏𝗏 looked at the mysterious hooded man and Setsuna came to approach him. "Hey, dude, that was some good running back there. Are you a 3rd year maybe?" She went towards him. "No, just a teacher." He pulled down his hoodie and showed his silver hair for her to see, and she widened her eyes since she just saw that same hairstyle and color a few days ago in the gym. "𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃-sensei." Setsuna shook in surprise while the other two turned their head and saw their teacher just come running and past them a few minutes ago. Setsuna, 𝗬𝗂𝗧𝗵𝗲 came for a run?" he asked. "Yeah, just came and finished. I didn't know that you tend to do some jogging as well." 𝗬𝗧 replied. 3 times a week. I tend to stretch myself every day." "God, did you even go on to sleep or something?" "My sleep schedule is my own." "Thank you 𝗬𝗧," he replied, nodding his head over to his student. "Now, if you excuse me, I've got some work to do." He grabbed his bottle of water and dumped it in the trash before running back to the school grounds and cleaning himself for today's class. Flashbacks start. Izuku slumps in his chair trying to calm himself down from his humiliating defeat from Enrique in the alley. He's sitting in the bar unable to look towards Jack or Claire directly. They both remain in their seat with Jack cleaning up his gun and Claire sitting while holding a glass of whiskey. He sits in the chair trying to pull that humiliating memory out of his mind, how he just cowered in fear after being pointed a gun directly when all of his life he was handled much worse by his sister and her friends. He couldn't believe that someone managed to drop off him like that. The guilt, the fear, the anger within him. It's almost like it's trying to tear him apart from the inside. Trying to unleash from within and leave out from him. Claire drinks from the glass before turning her head and faces Jack looking for an explanation. "What happened back there?" Jack dropped his cloth near the table along with his gun and placed it on the side. "We both watched from the south entrance down at the top of the building. I scoped the surroundings while giving you some cover. Around 2 minutes later, the door is opened and Enrique escapes. Our boy over there is chasing him, but he got away." Izuku's throat went dry. He knew what Jack was doing by giving some vivid explanation and leaving out the detail where he finds him dropped on the floor while having an anguished look on his face knowing that he failed. The bar room seemed to shimmer before his eyes. He struggled to block out all thought, but try as he might, the empty muzzle of Enrique's gun swam hazily to the forefront of his mind. And then he was staring at Jack, in the midst of this wrecked bar room. He stared into Jack's black eyes, hoping against hope that he wouldn't tell. "So why didn't you take the shot at Enrique when he exits?" She looked towards Jack for some explanation. Jack locks eyes with her as she's waiting for some explanation. "I was busy covering you from the rooftop. One of the guys is trying to ambush you from behind, firing a laser from his fingertip to slice off your head, so I take the shot directly at him." Claire stared directly towards him, waiting for the other to make a move. Jack remains in his seat expressionless, looking at her, waiting for her to drop the matter. After a long silence for a minute, Claire pulls his chair and heads towards the door. "Find out where Enrique is. He's most likely hiding under some rat hole or something. We need to get to him before he contacts the others." The door closes, leaving Izuku and Jack alone in the room. Jack looked towards Izuku, who was hanging his head in shame, unable to look at him directly. He continued to clean the gun as he had before and did not stare at him. "You heard her. Find Enrique and your bill is wiped clean." Izuku gets up from his chair and grabs a black hoodie before making his way towards the door and starts to walk out, trying to find where Enrique is and trying to redeem himself. Jack slips a small piece of paper to his hand, not looking at him. Izuku looked for a moment before grabbing the paper and walking away. One flashback end. Nizu sits at his computer working over the new report of the dorm establishment for the business and general course for the first and second year students. He was sipping his favorite tea on his cup when a knock was heard from the outside. "It's open," Nizu replied while not taking his eyes off the computer. The door opened and Izuku entered the room, still wearing his hoodie from where he came running this morning, except he doesn't sweat from all the running. "Hamura-sensei, so good to see you." "Come on in," he replied, pretending to use his fake name. "You wanted to see me?" Izuku asked, taking a seat right in front of his desk. "Yeah, I just came to hear about a rumor from the students, saying a quirkless teacher has joined the faculty. Seems your reputation precedes you." He smiled while taking a sip of his tea. "Yeah, well, I don't tend to pay attention to some petty teenager gossip." Izuku replied, "So why am I here?" Nizu finished sipping his tea before putting the cup on his desk and opening a drawer to his desk. He pulled a thick envelope from the desk and placed it on the desk in front of Izuku. "Masamori left it for me last night." He gave the envelope to Izuku's hands, waiting for him to take it. Izuku grabbed the envelope and opened it to find a multiple folder with the name of 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗔𝗂𝘁 on it. "Who's 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗪?" Izuku asked while skimming over the file. Nizu pressed the remote to his television and changed the channel to morning news featuring the fraud with the old bald man who Izuku presumed to be 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗪 and Detective 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃 on the other side of the frame with the title, "Federal Grand Jury Indicts 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗪 on multiple racketeering charges. The suit alleges that 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗪 committed multiple acts of fraud and theft against the city's underprivileged. Detective 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃, the officer in charge of the city necessary, 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗪, corrupt land baron involved in shady dealings. His crimes included swindling hundreds of individuals out of their homes and life savings through his company. His crimes go deeper than fraud and theft, but he's been able to bully, bribe, or kill anyone who's gotten into his way." Nizu went on to explain it. "So why haven't you done anything? This sort of thing should have been a slam dunk for 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃 to handle." Izuku flips the file of the evidence against him on their latest investigation. Because 𝗬𝗧𝗪 tried to get the charges dropped by having his lawyers arrange for Judge Yoshio, whose re-election campaign received large donations from the former, to be the presiding judge at the trial. He bought the judge to tip the scale on his side. Nizu went on to explain, and the evidence that could put him in prison happens to be burned off because of some electrical malfunction. Izuku placed his file over to Nizu's desk, knowing that he already got everything he needed about the guy. "So where did I fall on this complex equation of yours?" Izuku asked. "I need you to gather up every evidence you could find on this guy." 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃 and his team only had 48 hours to keep him in the precinct prison before he was forced to release him for a lack of evidence. "We need a straight confession coming from his mouth." Izuku looked in surprise before joining his hand together on his lap and looked towards Nizu across the desk. "And how do I exactly do that?" "Beg him to confess." Nizu looked towards him and showed a thin line of smile at him, and Izuku returned it the same before rising from his chair and taking his leave before saying his final word. "Won't be cheap." 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃 is sitting on his desk working over the case file he had against 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗪𝗃. Turns out, it seems like he's biting more than what he can chew at that time. Seems from what he investigated, that the man has a connection to the crime bosses, and perhaps the previous 𝗕𝗶𝗃𝗏 of Death Boss, 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏 acted as their bodyguard on a couple of occasions. He combed over the files in his office, trying to work in a peace and quiet confinement away from the ruckus that's happening in the department. Not only the case file has flooded the department, but other cases are also blocking over the others as well. Since the war has finished, multiple new villains have been sprouting off from the crime world. From some old faces to new ones, they continue to pop out faster than the police and the heroes could arrest them. Not only that, but a group of villains from other countries have also started to move here since the news of 𝗬𝗏 had died, making the villains start racing to become the new ruler. He looked over to his desk when a phone call was made and 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃 picked it up, hoping there's gonna be some good news. "𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃 here," he answered. "Ah, detective, so good to hear you." He recognized the caller right away and quickly spoke in a quieter voice than before. "Masamori, sir, what can I do for you?" he asked. "Oh, nothing, I just want to help you out with this 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗪 case you working on," Masamori replied. 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃 raised his eyebrow in wonder, thinking why the National Security Council would help over a case that's outside of his jurisdiction. Not to sound rude, but why are you helping a case that's not a part of your job? "Oh, I just thought it would be a better idea for me to help out. And since I heard that my associate is eager to lend his hand on the case," Masamori said in a happy tone. 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃 raises his eyebrow in suspicion. "Wait, why is the National Security Council handling a minor case such as this? Is there something that I'm unaware of that I need to notify my superior?" "Oh, not in the sort, I just thought that my assistant here could help you with the case. You know, tying up some loose end." "Wait, you meant Dash?" 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗃 looked in surprise, knowing who's he talking about, but still couldn't believe it since he was supposed to be in UA ground and not roaming around in the street at all. "Yes, detective, I thought I gave him a chance for his first inception after a while," Masamori replied. The detective dropped to his chair and looked in wonder whether he was supposed to be grateful or worried, since this might have backfired on him in case something bad was going on. At the warehouse where Izuku currently lives, a thudding sound could be heard across the room. A loud smacking sound echoed through the empty wide warehouse. In the middle, Izuku is repeatedly kicking the black fitness punching bag hanging in the middle of the room. He continued striking and landing hit after hit, trying to break the sandbag with his leg. The scars around his back and front show while he's resting on the floor, laying his back on the leaked punching bag, releasing the sand on the inside. He exhaled his breath, trying to catch up to his breath from the exercise, when a beeping sound was heard from the computer. Izuku went and grabbed the shirt lying on the ground and wore it while making his way to the computer. He checked over to the computer and found multiple pieces of evidence on the dark web about his involvement in the embezzlement of his hundreds of clients. He looked over the files and saw that it wasn't enough for him. There's no physical evidence of the contract where he frauds the clients, since the evidence room is burned down and the digital file of the contract doesn't exist at all to avoid this situation. He types over to the dark web chatter asking for anyone who knows about Uehara's current location or his base of operations, since he tends to make a visit personally on him. If there's anyone who knows a crooked fellow such as him, it would be the dark web. A vibrating sound is ringing on his phone and he checks the caller to see the caller. It's Vlad, and he sees the time is about noon, knowing that the next class is about to start. He grabbed his jacket and headed to the door, getting ready to teach his new class, with Masamori's agent waiting up in front with a black SUV to drive him his way. He enters the car and the agent starts the engine and drives towards UA direction. The car parked right in the driveway and Izuku let himself out and made his way towards the class. Izuku went to open the door and saw the rest of the class was already sitting there. A few others looked towards him and found an uncomfortable look written around their face. "Morning, class." Izuku spoke and received a substantial reply from the class. He placed his syllabus back on the podium and addressed the class. "I assumed that some of you already sought medical treatment over our last encounter," showing a hint of a smile on his face. "Anyway, now that you are already here, we could start on today's class. Get changed and head to Gamma Gym in 10 minutes. Izuku said, and everyone get up from their desk and walked outside with grim and yet suspicious looks, knowing that the last time they all went there, they got their asses beaten by him. At 11:15, Class B set off for the locker rooms. The weather couldn't have been more different from their class. It was a clear, cool day with a very light breeze. A small group consisting of Ibara, Kaibara, Hananuki, Pony, Kurwaro, and Rin came to the Gamma Gym wearing their gym uniform and walked nervously, only to find the entire open field had been changed completely. There were large silk cushions on the floor. A set of shelves at the far end of the room carried a range of instruments such as punching bags, dumbbells, and a dozen weight belts and armbands. Right in the middle, a boxing ring is already placed right in the middle, along with a full set of boxing gear for at least 10 people. There was a gentle step on the hall. They looked around. Tetsu, Yui, Kinoko, Awaze, and Bondo had arrived along with the others. "Whoa," said Tetsu, staring around, impressed. "What is this place?" Izuku stood in the middle carrying a clipboard and a whistle collaring on his neck. He looked over to the class who gathered and admired all the gym equipment placed there. "Good morning, I hope you all had a good night's sleep. Because you're in for quite a workout today." Izuku greets them, clapping their hand to gather at where he stood. "Whoa, sensei, you really went all out with this whole thing." Kurwaro looked over to the boxing arena in the middle, while some others like Tetsu were ready to start the class right away. The class gathered right in the middle, forming a straight two-front line as they paid attention to what today's class was gonna be. Izuku stood in the middle, dropping the boxing glove to the ring. "Alright, as you probably have guessed it, we're gonna be doing some physical training for today." Izuku told the class and saw a mixture of expressions between amazement with excitement and groan added with disappointment. "Sir, where's ectoplasm and his dummy clone?" Shoda glances over at the hero who is nowhere on the scene. "And Cementos with his cement podium and stage." Away's hand gesture of a wall that usually where they stand for. Kamakiri smugly smiles, looking over the arena filled with equipment. "Yes, sir, you must have nice easy training for us today, right, sir?" One Izuku, however, remains the same while extending his hands sideways to the arena filled with the sports equipment. "Welcome to Beyond 90 Training. The class looked over in Izuku's direction, not knowing whether this was a misunderstanding or not, seeing that they didn't have the slightest idea of what they were doing for today other than doing a quirkless training once again. "Sir, don't you think that we should be doing some quirk training right this year around?" Rin raised his hand in the air, trying to see the real reason over their constant training without their quirk. "Rin, right now you can hit a target dummy with your quirk from a 2 meter. But can you turn the odds in your favor in just 90 minutes? Izuku asked and gained confused looks from others, including Rin himself. Izuku clapped his hand and gestured his finger over the empty side indoor field. "Start running, 20 laps. 1 for each student in the class." The class shared a horrid look on their face over to Izuku's instruction as they couldn't believe it themselves. Outside of Kendo, Aways, and Ibara, who caught a glimpse over to their teacher's morning regime, none of them could believe what they just heard. Izuku grabbed a whistle from his pocket and blew it, signaling for their training to start. Right away they started running after the whistle had started blowing. "I see that you already started your training with them." Izuku turned around and saw Vlad coming in with a smirk on his face. They had potential. Some of them are a league of their own, but what they lack is the physical endurance. Izuku commented without taking his eyes off the field where they running. "Physical endurance? How is that related to a quirk training?" Vlad asked, looking intrigued. Izuku rubbed his temple while exhaling his breath, wondering how something as basic as this is outside of their expertise. "Let me dumb it down for you. Quirk affects your physical strength and strain put on your body. Take Tetsu for example. His quirk might be able to turn himself into steel, but he needs to keep his physical build in order to strengthen his metal. It's part of the quirk itself." Vlad nodded in understanding, knowing what he said held the truth as well. Quirk and the physical body work together in their daily life. Even he sometimes had to do some morning exercise to keep up with his bulky figure. He already knows the truth regarding his question. He just wanted to test him out to see just how far he knows about the training regime he put his students at. After they both watch for roughly 30 minutes when the class is done with their running and sits on the floor drinking some water and wiping their sweat off from their forehead. "Alright, now that you've done step 1, we could begin step 2 of the regime for today." Izuku clapped his hand and they made their way to Izuku and Vlad's direction. "Now that you already understand the importance of stamina, we began with the second part, the skill." Izuku tossed a boxing glove over to 𝗬𝗏 for him to catch it. "𝗬𝗏, get in the ring with me." He walked over to the center wearing the protective gear and 𝗬𝗏 followed suit. They both stood in the middle ring wearing their gear with Izuku colored blue while 𝗬𝗏 is red. 𝗬𝗏 joined his glove fist together and smacked it in between, readying himself for the fight. "Now from what I see, your fighting style is hitting your opponent in a fast manner and dealing the first blow. From what I see it resembles a boxer pattern or street fighter." 𝗬𝗏 looked towards him and took notice that from how he fought it mimicked with boxing flow. "You had a good form for a beginner, but now I want you to utilize how you fight without using your quirk for this exercise." Izuku fixed his glove looking at him. 𝗬𝗏 lowered his posture and looked at Izuku for a while. Sir, I just worried about one thing here. Do you know about boxing if I asked? I meant you seem more of a kick guy from how we saw during the class, and I don't think you dash." Out of a sudden, a straight fist is coming straight to 𝗬𝗏's left side of his face. Few of them watch as 𝗬𝗏 is dropped to his knee and wincing in pain, trying to make some sense of what just happened. That 𝗬𝗏 is called a counter, one of the basic moves in boxing. Best remember that when you're in a pinch or trying to land the first hit. Izuku punched his gloves together and took a stance. "Let's start with the training, shall we?" One 𝗬𝗏 fixed his glove following Izuku from before and looked in Izuku's direction with a determined look in his eyes. He makes the first move and tries to land a hit on Izuku, but he evades it to the side before the hit makes a contact. He tried to swiftly make another hit on him, but Izuku evades it like it was nothing, almost like he's used to this. 𝗬𝗏 tried to land another hit on him, but this time even faster than before, but that's where Izuku noticed that his pattern and form were slowly getting sloppy than before. It's way too easy to predict and didn't hold much striking position at all. Then when he tried to throw another hit, Izuku already hit his face, this time it was the right side, and completely knocked him to the floor. He landed on the floor with his back on it and slumped in defeat. Izuku extended his hand for him to take and 𝗬𝗏𝗃 grabbed it and pulled himself from the floor. You had good form at first, but when your attack didn't land a hit onto me, you started to get impatient. You're getting sloppy. You need to work on your form to get better and improve your technique. Try to learn from a boxer or watch their match on the internet for you to get a basic grasp on it. Izuku told him, and he nodded motionally and returned to the group, releasing his gear. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to teach all of you personally for today. So we're gonna move to the last part of the regime. The smart. Izuku informed and pointed his finger in 𝗬𝗏𝗃's direction once again. Take 𝗬𝗏𝗃 for example. His gyrate quirk allows him to rotate any part of his body at high speed. It turns his limbs into a drill. Put his quirk and the training he had with the boxing and he's a powerhouse on the class. Izuku looked at the class and switched their head to the black spiky-haired kid. But before we train with your quirk, you need to find your own fighting style. Whether you're a close range or mid or even long range, you need to learn how to throw a punch and defend yourself even without your quirk. Now grab a gear and start practicing. Izuku points towards the gym equipment and they pick each of them one of their own. The rest of them went out and chose a couple of varieties of gear at the gym. Vlad moves towards him while holding his hands over his hips and looking towards his students. They stand over to the side looking over in their direction, practicing throwing off a few punches and having a minor sparring on the floor mat with each other. Others have decided to do rock climbing. The class itself has some similarities to a PE class, when unfortunately it is ruined by someone who's entering. Excuse me, what do you think you're doing to these students? Izuku internally groans over the voice as he recognizes it straight away. A mid-skinny man enters wearing a white t-shirt and green pants. His skeleton figure is easily noticeable by Vlad and Izuku along with some students whose training is close by. What are you doing, Yagi? You're not allowed to be here. Vlad squinted his eyes looking towards the blonde-haired man, wishing that he would go away from his sight. I'm a teacher here, Vlad, and I have every right just like everyone else. But I've failed to see this young man standing here and not participating in the class. Tashinori said while turning his eyes over to Izuku's direction. Izuku turned his eyes to see Tashinori's direction but didn't say a word, not acknowledging him as he did in the teacher's office. He grabbed his shoulder and forced him to turn his face directly to Tashinori and let him see his pissed face directly. Young man, I didn't expect to see this type of behavior coming from someone like you. Now head to the gym and get changed or I'll be forced to give you a detention. Izuku stared right at him with a bored look. Both Izuku and Vlad looked towards him almost like he was the stupidest man in the room. Vlad grabbed Tashinori's shoulder and looked towards him. Tashinori, didn't you read the teacher's memo? 𝗵𝗃𝗃 here is the new teacher for the heroics class. He has every right to be here. Tashinori looked in disbelief at the set of information. Well, that can't be. I meant he's just a child. Wait, 𝗵𝗃𝗃, you're that quirkless kid we've been hearing about. He points his index finger towards Izuku's face. Izuku glares right towards him, trying to hold the urge to rip out his lips from his filthy mouth. Young man, I think it's best if we straighten things out with the principal first to terminate your false enrollment. Clearly, there's been a mixed-up with the employment paper. He grabbed Izuku's arm but he didn't budge and showed no sign of leaving. I'm not leaving out of here and you can't make me. Tashinori didn't take that kindly and was ready to escort him out. He yanked Izuku's arm out to reach but Izuku grabbed his arm instead and twisted and dropped Tashinori face first on the floor. He groaned in pain, feeling his arm was about to be pulled off right from his joint. The class looked at their teacher's actions and stopped with their training. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, that's enough. Vlad warned him off, trying to stop him, but internally he felt a small kind of satisfaction seeing Tashinori drop to the ground like that. Izuku released his arm and Tashinori raised himself from the floor and scooted away from Izuku's stance. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, no matter how much nonsense he's saying just now, he's still a teacher in this school. He glances over to Tashinori, who did a double take on Vlad's comment of him spewing some nonsense. And if Tashinori here feels like you weren't qualified, I think that he might need a demonstration of what you're capable of. Vlad glances over to Izuku, showing a hint of a smile behind his fong mouth. Izuku stares right towards Vlad, trying to send a mental message of how he tried to screw him over. But on the other hand, This is a good opportunity to rub it in Tashinori's face over what he can do. Alright. One time. Izuku said. Vlad smirked with a hint of satisfaction as he called the rest of the class to gather near him. They complied and stopped with what they were doing and watched Izuku make his way towards the punching bag and examine it for a while. The class questioned what was going on, but Vlad only said that it was a demonstration by 𝗵𝗲𝗄-sensei himself and told the class to pay attention. He stared at the punching bag and walked away from it and positioned himself in front of the bag. Tashinori stood crossing his arms together, trying to understand what he was trying to pull and hoping not to embarrass himself by proving a point. Vlad and Tashinori with the rest of class B watch as Izuku runs towards the punching bag and jumps vertically. He spins in midair around 3 times before striking the punching bag with his blade of the foot. A loud smacking sound is heard across the hall, almost like a firework is placed on the room. They watched with their jaw dropped, seeing Izuku easily kicking the sandbag with no effort, almost like a regular routine. A small drip of sand leaked from the bottom of the bag into the floor. Izuku returned and looked towards the students who just witnessed his performance, and Vlad spoke up. Alright, now that you already see what he could do, you should try to strive on that same level. Return to your training and focus on it. The class returned with the set of equipment but with a new set of motivation after seeing Izuku kick the sandbag. They start to see that one day maybe they could do the same. If their teacher who doesn't have a quirk could do it, what is the chance that they can? Izuku returned to where he previously stood near Tashinori, who still had a look in disbelief with his mouth agape. He glances over to him and asks a question. Right, your turn, All Might. Tashinori remains where he stands, not moving from it while standing almost resembling a statue. He stands trying to come up with an explanation for what he just saw. There's no way someone could have a physical ability like that without a quirk. There has to be a trick or an explanation. Izuku averted his gaze towards him and stood showing a big smile. Now do you need a room to go huff and puff or something? Tashinori grits his teeth underneath his mouth and starts to walk away with a scowl after he walks away. Vlad watches, trying to hide his smile seeing him walk away after getting defeated like that. Personally, he didn't like the man at all, and having him leave his class was a gift he could never get without Izuku's help. Izuku smiles seeing his disbelieving face walk away just like that. It seems that his idiotic mindset about Quirkless being a subhuman is still lingering in the back of his head. It's ironic since he's now the subhuman himself. His phone vibrates under his pants and he takes it out. A notification from a downloaded app of the dark web chatter appears on his phone with a message on his current location along with his license plate for him to track. Izuku shut the phone, placed it back into his pocket, and continued with his class while awaited and prepared to make his visit towards Uehara Yasushi himself. In a dimmed light in a parking lot, a gray-haired man comes out from the door along with 2 armed bodyguards and his lawyer. The 2 bodyguards have a stoic face with a menacing look in their eyes. They all walked on the parking lot heading towards a black limousine parked right in the middle. The gray-haired man looked with a pissed expression, almost feeling like someone had just destroyed something valuable that belongs to him. He walked with the bodyguards circling around him trying to guard him. You remind Endo, I put him on the bench, I can take him off. I will turn him into a cautionary tale. The gray-haired man said to one of the bodyguards. Yes, Mr. Uehara. The bodyguard nodded and pulled his phone to make a call. And this Detective Tsukachi, you said he wasn't gonna be a problem anymore. I told you to fix that situation. They stop walking and Uehara walks towards his lawyer who looks scared. Why are you still here? The man leaves, separating himself from the group. They resume walking to the car when the lights go out and someone appears, taking out one of the guards using a tranq dart, hitting him on the chest and dropping him on the floor. Uehara and the other bodyguard watched as the man dropped right the second after the lights turned out. Get in the car, sir. The bodyguard leads him to the limousine as he opens the door and Uehara enters. The bodyguard stood near the door and fired off a red energy blast coming from his hand, almost like a laser. He aimed his hand at the ceiling where he saw the silhouette come running and avoid the attack. He finished with his attack to see the body of his victim but found none. He stops with his lasers and tries to find the assailant. A thudding sound is heard from his behind as he turns, but he is too late and meets with a fist smashing over to his face and knocking him out cold. Uehara remains in his seat in the car, his eyes bulging and sweating, trying to calm himself but to no avail. He tried to look around on his two bodyguards, but all he heard was a thudding sound on the floor, almost like a body. His body shakes from the fear he's currently feeling. A shattering sound of his window glass awakens him, and a hand pulled him out from his seat and onto the cement floor of the parking lot. His back touched the ground as he raised both of his hands, signaling that he won't resist. He sees the assailant wearing a black metal mask and a black hooded jacket. His whole attire is indicated full black, almost trying to blend with the dark itself, standing on his car rooftop. What? Just tell me what you want," he asked, out of confusion mixture with fear in his expression. The assailant drops to the ground and pulls him from the ground, and they both lock eyes. "You're gonna transfer 40 million yen into Mizudafu's city bank account 1173 by 11 p.m. tomorrow night." "Or what?" Uehara asked. "Or I'm gonna take it, and you won't like how," the assailant said while pushing him onto the ground and starting to walk away toward the exit. Uehara fixed his suit, looked at the assailant's back, and started to swear right behind him. "If I see you again, you're dead." The assailant throws a knife from his pocket and hits his car's rear glass, almost hitting Uehara right in the chest. He turned towards the car and looked at the window with holes in it before turning his head back to find the assailant disappeared. The look of fear is plastered right in front of him, leaving him with two guards on the floor and a shattered window car. At the top floor of the parking lot, the assailant stands on the rails after finishing his job. He pulls his mask, revealing his spiky silver hair. Izuku placed his mask back on his jacket pocket and looked down to see Uehara's black limousine sped away and drive off. Plus he stared towards the glowing city in front of him and focused on the red light of the car's back, knowing it belonged to Uehara himself, and gave him some time to think whether to rectify his action or not. Nizu is sitting at his desk reviewing the report made by Aizawa and Vlad to each of their class respectively. The principal let out a tiny sigh as he adjusted the documents on his desk, arranging them to be neat. Since the third-year students had the day off because of the upcoming final exam test, he got a chance to work on the upcoming exam each hero course was taking in their second year, a training exercise that would determine if the students would be eligible to work on their own without the need of a hero watching over them. Nizu knows that the second year is one of the crucial points where the heroes have to learn to work all by themselves, not by teams or groups. He knows perfectly well that heroes can't operate on their own and have to do jobs with the other agency. But they also have to understand that after they graduate, they need to be able to stand on their own 2 feet without someone to guide them along their way. He read over the report made by the 2 homeroom teachers, especially the Class B report with Izuku, who's responsible for teaching the heroics, and he finds himself quite satisfied with his agenda. On the first day of the class, he decided to cover the base of quirkless training, which has sometimes been forgotten since they thought it wasn't important or necessary these days. Sure, the training itself involved the class having to get physical, to put it kindly, but Nizu, who saw the result of the training, felt like it was worth it. After hearing from Vlad that Izuku decided for the class to find their own unique battle style involving a quirkless fight, he couldn't be more satisfied. He had no doubt that Vlad's class was more than capable of passing this year's exam with flying colors if they continued to train under Izuku's guidance. It's safe to say that he was proud of their achievements, being sure to always praise them for their work and how well done their marks were. While he thought of the words he could tell Izuku, there was a sudden knock on the door of the teacher's lounge. Nizu looked up, blinking in confusion, and replied that the door was open. And suddenly, Tashinori came looking pissed and red, almost like someone had just humiliated him. Nizu internally groaned, thinking that he made a mistake, and made a mental note that he should install the surveillance camera right in front of his office before opening the door. 3. Nizu, sir, what is the meaning of this? Tashinori barged in with his face resembled a bull ready to charge over a red object at his first sight. 3. I'm afraid you're gonna have to be a little bit more specific with what you're meant. I run the entire school after all. Nizu replied, not taking his eyes off the report. Tashinori slammed Nizu's desk out in anger. I'm talking about that 𝗵𝗲 or whatever his name is. He's disrespecting a member of staff, teaching violence against the class, and aggravated assault. I meant there has to be some mistake with his employment there. Nizu's forehead began to tick in an annoyed manner hearing him talking over and over, and he slammed his paw over to his desk to silence the skeleton man in front of him. Thank you. Now that you've finished lodging your complaint like some desperate housewife, let me explain myself. His name is 𝗵𝗃 and he's the new heroic teacher for Class B. But why did he have to be teaching the class? I'm the heroic teacher for the second year also. Tashinori asked, trying to find out his employment reasons. 2. Let me remind you that your first job in the first place is the heroic teacher for the first-year students, which involves not only Class A but Class B also. Nizu explained, and Tashinori almost felt like choking himself knowing just how big he screwed up. 2. Apparently, you're so busy teaching the next generation of heroes that you forgot that the hero students are separated between 2 classes instead, not only 1. But I guess the number 1 hero schedule is pretty busy at the time, right? With your patrol only 3 hours a day, signing autographs in some convention, and private training for your daughter, you must have it hard, right? Nizu asked in a sarcastic tone, glaring at Tashinori's sunken eyes. 3. And the second reason why I hired him is because we need a heroic teacher. Emphasis on the heroic part. I don't feel like having a criminal on a probation phase that's been known worldwide is a good idea. He pressed on the word heroic, knowing that Tashinori employment in UA itself isn't even legal. It's only because of HPSC's last effort to prove a point over their ideal. 3. And hiring a quirkless teacher is your next second best idea. Tashinori asked his intention, cause from where he stood it's almost sound like a bad joke. 2. Nizu raises his eyebrow, looking towards him almost like he's spewing some babble right towards him. And what is your problem with the quirkless? From what I heard, you've become one yourself, isn't that right? Tashinori was taken aback by the sudden accusation before fixing himself on the principal. That's not true. One for all isn't just responding to me, that's all. After my battle with my son a couple of months ago, it burns out almost the last ember of it, and I've been trying to keep it for emergency only. 7. Nizu stared towards his blue beady eyes, knowing that what he just said was nothing more than an elaborate lie. He knew for a fact that One for All was already gone from Tashinori, and he's currently nothing more than his former self, the quirkless man who got lucky with the quirk drawing lottery. Very well, I hope this clears things up. 𝗵𝗃-sensei will remain as heroic teacher for Class B, and I don't see any problem with it. Unless I see no reason to fire him, he will remain here until I say otherwise. Nizu said. Tashinori squeezes his hand in anger, knowing that the principal will not budge with his demand, and decides to make his way to the door before Nizu leaves him with one final word. 1. And I hope that your quirk will return once again, Tashinori. We need our symbol of peace in the hero ranks after all. Nizu smiled, showing his teeth over his smile, knowing what he meant, and the door closed. 1. Izuku walks around the hall, looking over the window of the field just below him. He's currently walking in a slow-paced motion, trying to enjoy the scenery and trying to walk away from all of the attention that's given by almost half of the school, especially the students, and ignoring the ones that's been given by him right now. Ever since he came to UA, rumors have been floating around the area that the new teacher for the second year is quirkless. Few of the class eyed him whenever he was walking, almost like a gazelle being watched by a group of people. Others, however, have started to spread the rumors that UA had gone downhill hiring a quirkless to be their teacher. But the biggest rumor that's happening is that the said quirkless teacher managed to take down all of Class 2B students in less than 10 minutes. The rumor was started by a couple of business year students who saw the class walking holding their stomach and wincing in pain with a few red slashes all over their faces. Afterward, it's bouncing around the school almost like a tennis ball. Some of the students are showing a hint of disdain whenever he's walking, but that's all they can do right about now. 4 months ago, before Izuku had entered, UA started a strict anti-bullying policy for the entire school, forbidding the students or teachers to support all kinds of behavior that shows a sign of bullying. The culprit will be expelled from UA ground without any reason, and that includes the teacher as well. 1. So Izuku walks along the hallway, not paying any attention to those whispers or talking, knowing that's all they can do right at this point. They won't throw all of that away over humiliating the teacher because of some petty squabble. He arrives at the door of Class B and opens it to find the whole class sitting at their desk, with some of them talking to each other. Once he entered, the class had stopped with their talking and returned to their seat. "Good morning, class," Izuku said, and the class returned his greeting except for some others like Monoma and his group, but Izuku paid them no mind. "Right then," he said when the last person had greeted him when he entered, "I've had a letter from Vlad-sensei about this class. Seems you've had a pretty thorough grounding in this year. You've got sports festival, internship, battling with teachers and villains from what I see, is that right?" There was a general murmur of assent between the class, knowing that over in the last year, they handled some pretty standard stuff for their year, unlike Class A who have some major incident from villain attack at USJ or hero killer case or Kamino battle or 8 perceptive death. "But you're behind, very behind on dealing with what's out there," said Izuku. "So I'm here to bring you up to scratch on what heroes can do to each other on the field and how to work together. So before we start getting down to some quirk training, we'll be figuring out what types of each of your stats and abilities." Izuku writes on the blackboard and divides it into 4 categories. "What do you mean, sir?" Pony raised her hand in the air. "You may have known the types as attack, defense, mobility, and support. But if we had to break it down even more, then it would be assault, power, technique, and support." Izuku writes each of them on the board. For example, Tetsu is a power type. The type that is superior in strength of his quirk in general, so to speak. 𝗵𝗃 is a technique type. She fights with speed and technique on her quirk. Kamakiri is an assault type that excels in the area of speed. A player that aims for a one-hit certain kill. 𝗕𝗏 and Kinoko are support types. Also, if you classify them with even more detail, 𝗕𝗏 is closer to a power type, while Kinoko is closer to a technique type. Each of you has your own specialty and battle styles, but underneath all that you all fall under these 3 types of category. They were bewildered by all these things that they suddenly had to learn and remember, but in other words, there were various types within the class and even the school grounds. Izuku drew lines to form a cross, and wrote the names of the 4 types within each of the 4 quadrants of the cross, thereby making a chart. The names were written on the chart according to the location of the type. Tetsu was located in the power type while being situated near support. 𝗵𝗃 was located in technique. Kamakiri was in assault type, and each of the other members was located somewhere else on the chart, thereby making a diagram illustration that was easy to understand. Right now, I want to know for sure, who's here that thinks that they are in the power type category? Raise your hand. Izuku looked towards the class and found a few hands raising in the air. There's Kaibara, Shishida, Kendo, and Fukudashi, with the latter switching his face to an exclamation mark. Except Fukudashi and Kaibara, all of you are correct. Now the reason why you're not part of power type is because you fall under assault. The difference between power and assault is the nature of each of your quirks. The power type tends to prolong their battle with their stamina and great defense. Assault type tends to release their attack swiftly and create maximum damage in one large attack. With your comic quirk, you create one large attack that could defeat your opponent right off the bat, thus making you under assault type. Izuku writes their name under the power type except for Fukudashi, who's on the assault type. Now who here thinks that they were technique type? Raised your hand. And several hands raised quickly, almost half of the class. Now about technique type, some of you are correct, so let's break it down one at a time. Now we know that 𝗵𝗃 is a technique type with her vine quirk that's specialist in a swift manner. Yanagi and Hananuki are part of it because of how versatile your quirk is. Izuku writes down their name on the board in the technique category. It took almost half an hour to write down each of their names and categorize them on their own. For almost half of the class falls under technique and support, and few of them are on power and assault. Tetsu, Kendo, and Shishida falls under power type, while some others like Kamakiri, Kaibara, Fukudashi, Pony, and Rin are in the assault category. However, the most DMT type is the support and technique, which is dominated by 𝗵𝗃, Hananuki, Kinoko, Yui, and Yanagi. And the rest falls under the support category. The class took a look over the board with their name on each of the categories to see which they fell on. While some others fall under one category, few of them are crossing with other categories between support or technique. Some of them looked satisfied and happy with the division, but others felt a bit disappointed and did not expect to be in the category they wanted. Class B itself has more support and technique people other than power and assault, with half of the class dominating the former. They don't have a lot of brawler types like Kirishima, Sato, or Ojiro. If they were paired up for a fight, they would surely lack the strength and power of their team. Izuku watches as they read over their category and speaks. I know that some of you are thinking that the class has fewer battle-type heroes, but don't let it discourage you. From what I see, a technique type is a lot more rare than a power type. What do you mean, sir? 𝗵𝗲 raised her hand in curiosity since she was a part of the technique category. Izuku suddenly circled Kendo, Tetsu, and Shishida in the power types and spoke. The things that power types have to be most careful of are counters. A troublesome class among the technique. That is the counter-type ability. There are counter-types even among the quirk category, but when fighting an opponent who carries one, power types like Kendo, Tetsu, and Shishida can have their situations turned around by a single counterblow. It's because counters return the opponent's power to them plus the power of the one who counters. When one is strong, it's natural for there to be damage just as strong. If there's a counter, I just have to overcome it with power, Tetsu said that bravely. However, Izuku shook his head. It's possible to overcome it with that, but it's another story when your opponent is a genius in that field. Avoid attacking as much as possible. It's better to face counter users with the technique users such as Hananuki or 𝗵𝗲 with their capturing abilities. Everything is a matter of compatibility. Power types are simply strong, but the risk is big for them when fighting against technique types. One Tetsu was silent to Izuku's explanation. Since the steel quirk user has an abundance of battle experience from the fight with a gas user in training camp, he likely understood his meaning since he knows full well that his quirk isn't working when he fights against the villain. Izuku turned to look in Shishida's direction. Shishida, you have your beast quirk, but do you think you can win against Hananuki? Speaking honestly, he would probably capture me quite easily before I ever succeeded in landing an attack, Shishida replied, honestly knowing he would never stand a chance against him in a one-on-one battle. That's how it is. Whether it's against Hananuki or anyone else, you have openings for counterattacks. Shishida, if you don't create a countermeasure against counter users, you won't be able to win against Hananuki for life. That is what battle compatibility means. Izuku said and gained a nodded look from the brown fur kid sitting at the middle desk. Everyone listened seriously and attentively. Izuku's words had a great effect. In the root of both the mind and body. They listen with their undivided attention, almost like he's knowing what he means truly. After that, he discussed tactics with the students who had been left out of the conversation until the next week for their training. In a warehouse where Izuku lives, Masamori and Aizawa stand in front of the desk with their hands crossed. Aizawa looked exhausted, almost like he barely got any sleep than usual, and Masamori looked almost like he just got the worst migraine he ever experienced during his career. They hold a document with photos from the ATM security camera located just a block away from where 𝗧𝗪 was attacked. In the frame, they could see a black limousine registered under Uehara's company driving away, bypassing 3 traffic lights, almost like he just saw a ghost. The other is a silhouette of a hooded man climbing from the rooftop of the parking lot. The images show when Izuku is doing a parkour climbing of the building. Izuku remained in his seat staring at the picture brought by Masamori as they looked for some confirmation from him. He knows that they suspected him of doing a vigilante right in the middle of the night, threatening the main suspect of Tsukachi's case and about to let a criminal skip away from town. No, I don't recognize it. Izuku held the picture and placed it on the table with the stacks of pictures Masamori brought. Really? How about you take a closer look? Masamori handed the photo of who appears to be Izuku to his face closely, and Izuku's expression remained unchanged. As I said, I don't know what you're talking about. Izuku pretends not to know about the picture. Well, let me jog your memory a bit. I think that you somehow got an intel on his location from an anonymous informant. Then you decided to pull up your hoodie and go after him vigilante style and warn the authority. Masamori went up close to his face, but Izuku didn't budge. We have your tracker sending its location to a parking lot. The same parking lot where Uehara was reported, and at the same time as well the record of the CCTV where someone in a black hoodie attacked his 2 guards along with him. Care to elaborate? Izuku once again remains in his seat, not moving, and remains in silence. He knows that answering the question with a lie would lead back to some complicated matter, so he decided to just straight with it. Well, you did ask me to help you with Uehara's case, isn't that right? So what's wrong with it? Izuku looked towards both Masamori and Aizawa, with the latter still crossing his arm in silence. The problem is that you roam around freely like that without any supervision. We asked that you and Aizawa cooperate, and you just went on doing things on your own. Masamori berates Izuku's action. Izuku looked towards him and rose from his desk. So what, am I supposed to inform Aizawa every 5 minutes where my location is, or when I want to go like he's my girlfriend or something? No, of course not. The problem is that you alarmed him with your action. A guy dressing all black in the middle of the night on an empty parking lot threatening the CEO of a corporation is not a good move at all. Aizawa has spoken since he got here. And what's your plan then? Take him out for a cup of coffee and talk things out like some civilized people. People like Uehara are far from civil. They threaten people, they bought the judge. You should consider yourself lucky that I didn't use my flames to threaten him. Izuku stared towards Aizawa, waiting for some answer, then turned to Masamori to find none from them. I gave him around 24 hours to right his wrong. If he doesn't do that, then he knows better right about now. Izuku walked past them and headed towards the door to get some air. Aizawa and Masamori stood by, not trying to block his path, leaving the scattered photos of Izuku standing at the desk in a black hoodie. Flashback start. Izuku walked into a small dinky alley filled with barrels filled with flames. He was quite alone, but where he was, he had no idea. All he could tell was that he was standing in the stone wall alley on the sidewalk of what looked like a large dimly lit liquor shop, but nothing in there was ever likely to be on his hangout list. A glass case nearby held a withered hand on a cushion, a blood-stained pack of cards, and a staring glass eye. Evil-looking masks stared down from the walls. An assortment of human bones lay upon the counter, and rusty, spiked instruments hung from the ceiling. Even worse, the dark, narrow street. Izuku could see through the dusty shop window. The sooner he got out of here, the better. Nose still stinging where it had hit the hearth, Izuku made his way swiftly and silently toward the door with a neon sign of red liquor on it. He enters the bar and is hit with the smell of cigarettes and liquor right through his nose. The dim lights on the bar are even more terrible than the ones in the front sign. A pool bar stood in the middle with a couple of big-looking men holding the cue stick. 2 sets of red leather sofas filled with a couple of middle-aged men drinking, watching girls in provocative dresses dancing in the middle with poles sticking on, and a dozen lecher men throwing dollar bills at the floor where the dancers are. Izuku walked towards the bartender's bar and sat on it, placing his order to make less suspicion. But then he realizes that he's still underage and everyone would suspect him for entering. He then notices a black face mask on the table and wears it to avoid any suspicion. He sits waiting for the bartender to get his order. From what Jack's notes said, this place is an informant place to find someone or something. There were all sorts of codes and passwords before he gave you his service, and one of them was the type of drinks you ordered. The bartender brought his order of blue blazer and placed it on the table. He wiped the table to clear the spilled drinks on the counter, and Izuku took his chance to ask him a question. "Sorry, I'm looking for someone," he called over to the bartender. "Yeah, doesn't everybody?" the bartender replied while wiping a glass on the counter. Izuku took a sip of his drink and nearly spit on it of how bitter it tasted before explaining it to the bartender. He's African American, 170 centimeters tall. About 60 to 70 kilograms. Wears a blue vest and has his hair in dreadlocks. The bartender put down the glass on the rack full of a stack of glass and placed the cloth under the counter before looking at him. "First, I'm gonna check your credentials first. Should this not be the case, I will send my fellow bartender friend here to find you and kill you." He nudges over to the back counter to find a tall, lanky man wiping a glass staring right towards him. Izuku nodded in understanding and placed his money on the counter before leaving the bar, waiting for information from the bartender, who happens to be an informant during his part-time job. Flashback end. It's night, and today is the day where Uehara would transfer the money for his action. Izuku sits in the bench park and checks his phone to find any update on his money transfer. He knows that people like Uehara won't just somehow have an epiphany in a day, but he offered him a chance, and whether he took it is up to him. He scrolls over to the bank account where the money would be transferred and still finds the balance remains 0. Feeling cold and a bit thirsty, he walks over to the vending machine to buy himself a drink only for him to bump into Kendo by accident. "Kendo, what are you doing here?" Izuku replied, hiding his phone in his pocket. "Oh, nothing. Just went out for a quick night stroll, that's all," she replied. At this late of the night, he went to ask knowing that it was already past curfew. "Monoma is rambling in the living room, and I need some time to clear my head off." She grabbed her drink from the vending and opened it. "Oh, okay then. Don't stay out too late from your dorms." Izuku tries to excuse himself from leaving, only to find Kendo's blocking his way. "It's kinda a blunt, sir, but is there someplace quieter that we could go? I need to tell you something." Kendo asked, glancing over for a place to sit. Izuku looked a bit stunned, then remembered that he still had time before confronting Uehara. "Yeah, sure." Soon Izuku leads her to the bench park where he just came to sit a few minutes ago. They both took a seat and waited for the ginger-haired girl to ask him a question he presumed. Somehow, without even knowing what her intention was, he could already tell what she wanted to say to him. The apologetic look around her face and her lack of comfort around her was enough for him to know that there was something she wanted to get off her chest. If he had to guess, it's about her class attitude toward what happened during his first class after the orientation. "First of all, I want to apologize for my class behavior the other day, about Monma mentioning your status as quirkless in the class, sir. That was wrong and disrespectful." Kendo apologizes, apologetically lowering her head. "It's not my first time, Kendo. Don't worry about it," he replied nonchalantly. She flinched for a second after hearing the comment, knowing that most people in his past didn't give him a single care over his quirklessness. And that moment, she decided to ask him a question that's been lingering in the back of her mind. "About your status, there's something that I've been afraid to ask, but I need to know." "Okay." Izuku nodded. She took a moment before gathering her courage and thought to ask her question. She knows that it's a sensitive subject for him, but she has to know to get rid of the doubt in her mind. "When you declared to be quirkless, did you suffer from the discrimination as well?" A series of flashbacks enters his mind, remembering the time when he was beaten by Izumi and her friends. Others are sometimes by Bakugo and his lackey and the so-called Baku Squad. How he screams from the torture they inflicted upon him and the humiliation he endured right in front of his class. How the girls gave him trauma over what they did to him. It's all coming towards him like a stream of water. He took a second before answering her question while looking at her with a stoic expression. He simply nods. "I think about it quite a lot. I've got a friend back in junior high. A girl. She didn't have a quirk just like you, and she suffers from bullying at my school. Me and some other girls tend to protect her, but the bullies always take her behind the building and beat her up out of anger." She grips her hand in anger, remembering about where her school bully would take their anger on her friend daily. "I know. Bullies are not the kind that would simply stop because you told them," Izuku said. "Yeah, one day, out of nowhere, she decided to just quit the school. None of us knew what happened, but I think she can't handle the treatment by them. And 2 weeks later she was found dead." "Is she dash?" "Yeah, she commits suicide," she said. Both of them sit in silence, as Izuku continues to listen to her story. She was found dead in her room. Her parent found her in the room with pills, along with a suicide note. When the school heard the news, those bullies were just laughing, high-fiving each other when their victim killed herself. They were happy to see someone commit suicide and didn't even show a single hint of remorse. That's when the school had enough and expelled them for suicide baiting. When I got home, I looked up on the internet and found out that quirkless people didn't get to live after 20 years old, and that got me thinking that it's not right at all. They were still people and they don't deserve such treatment. Izuku remains quiet, watching her finish telling the story. She wiped the tears off her face and cleaned herself up before looking at him. "I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but if you need someone to talk to about what happened to you, I'm here. Even though you're our teacher, you're still one of us." She smiled softly and he returned the same to her. Izuku's cell phone vibrates. He checks his phone and shows the time 10:00 p.m. on the alarm and checks his bank account balance remains 0. His expression shows discomfort knowing that 𝗬𝗧𝗏 didn't take his threat seriously. Something wrong? She asked, seeing his expression just changes to a hardened look. I asked somebody to do something, they didn't do it. I have to go. He walks back from her before turning his head in her direction. Thanks, I appreciate the offer. Kendo watches as he sprints away from her direction, seeing his figure slowly walk away from where she stands. She held a comfortable smile watching him walk away, knowing that she told him that she would be there, knowing she wouldn't let another quirkless kid be discriminated against, whether it's a fellow student or a teacher. At the rooftop next to 𝗬𝗧𝗏's company office where he hid himself, Izuku watches using a binocular to see where he is. On the rooftop, he could spot around 5 guards surrounding the exits, including someone who appears to be his security head. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 stood behind his office desk looking all nervous and panicky. Seems that his threat is way too effective and forces him back to the corner. He put his binoculars on his back and adjusted the wrist grappling hook he got from a pink-haired girl in the support course. This would be a lot faster if he used his flame to propel himself on the glass window and finish the job, but he knows that using it would raise even more red flags than he already did. It's better to announce a new vigilante in a town rather than alert the media and authority that the infamous demon of 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲 isn't behind bars. He fired off the hook on the wrist blaster and it hooked to the wall outside of his office room. Then he slides over and dangles over to the rooftop and crashes the window, startling the 2 guards who stood near the window. What the? 𝗬𝗧𝗏 looked startled seeing the masked men enter through the crashing window. The room is surprised by his arrival and one of the guards charged toward him with his quirk, turning his arms into chainsaw. He swings his hand trying to chop him to pieces, but Izuku swiftly evades it and lands a powerful punch onto his pit. He wheezing in pain before being knocked out cold by Izuku. Then 2 guards who stood near the window fired off their guns in Izuku's direction. Bullets fall off on the floor as the guards try to riddle Izuku's body with bullets. Izuku jumps from the floor, throws a swift kick to the guard's neck, and uses the other leg to kick the gun off from the other guard. Once the gun dropped on the floor, Izuku hit both of the guards' heads together and fell on the floor. A knife is being thrown directly near his face as it hits the wall. He turned around and saw the guard throw a knife that's coming out from his palm almost like a knife juggler on a circus show. Izuku pulls the knife from the wall and throws it at the guard, hitting his right shoulder. The security head went towards him and transformed himself into a bulky figure almost like a bodybuilder. From how he guesses, it's probably a strength enhancer type quirk. He charged right towards him and threw a right hook, but Izuku slapped his hand and avoided to the side and landed a strong hit to his abdomen, but it didn't affect him. He continued to throw another punch, but the difference in strength and size was a big disadvantage for him. So he grabs his hand and throws it off the floor, slamming it on the carpet floor similar to a judo move. The guard himself couldn't believe that someone could throw him off easily just like that without zero effort. He prided himself on his strength and weight, and yet someone with half of his size could throw him off just like that. Izuku walked towards 𝗬𝗧𝗏's direction as he backed into the corner behind his bookshelf. He tried to hide and wished that he could move to the next room away from him, but his stare was enough to break those intentions into million pieces. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 slumped down to the floor and joined his hand together, hoping that he would show mercy and he would transfer the money straight away, but Izuku didn't listen to his plea. He slowly walked calmly but with a menacing atmosphere and tense air around them. It's almost like 𝗬𝗧𝗏 is standing inside an airplane cockpit room without any oxygen. Izuku grabbed his expensive shirt and pulled him off the ground before their eyes locked with each other. One is filled with fear and the other is inflicting the fear itself. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 himself tried to maintain eye contact, but he knew that he made a mistake rejecting this person's demand when he had one that will haunt him for the rest of his life. Izuku sits near the cafe shop just 2 blocks away from UA. He sits calmly while listening to the jazz music being played on the speaker. A cup of latte and a wooden panel floor accompany him while he enjoys the afternoon listening to the news of what's happened yesterday. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 Yasushi, who is known as the Land Baron, admits to his crime and surrenders himself to the police station where he confesses everything he did over the last 20 years. The news has spread almost like wildfire, hitting every news platform and becoming the trending news for today in less than an hour. He read over the news report in the newspaper about 𝗬𝗧𝗏's tremendous donation to the victim. He sued and surrendered himself to the police after the attack. CEO landlord of Yasushi Corp is admitting to a series of fraud, embezzlement, corruption and multiple allegations. He's being led to the authority to face his charge and facing multiple lawsuits. Yasushi Corp is being raided by the police and multiple pro-heroes, and all of the staff including the executive is being charged with falsifying evidence. During the night where he went to confront him face to face, he wanted to go straight up killing him or making him an example to those who won't follow. It was easy for him to do it, whether to burn him alive or snap his neck or drop him off from the glass window. Any of those options would be fine to him. But something in the back of his mind is blocking him from all of that intention. It's almost like someone just hit the brakes on his brain, telling him to drop the idea before it's too late. Plus, he gave his word to Nizu that all they need is a straight-up confession from his mouth. So he decided to let him go and told him to admit everything he did to the authorities. To make sure he truly did do it, he watches him from afar as he comes running to the police station and listens to what he has to say before leaving. Right after he finished the job, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 came to call him through the phone he gave to him, asking about his involvement with 𝗬𝗧𝗏 Yasushi's sudden confession. Izuku simply replied that they got the result for it and questioned why they asking about the how part. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 is stopped with his own words as he states the fact that with 𝗬𝗧𝗏's confession, almost 100 people's lives have changed for the better. They can finally have the closure that they always desired and the peace of mind that 𝗬𝗧𝗏 has finally paid for his crime. Knowing that he lost the argument, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 simply let him off with a warning and asked him to try to work together with Aizawa instead of going solo on his own. Izuku replied in understanding before shutting the call, not giving him any confirmation that he'll do it or not. So he stood by on the wooden chair taking a sip of his coffee while enjoying the day. He had the day off for today in the school. No class, no training and no lecture to bother him. While he slurped down his latte, someone came to sit right in front of him wearing an office suit and carrying a briefcase. He strolls down casually, almost like he knows the person who's sitting there. Izuku took a look at the person and recognized him straight away. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 sits right in front of him in his usual office attire and looks at Izuku as he puts down the cup. Great. The morning is wasted. Izuku grumbles in annoyance, knowing that he didn't just come here to pay for his coffee. Morning, Hamura-sensei. How's your coffee? 𝗵𝗃𝗲 asked, smiling towards him. Izuku grunted and wiped his mouth with a pair of tissues. Bitter. So what's wrong? I know you didn't come here for some social event. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 opens the briefcase and pulls out a brown envelope with the Mizudafu Police Department logo in the middle of it. Izuku grabs the envelope and tears its top, taking out its contents. A sketch of Izuku in his hoodie and mask was drawn on the paper. Mizudafu Police Department got your sketch from 𝗬𝗧𝗏's testimony. Tsukachi managed to pull one of the copies and handed it to me. The whole police is looking for the vigilante that is responsible for his confession, and I don't think that they could hand you a gift basket. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 explains, pointing over to the picture. Izuku placed the sketch on the table and read over the confession transcript. So why they haven't announced it on the news? Because the police are understaffed to be handling a case like this. Tsukachi himself is trying to steer the heat away from the brass of your involvement. But once the media got the wind of it or the heroes can handle their own, you're going to be looking at the whole Japan heroes hunting you down. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 went on to explain, knowing that Izuku's window was starting to get small because they were citing him. If 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗏 had to be honest, he didn't expect that the police would catch wind of Izuku this early on. He thought that they would start to suspect him after a few weeks or months, but to be this early is going to be dangerous for him. Anyway, you got your next assignment for today. 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗏 handed him another file with a middle-aged man with short brown hair, 𝗕𝗏𝗢𝗢𝗍, a corrupt businessman who is responsible for drug trafficking. Owns a couple of ports in Kawasaki and is rumored that he's been taking bribes from the Mexican cartel. Drags. Izuku perked. Methamphetamine, or commonly known as meth. It began to hit the street in the last couple of weeks. A picture of the blue crystal meth is placed on the small plastic bag from the evidence locker. 2. The police had built a case ready to arrest this man. But the key witness, Ika Okano, had been killed 2 nights ago. She's the key witness that ties the whole case together. Without her, the case is as good as lost. A picture of a young woman with the name of Ika Okano shows with a red label of deceased on it. Izuku examined the picture and swapped it with the autopsy report made by the forensic. A single gunshot was made at the temple of her head. The entry wound is coming from the back of her head. You think the cartel is responsible for her death? Izuku asked. I think the cartel pulled the trigger, but the order must come from Ryota himself. He's the only one who wanted her dead more than anyone else in this case. The problem is there's no connection between the cartel and Ryota. Masamori went to explain. Smuggling a drag that size using a company such as Ryota scale would require a great amount of transaction. No shell corporation, wire transfer, or even an offshore account. Izuku looked at his profile and found zero information relating him to the cartel. Nada. He doesn't even have any known associates from Mexico or even North America. The guy itself doesn't ever enter or taste Mexican food for his life. Masamori groans in exhaustion. Izuku then looked over to the papers scattered on the coffee table. He had to admit that the upside of having NSC members is that they could pull personal files easily within 30 minutes top. From surveillance to known associates or even the side business and its money trail. All of them are written in a detailed manner. He checked over the document and spotted a tattoo on one of the guards that guarded his car. The photo shows a man standing with his arms crossed behind his back wearing sunglasses in broad daylight. Found our guy. Izuku points to a photo of the bodyguard. You sure? Masamori asked. Absolutely. See the Roman number tattoo on his neck side. He points his index finger to the guard's head indicating on his neck. One of the cartel members used that same tattoo as an insignia to their member. Masamori pulled out his laptop, checked the digital photo of the picture and enhanced the picture of it. There's the guy with a Roman number 21 on his tattoo. He took out his phone from his suit pocket and made a call. Yeah, Masamori here. Listen, I need you to pull out every information you could find on one of the guards of Haga Ryota. I'm sending you the image right away. Run it with every known database and find this guy. He hangs up the phone and returns the document to his briefcase. Alright, I'm gonna try to find any info on this guy. Now you just stay put and don't do anything stupid, is that clear? Masamori hurried back and headed to his car parked a block away from the cafe. Izuku waved his hand giving him the confirmation and watched as he hurried back to his office. He took a sip of his last remaining coffee before heading back to his warehouse to get dressed. Flashbacks start. Izuku returns to the bar where he would get the information he needed to find Enrique. It's been 2 days and no words ever since that he's ever resurfaced or not. Unable to wait any longer, he decided to come back to the bar and asked the bartender straight away. He walks straight down towards the bar and finds the same atmosphere and vibes from before he came. Other than the smell of alcohol and cigarettes, the smell of drags is hitting straight through his nostrils. A variant of white powder is poured on the table with a couple of men and women came to snorting it through their noses. It's almost like the place itself is turning into a cane factory. The loud hip-hop song burst through from the speaker blocking any sounds towards him. He spotted the bartender standing behind the counter wiping the glass clean and remained there watching the customer. Izuku walks past the servers dressed in skimpy dresses, makes his way over to the bar booth and calls out to the bartender. Hey, I've been waiting for almost 2 days. You said you would give me info and I haven't heard you called me since. Izuku calls out but his voice is muffled by the loud music. The bartender writes down something on the notepad and shows it to Izuku. You never gave me your number. Izuku reads the note and finds himself looking dumb. The bartender held a curious look over to Izuku knowing that he never did give him any contact info for him to call. Not to mention that he doesn't have a cell phone in this place. Of course, he's gonna have to come to the place to pick up the info. Izuku writes down the other side of the paper on the notepad and passes it down to the bartender. My bad. Just tell me what you know. The bartender passes the notepad again after he writes down on the notepad and rips the paper for him. Izuku took the paper and found an address written on it. He didn't know where is the place, but he was willing to bet that Jack knew about it. He pays the bartender for his service, places the note back in his pocket and heads back to Jack's location to give him the information they needed to find Enrique. While in the crowd full of drunk women and men, Izuku bumped into a couple of people before heading out to the door and making his way out. Flashback end. In a shipping dock at night, containers are being moved using the crane by the workers. 2 container ships are parked right next to the dock unloading its content. On the office inside the dock, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 sits in a temporary office between the containers surrounding him. 2 sets of bodyguards stood behind him with their arms crossed behind their back. 𝗧𝗲 sits with his teeth gritting over the case that's hanging on his neck right now. Somehow the media managed to find out about his drag operation with the cartel. He tried to keep himself as far away from their business as possible and only allowed them to use his dock to smuggle their drag, and he took their payment. But somehow, the authority managed to find out about his business. And to make it worse, they tried to drag him to a trial in front of the media. He didn't know just how much evidence they gathered on him, but he couldn't take the chance even if he wanted to. If this keeps up, there's no longer a business left for him to run, whether it's the drag or the dock. You listen up. The longer this goes on, the more likely the media is gonna crucify me. You shut this trial down, do you understand me? He points to one of the henchmen as he nods and makes a call heading outside. After the henchmen walk out, the electricity around the dock starts to crackle and the lights are turning on and off. In between the lights turning and shutting, a sound of grunting and blows landing is surrounding the empty office. 𝗧𝗲 looks around as the light comes back on. The 2 men in the warehouse are lying on the ground, face down. Then suddenly, a hand comes from his behind and 𝗧𝗲 is pulled away by a quick rope around the neck. He starts gasping and choking for air before blacking out. He slowly opens his eyes after suffocating for air. But somehow, he felt things were out of order. The docks full of container is placed in the air and the night sky is right below him. His clothes are also hanging in the air, along with his hair rising. That's when he realizes that everything isn't upside down, but he is. In front of him, someone stood in the middle wearing a black hoodie with a black mask, and his hoodie covered his hair, leaving only his eyes visible. Izuku stood looking at him, hanging with his leg like a fish captured by a monger. 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Izuku yelled out his name. Who the hell are you? 𝗧𝗲 asked while hanging left and right. Izuku lodges a knife from his wrist and aims at 𝗧𝗲. Oh no. He screams in panic, trying to get himself out. Izuku throws the knife next to 𝗧𝗲 and misses just an inch from his stomach. Izuku pulls out another set of knives and points it at him. You're gonna testify in that trial. You're gonna confess to having Ika Okano killed. 𝗧𝗲 is hanging upside down looking at the hooded figure while hanging left and right like a pendulum. There won't be a second warning. Izuku throws a knife that grazes 𝗧𝗲's right cheek as he hissed in pain, holding his cheek as blood starts to spill. He looked over to his front and saw no one standing in front of him, leaving him hanging upside down alone in the dock with nothing but a graze on his right cheek. I'm only going to say this one more time, lady, the mugger said menacingly, his knife brandished as he spoke. Hand over whatever you got and we can both walk away. Look, I swear, I don't have anything, the terrified woman said, her voice lost in the echoes of the alleyway they were in. Wrong answer, lady. He holds the knife and is ready to gore her in the alley, only to find his hand holding the knife being held with a white scarf, and the knife is dropped on the floor. Honestly, a gruff, tired-sounding voice drawled from nearby. Stop causing me some problem, would you? His head turned to see none other than Aizawa, his eyes glowing red, his hair floating around him as he stared down the mugger, disabling his quirk. The mugger quickly tried to make his escape and got away, but Aizawa yanked his scarf and pulled him on the floor. Aizawa tied the mugger with a quirk-canceling cuff and left him on the ground chained to a steel pole. He then checked to make sure the woman was all right, then phoned the police department that there was someone on his way over. With that, he left the alleyway and was about to continue on his normal patrol route when a familiar presence approached. I saw your handiwork back there. Pretty impressive, I'd say. Aizawa turned and there was Izuku, in all his lack of attire. The underground hero frowned as he met the eyes of his nephew. Thanks, Aizawa replied. I heard about what you did to Uehara's case too. It's the talk of the police these days. Izuku nodded, and the two walked down the dimly lit road, not standing out much alongside the odd drunkard. So I heard that you taking over with the 𝗧𝗲 case, is that correct? Something about a drag smuggler. Aizawa heard from Masamori that he had asked Izuku to find some intel on him. Yeah, just coming out from his dock yesterday. Gave him a bit of warning. Izuku replied, walking down the alley. Aizawa quickly stopped with his track and looked towards Izuku, not a life-threatening one. If he decided to testify on the court, then it's a win-win situation. He continued to walk on the alley while resuming their conversation and changed their topic. So how was it? You know, enjoying your freedom and all. It's better than being stuck inside a prison cell. It's quiet out here. Inside, there was always noise, you know. Someone is yelling, guards, making rounds. I got used to it. Izuku admitted to his time in prison. Aizawa listens to his story while walking down the alley. The cell where they lock me, it's cold in there, which sometimes gets annoying for me. No lights except the blue dim light on the ceiling, no yard time till last week, and the weather itself is a beach. Sometimes wish things could get warmer instead. You meant like here? Aizawa asked. Don't joke around. Hell and prison might be worse, but this place is second best. From how I see it in such a short time, things have changed here also, whether it's for the better or not, who knows. And this job of me now turns out it was just another gig anyway. He replied. This place isn't the only thing that changed. Izuku stops on his track and turns in Aizawa's direction. At first, I thought that the first thing that you'll do is gonna look over to your sister and finish the job you did 4 months ago. You're different now. Aizawa simply said, locking eyes with each other. Two, better or worse? He asked, and Aizawa glanced over to him before replying, don't know yet. Izuku looked towards him with a hint of fondness in his eyes, almost feeling grateful that Aizawa could understand what he felt right now. Not out of pity but respect and understanding. A ringing voice is coming from Aizawa's phone as he answers it and finds the caller to be from Masamori. He took a moment before answering it. Masamori, what's wrong? Aizawa asked over the phone. We just got a hit from our intel. It seems Ryota decided to skip town after he ordered the cartel to put a hit on Okano's sister. The pros managed to protect her, but she's in protective custody. Masamori said. Aizawa grunts, knowing that if he's escaped the town, then there's no way for them to track him or his member. Do you know where he is? We managed to ID one of his guards and found a name, Alonso Rivera. A high-ranking lieutenant in the cartel. Seems they placed their member as their guard dog for Ryota. Izuku's eyebrow twitched after hearing the name, took his phone and put it on speaker. Send us the address. We'll be right there. Aizawa and Izuku hang up the call and start making their way to the dock, climbing up to the rooftop to leap around. The underground hero watches from behind carefully after seeing his expression filled with seriousness and a tiny bit of anger. 1. At night in the dock, Ryota could be seen putting a bundle of yen into a large duffel bag along with stacks of files filled with any paper transaction that leads him to the cartel. He looked nervous and scared over what's going to happen to him and hurriedly placed the files with a guard accompanying him in the room. After he orders the cartel to kill the witness's sister, he plans to scare her into testifying against him and tell the jury and judge that she made false claims about him. But to his luck, the heroes were there to foil his plan. Now that the authority is gonna be there after hearing about his attempted assassination of his key witness, they're not gonna give him any chances to let him skip town. Luckily, he got a friend at the airport who would fly him off to China. Maybe he'll stay there for about a year and wait till things cool down before returning home. That cartel scumbag screwed up the hit on that Okano beach. Now, the cartel is gonna erase every ounce of evidence of their smuggling operation, including me. Except that's not going to happen. He zips the duffel bag and wears the straps on his shoulder. Tell 𝗵𝘃𝗁 to get the car ready. I'm leaving tonight. The guard went to call his associate from his radio. 𝗵𝘃𝗁. 𝗵𝘃𝗁, you copy. 𝗵𝘃𝗁. 𝗵𝘃𝗁 isn't here. But I am. Izuku said over to the radio. Ryota's face is suddenly drained of any color and white, almost like a sheet. He recognized the voice as the man that came to attack him last night and scarred his cheek. We need to move now. He came running, grabbing the duffel bag to his right hand and carrying it. Sir, we've got 6 men up there. The guard walks with him on the side. It's not enough. Move it. Ryota yelled out. Ryota and the guard came running from the office and heading to the car. But the first sight he saw when they got out was that all of his guards were lying on the ground. He looked in shock and almost couldn't believe all of his guards were taken out this easily. On the top of the container to his right, he saw someone dressed in black fighting with his 2 guards. The black figure man grabbed the bodyguard with his scarf, tied him up on the top, and attacked them. Ryota looked and came running to the garage with his car ready. He knows full well that if he stays any longer, then the chance of him walking out alive is slim to none. With the duffel bag full of cash and files that can be used against him, he storms out to the back heading to his car. Izuku, who stood near Aizawa, saw Ryota come running to the garage. He called out to Aizawa using his hero's name and told him that he was going after Ryota himself. He descended from one container after another to come down and went after him. The sound of a booth hitting the pavement is echoing on the empty warehouse with a black sedan parked in the end. But before Ryota could head there, Izuku threw a knife and hit the wooden crate, and he stumbled to the crate with his back hitting on it. He stood shaken with the blade against his neck right side. "Oh God, no, no, no." He shook in fear, trying to keep himself together. "He can't help you," Izuku told him, and pulled a revolver out from his holster and aimed it towards Ryota's direction. He looked terrified seeing a gun being pulled right towards him. Izuku pulls the hammer off the gun and shoots a bullet into the other side of Ryota's head. He shook in fear seeing the bullet pierce the wooden crate, creating a small bullet hole on it. "I want the truth about Ika Okano." He aims the gun towards Ryota's head, asking him a question. "I can't. The cartel will kill me." He spoke in a stuttered manner, raising his hand and surrendering himself. Izuku cocks the hammer once again and aims it at Ryota's. "The cartel's not your concern right now." He shot another bullet between Ryota's legs. He whimpers loudly while in fear, shaking his feet, watching the bullet just an inch away from his �. All right, all right, all right." He raised his hand shakily. "It wasn't me that killed him. It was the cartel." "Acting on whose instructions?" Izuku asked out loud, trying to get the confession out of his mouth. He didn't know whether it was out of rage or not, but when he heard that Ryota came to Okano's sister to kill her, something snapped inside Izuku's. All he had in mind at that time was trying to get his hand on this waste of man and trying to deliver the punishment that he deserved. Whether it's death or not, it all depends on him. Izuku looked towards him as he was trying to withhold the information about the kidnapping. Having enough waiting, Izuku shot another bullet, but this time it was above Ryota's head. He screams seeing the bullet pierce right through his hairline, knowing that his patience is running thin. "Whose?" Izuku screams out in rage. All right. It was mine. It was mine, all right. Okano said she was gonna testify against me." Ryota admitted with tears flowing right out of his eyelid. His head turned to the right, looking at Izuku behind. He turned around and saw someone standing behind him. It was a man, Mexican-American. His buzz-cut hairstyle gave him a menacing outlook, with his cold, dead eyes staring right at him. If he had to guess, he's probably Alonso Rivera. "𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓," Alonso said, pointing his gun at Izuku's back head and speaking. "1 𝗓𝗓𝗄𝗵," Izuku replied in a perfect Spanish as well. 2. The first one to fire off their gun is Izuku, and he aims it at Alonso's chest. 2 shots blow loudly in the warehouse, only to find it blocked by Alonso, whose hand turned into a metal with the shape of a shield. He charged forward using his shield as a cover and fired a few shots at Izuku. Izuku leaps and takes cover behind the wall, waiting for Alonso to run out of bullet first. Alonso fired off several rounds to where he was hiding. Bullets began to dart around the warehouse as a loud sound of fired-off guns echoed around. Hearing the sounds of clicking from Alonso's gun, Izuku returned the shots with his bullet and tried to put a dent on Alonso's shield. Izuku grits, trying to penetrate his shield with only a revolver. This would be a lot easier for him to just scorch the entire place and leave it, but the last he needs is to raise more suspicion and for the media to find out about his employment. He knows that breaking the shield would take time, and even if he kicked the shield with his 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 worst-case scenario, he might accidentally break someone's arm. Izuku looked towards Alonso's direction as they both traded a few shots of their own. It's only a matter of time whether one of them is running out of bullets or their shots somehow hit the other. Drop your guns, Izuku warned him, thinking that he might comply. However, Alonso didn't show any intention that he'd be lowering his first, I admire your work, Chico. Guess you won't be extending me any professional courtesy. We're not in the same line of work. Your profession is murder and drags. Izuku yelled back. Alonso points his gun at where Izuku is hidden. You've taken lives. I recognize those eyes. They're not someone who went through a couple of hardships. Someone who's seen the abyss. One fires off a barrel full of gasoline and explodes right in the middle of it. Izuku managed to ward off the explosion from behind the wall. He glances to the side after watching the explosion is clear and there's no sign of Alonso anywhere in the warehouse. Aizawa came towards Izuku's direction with Ryota tied up with Aizawa's scarf while being dragged down. He came towards the warehouse after watching the huge explosion in the building thinking that something bad had just happened, only to find the floor covered in soot and Izuku hiding behind the steel wall. You okay? Aizawa checked on his condition. I'm fine. Alonso got away though. Izuku told Aizawa after seeing there was no sign of him anywhere. Yeah, don't worry about it. The point is that we got the evidence we needed to put Ryota away for good. Izuku however ignored it and merely stared at where the soot location is. Aizawa grabs Izuku's shoulder trying to calm him down. Hey, it's not your fault for letting that guy run away. Happens to everyone, even pros. And besides, the man is acting all irrational, blowing up a barrel full of gasoline. It's not my first time dealing with their family, Izuku mentioned under his breath, remembering where he heard that name from before. Flashbacks start. Izuku walks on an empty street, passing down the winding cobbled street on an empty cold night. He starts to get used to the area around him and finds the resemblance to where he lives with slight adjustment and more depressing. The colorful, glittering window displays of spellbooks, potion ingredients, and cauldrons were lost to view, hidden behind the large graffiti posters that had been pasted over them. Most of these are black and white photographs of a couple of people known to be on the loose. Someone with the name Matthew Davis was sneering from the front of the nearest apothecary. A few windows were boarded up with a painted letter of closed. On the other hand, several shabby-looking stalls had sprung up along the street. In the middle of the road, Izuku stops on his track and watches two men walking by from his front, blocking off his path with their hands up on front. Somehow, he could sense the déjà vu situation from the first time he got here. Of how he got beaten and made his escape and was saved by Claire. Izuku tries to pull a gun kept on his back hip, but the two men walk towards him, pin him on the wall and mercilessly beat him on the ground. A series of kicks and punches are thrown towards him. Izuku's grunting sound is the only thing that comes out of his mouth other than the acidic sensation of vomit. After a few roughhousing, a man came walking slowly towards him while crouching on the floor. Izuku raised his head and recognized the man from the red liquor when he accidentally bumped into him in a crowd. His grin is spreading around his face. The smug in his face makes Izuku bristle. Next time you bump into someone, don't forget to apologize, Chico. He sneered as he left with the other two guys to follow. A few minutes later, Jack enters the alley and slowly runs towards Izuku lying with his face bleeding. He came and checked on his condition. Izuku, are you okay? He put his hand over to Izuku's shoulder trying to check on him, but Izuku brushed him off. Yeah, I'm fine. Izuku waved him off. Some dude just came by and beat me up for no reason. Yeah, you might just cross paths with the Jorge Rivera. The guy is nuts. Died in a massive shootout from what I heard. Jack came holding Izuku's arms around his shoulder and started to walk out from the alley and tried to leave before encountering the Rivera member once again. Flashback end. At the warehouse in the middle of the night, Izuku sits on the couch in the middle. Aizawa stands beside him, watching over him, waiting for Masamori and Tsukachi to come. Both of them knew that the two of them didn't come here just to congratulate them on their mission. Izuku remains in his seat playing with his matches, focusing on the flames flickering on them. The door of the warehouse is opened and slammed loudly as Izuku glances and saw the pissed look on Masamori's face. His face is reddened and breaths coming out from his ears, almost like a whistle on a factory. What the hell happened back there? Masamori walks over to their desk, storming out. What do you mean? The mission went well. Other than the cartel enforcer managed to get away dash. However, Aizawa's word is being halted by Masamori slamming the desk with an envelope with the NSC logo up on the front. He pulled the content and showed the transcript of his interview with Ryota in the interrogation room. Ryota admitted that a man with a black hoodie came yesterday and hanged him upside down on his dock. The same man that came to him tonight with a black-haired man. Masamori tossed the transcript for Aizawa to read, and he held a shocked expression just like Masamori did a couple hours ago. Izuku, however, remains in his seat, glancing over in Masamori's direction with an annoyed look. "You know I'm a killer. That's why you put me in your little group." "I didn't witness just a killer at work, Izuku. What I saw was an animal. A callous act. Torturing the man over a confession is not what heroes do," Masamori said in a loud tone, turning his head in Izuku's direction. Izuku returned his gaze as they both locked eyes. "You are the last person in this goddamn place to judge anyone." He couldn't believe what he just said, lecturing him about what a hero should or not, where he's being pulled here against his own will. They dragged him out of prison to make him partner with Aizawa, and after one bad mission he berates him over how he got the result. This is not judgment, Izuku. It is a concern. Ryota himself looked traumatized back there. You fired off a gun only 2 inches away from his neck. He could have bled out if you missed the shots. Tsukachi said, trying to calm the situation, lifting his hands. "One, but it didn't. And you got the confession you needed to put him behind bars for good. Okano family finally got a closure, and you came to berate me over what I did to get it. You interrogating both of the victims almost like you're ready to let fate decide its course. What happened when they didn't comply with your demand to admit the truth? What's next? A bullet to the brain?" he asked, ranting about his destructive behavior. Izuku rises from his seat inches away from Masamori, looking at the upper part of his nose. "So the villains and these corrupt businessmen are allowed to hit us where it hurts, and we aren't allowed to do that. How you got the info is the main problem on this matter. Intimidating a CEO in their office, shooting people near their head, and hanging them upside down. You're acting like you're still in hell." Masamori yelled out the last part, pointing his index finger down to Izuku's chest. For Izuku's expression changed, turning it into a scowl after hearing how Masamori pointed out his attitude problem. Flashes of memories began to surface in Izuku's mind about his time in hell. How he suffers every day from those horrible times. How he lost everything he cared about. How that place turned him into who he is right now. "Well, if that's the case, maybe I should go back there," Izuku said over to Masamori's face. Not wanting to stay there any longer than he has to, he makes his way towards the door, slamming it down, leaving all 3 of them as they watch his back turned and walk away.